Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Janelle. The alarm screams at 5:47 a.m., and I'm already awake, staring at the ceiling like I've been doing for the past 20 minutes. My body has this annoying habit of jerking me out of sleep before I'm ready, as if it knows something I don't. Like the day ahead is going to require every ounce of energy I can scrape together. I roll out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cold hardwood floor of our cramped two-bedroom apartment. The floors creak in all the familiar spots as I pad toward the kitchen, muscle memory guiding me through the darkness. Coffee first. Always coffee first. The ancient coffee maker gurgles to life, filling the silence with something that sounds almost like contentment. I lean against the counter, rubbing my eyes, and catch my reflection in the microwave door. My natural curls are doing that thing where they stick up at impossible angles, and there's a pillow crease running down my left cheek. At 34, I should probably have figured out how to sleep without looking like I've been through a wind tunnel. Mama J, you look like you stuck your finger in a light socket. I glance over and spot Stacy standing in the doorway, her own curls somehow perfectly arranged despite the early hour. She's wearing her favorite purple pajamas, the ones with the unicorns that are starting to fray around the edges. And she's got that sleepy smile that makes my chest feel too tight. Good morning to you too, sunshine. I reach for her, and she slides into my arms like she belongs there, which she does. How'd you sleep? Good. I dreamed about flying again. She tilts her head back to look at me, her dark eyes, so much like mine, bright with excitement. But this time, I had rainbow wings, and I could carry people with me. Want to know who I carried? Tell me. I pour my coffee, inhaling the bitter aroma like it's life itself. You, obviously, and my teacher, Mr. Harrison, 'cause he's nice and he smells like those cinnamon things you put in your coffee. And Grammy, so she wouldn't have to walk so much when her hip hurts. She counts on her fingers, completely serious. Oh, and the librarian, Mrs. Scott, because she lets me take extra books home. My heart does this fluttery thing it always does when she talks about her dreams. At 8 years old, Stacy still believes in magic, still thinks the world is full of possibilities. I want to wrap that innocence around her like armor, protect it from all the sharp edges I know are coming. That's a lot of people to carry, I say, smoothing down her curls. Think your rainbow wings are strong enough? They're magic wings, Mama J. They can carry anyone who needs carrying. The coffee tastes like salvation as it hits my tongue. And I close my eyes for just a second, letting the caffeine work its way through my system. When I open them, Stacy's watching me with that too knowing expression that sometimes makes me forget she's still a child. You're tired again, she says. Not a question. I'm always tired, baby girl. That's what grown-ups do. We collect tired like other people collect stamps. She giggles, and the sound loosens something in my chest. That's silly. Why would anyone want to get tired? Because we're silly grown-ups who make silly choices. I kiss the top of her head, drawing in the warmth of her scent. Speaking of which, this silly grown-up needs to get ready for work, and this silly kid needs to get ready for school. Can I have the cereal with the marshmallows? Nice try. You can have cereal with fake fruit that's supposedly good for you. She makes an exaggerated groaning sound and throws herself dramatically against the counter. But the marshmallows give me energy for learning. The fake fruit gives you energy for learning. The marshmallows give you energy for bouncing off the walls, which your teacher does not appreciate. Mr. Harrison doesn't mind when I bounce. He says I have kinetic energy, and that's a good thing. I pause, my coffee mug halfway to my lips. He said that? Uh-huh. Yesterday, when I couldn't sit still during math, he said some people think better when they move around, and that's totally normal. Then he let me stand at the back of the class and do jumping jacks while I worked on my times tables. Something warm spreads through my chest. Gratitude, maybe, or relief. Most teachers have tried to make Stacy sit still, as if her natural energy is something to be contained rather than channeled. The fact that this new teacher gets her, makes me want to send him a thank you card. He sounds like a good teacher, I say carefully. He's the best. Yesterday he brought in his guitar and taught us a song about fractions. And he has green eyes like sea glass, and he always smells like books and that hand sanitizer from the nurse's office. I file away this information, the way I always do when Stacy talks about the adults in her life. It's a habit I developed years ago, cataloging the people who are kind to her, the ones who see her the way I do. Those people are rare, and I guard their names like treasures. All right, sea glass eyes aside, you still need to eat breakfast and get dressed. School starts in exactly 1 hour and 17 minutes. She salutes me with mock seriousness. Yes, ma'am, General Mama J. I watch her bounce toward her room, her energy infectious even at this ungodly hour. This is my favorite part of the day, these quiet morning moments before the world intrudes, when it's just us and the coffee and the possibility of flying on rainbow wings. My phone buzzes against the counter, and I glance at the screen. 3 missed calls from my manager at the bank. My stomach drops, because Nancy never calls this early unless something's wrong. Mama J! Stacy's voice carries from her room. Can you help me find my math folder? I can't remember where I put it. Check your backpack, I call back, already dialing Nancy's number. The phone rings once before she picks up. Janelle, thank God. Listen, I need you to come in early today. Marcus called in sick, and we've got that audit team coming in at 9. I know it's short notice, but... How early? I'm already calculating in my head. Drop-off time, traffic, the 15 minutes I usually spend in the car, psyching myself up for another day of pretending I have my life together. Like, now. I mean, as soon as you can get here, I'll owe you big time. I close my eyes, feeling the familiar weight of responsibility settle on my shoulders. I'll be there in 45 minutes. You're a lifesaver. Seriously. I hang up and lean against the counter, allowing myself exactly 5 seconds to feel sorry for myself. 5 seconds to imagine a world where I could drink my coffee slowly, where I could sit with Stacy while she eats her breakfast and tell me more about her dreams. 5 seconds. Then I'm moving again. Stacy, I call out, grabbing my travel mug and filling it with coffee. Change of plans, baby girl. We're leaving in 20 minutes. But I haven't found my math folder. Check the kitchen table. And hurry up with getting dressed. Mama J's got to save the world today. She appears in the doorway, clutching her math folder and wearing her school uniform inside out. How are you going to save the world? By making sure people's money doesn't disappear into thin air. I help her flip her shirt right side out, my fingers working quickly. Very important world-saving work. That doesn't sound like world-saving. That sounds like regular job stuff. Smart kid. Too smart sometimes. Regular job stuff is world-saving when it pays for our apartment and your school supplies and those books you're always bringing home from the library. She considers this while I braid her hair, my fingers working through the familiar routine. So you're like a superhero, but instead of fighting bad guys, you fight math? I fight spreadsheets and incompetent auditors, which is basically the same thing. She giggles, and I feel some of the tension ease from my shoulders. This is what I do it for. These moments of pure joy. This little girl who thinks I'm capable of fighting spreadsheets and saving the world. Can I have extra lunch money today? She asks, trying to sound casual. For the book fair. How much extra? Just like $20? I snort. $20? What are you buying? Leather-bound first editions. There's this really cool book about space, and another one about kids who solve mysteries, and $5. And only if you promise to read them, not just look at the pictures. Deal. She spins around, already running toward the door. But I always read them, Mama J. Pictures are just a bonus. I grab my purse, my keys, and the lunch I packed last night, doing a mental inventory of everything I need to remember. Parent-teacher conferences are next week. I need to request time off. Stacy needs new sneakers. Hers are starting to look more gray than white. The electric bill is due Friday, and I need to call the landlord about the leak in the bathroom ceiling. The list is endless, but it's mine. This life, this beautiful, exhausting, perfectly imperfect life, is mine. Ready, Mama J? Stacy's standing by the door, backpack on, hair braided, looking like she's ready to conquer the world. Ready, baby girl. We step out into the morning, and I lock the door behind us, tucking away another day, another small victory. The sun is just starting to peek over the buildings, painting everything in shades of gold and possibility. Mama J? Stacy slips her small hand into mine while making our way to the car. Yeah? I love our mornings. My throat tightens and I squeeze her hand. Me too, sunshine. Me too. The day ahead is going to be long, filled with spreadsheets and auditors, and the constant juggling act of being everything to everyone. But right now, in this moment, walking hand in hand with this incredible little person who chose me as much as I chose her, I feel like I could fly on rainbow wings, even without the magic.
Chapter 2. Peter. I'm standing in front of my new classroom at 6:30 a.m., holding a cup of coffee that's already gone cold and staring at 24 empty desks like they hold the secrets to the universe. 3 weeks into the school year, and I still get this flutter of nervous energy every morning. Part excitement, part terror, all possibility. The morning light streams through the tall windows, casting everything in that golden glow that makes even the most mundane things look hopeful. I've always been a sucker for good lighting, probably a remnant from my college photography days, when I thought I might capture the world through a lens instead of shaping it through lesson plans. My fingers drum against the coffee mug as I mentally review today's agenda. Math explorations with manipulatives, a reading circle where Stacy Smith will undoubtedly blow everyone's minds with her vocabulary, and this afternoon, parent-teacher conferences. The thought makes my stomach do a little flip, not because I'm worried about discussing the kid's progress, but because I know I'm going to see her again. Janelle Smith. I've been teaching for 6 years and I've met hundreds of parents. Soccer moms with their color-coordinated calendars, helicopter dads who want to micromanage every assignment, grandparents who smell like peppermint and tell stories about walking uphill, both ways to school. But none of them have ever made me forget how to form complete sentences the way Stacy's mom did during our brief introduction 3 weeks ago. It wasn't just that she's beautiful, though she is in this understated way that creeps up on you. Warm brown skin that seems to glow from within, natural curls pulled back in a style that's professional but shows she doesn't have time for fuss, and these dark eyes that seem to see right through whatever nonsense you're trying to sell. But it was more than that. It was the way she looked at Stacy, like that kid hung the moon and painted all the stars for good measure. It was the protective way she stood, like she was ready to fight dragons if they so much as looked sideways at her daughter. I've always been drawn to fierce women, but there was something about Janelle Smith that made me want to prove I was worthy of that fierce protection, even though I had no business thinking about a parent that way. Mr. Harrison? I turned to find Stacy standing in my doorway, backpack already in place, looking like she's been awake for hours. Most 8-year-olds stumble into school looking half asleep, but this kid always arrives with the energy of someone who's excited about what the day might bring. Good morning, Stacy. You're here early today. She shrugs, but there's something careful about the gesture. Mama J had to drop me off on her way to work. She said there's some emergency with numbers and computers. I smile, because that sounds exactly like how a bank emergency would be explained to an 8-year-old. Well, their loss is my gain. Want to help me set up the science experiment for this afternoon? Her face lights up like I've just offered her the keys to Disney World. Can I? What kind of experiment? Density towers. We're going to layer different liquids to see how they separate based on their weight. I gesture toward the supply closet. Think you can handle measuring corn syrup without getting it all over the place? I'm very good at not making messes, she says with the seriousness of someone who's had to be good at a lot of things. Mama J says I have exceptional fine motor control for my age. There it is again, the casual mention of her mom that makes my chest feel tight. I've noticed that Stacy talks about her mother the way other kids talk about superheroes, with this mixture of awe and absolute certainty that she's the most important person in the world. She's right. Your handwriting is better than half the teachers in this building. I hand her a measuring cup and watch as she carefully pours the corn syrup, her tongue poking out slightly in concentration. Can I ask you something, Stacy? Sure. Does your mom ever... does she talk about school? About how things are going for you here? Stacy glances up at me, and for a moment she looks older than her 8 years. She worries a lot. Not about my grades or anything, because I'm smart and she knows it. But she worries about whether I'm happy, and whether people are nice to me, and whether I have friends. She pauses, considering. Sometimes I hear her talking on the phone with Grammy, and she says things like, I just want her to feel normal, which is silly, because normal is boring. My throat feels tight. There's something about the matter-of-fact way she says it that tells me this kid has been paying attention to adult conversations for longer than she should have to. What do you think makes her worry? I think she's scared someone's going to try to take me away from her. The words come out quietly, and she doesn't look at me when she says them. Not like kidnapping or anything. But she gets this look sometimes when people ask questions about my dad, or when forms ask for both parents' signatures. Like she's holding her breath and waiting for someone to say she's not enough. The measuring cup nearly slips from my fingers. This kid is 8 years old, and she's reading Family Dynamics like she's got a PhD in psychology. More than that, she's protective of her mother, which makes me want to wrap them both in bubble wrap and promise them that nobody's going to hurt them on my watch. For what it's worth, I say carefully, I think your mom is pretty amazing. Any kid would be lucky to have someone who loves them that much. Stacy beams at me, and the worry lines that had appeared around her eyes smooth out. She is amazing. She makes the best pancakes, and she knows all the words to every Disney song, and she can fix anything that's broken. Well, except for the coffee maker last month. But that wasn't really broken, it was just old and tired. Sounds like my kind of woman, I mutter without thinking, then immediately want to kick myself. Way to be professional, Harrison. But Stacy just giggles. She'd like you, I think. You smell like books, and you let me move around when I'm thinking, and you don't talk to me like I'm stupid just because I'm little. You're not little, you're just compact. Big brains come in all sizes. She's still laughing when the first bell rings, and other kids start filtering into the classroom. I watch her transform into social butterfly mode, greeting everyone with genuine enthusiasm while simultaneously organizing her desk space with military precision. There's something about the way she moves through the world, confident but watchful, open but guarded, that reminds me of someone. Her mother. The day passes in its usual blur of math manipulatives, reading groups, and the low-level chaos that comes with managing 24 second graders. But underneath it all, I'm thinking about this afternoon, about sitting across from Janelle Smith and trying to have a professional conversation while my brain keeps cataloging the way her lips curve when she smiles at her daughter. By 3:30, the kids are gone, and I'm sitting in my classroom, reviewing Stacy's portfolio and working to understand how to explain to her mother that her 8-year-old daughter is reading at a 6th grade level and solving math problems that would challenge some high schoolers. It's a good problem to have, but it's still a problem. Gifted kids need different kinds of support, different challenges, and parents don't always know how to navigate that. A soft knock on my doorframe makes me look up, and there she is. Janelle Smith is wearing a navy blazer over dark jeans, and her hair is in the same professional twist I remember from our first meeting. But there are tired lines around her eyes, and she's carrying herself like someone who's been running on fumes and caffeine for too long. Miss Smith. I stand up and immediately feel like an awkward teenager again. Thank you for coming. Sorry I'm a few minutes late. Traffic was insane, and I had to change out of my work clothes. She steps into the classroom, looking around with the deliberate care of someone who wants to understand the space where her child spends her days. This is lovely. Very warm. Thanks. I believe kids learn better when they feel safe and comfortable. I gesture toward the small table I've set up near the windows. Please, have a seat. She settles into the chair across from me, and I catch a faint scent of something that might be vanilla mixed with coffee. Professional, I remind myself. You're being professional. So, she says, folding her hands on the table, how's Stacy doing? And please don't sugarcoat anything. I'd rather know if there's a problem so we can fix it. The directness surprises me, though it shouldn't. This is a woman who's clearly used to handling things head-on. Actually, the opposite. Stacy is remarkable. Her reading comprehension is off the charts, her mathematical reasoning is sophisticated, and her emotional intelligence is honestly a little staggering for someone her age. I watch as relief floods her features, followed quickly by something that might be pride mixed with worry. That's good. It's very good, but it also means we need to talk about some adjustments to make sure she's being challenged appropriately. I pulled out her portfolio, opening it to a writing sample that made me do a double take when I first read it. Look at this. She leans forward, and I try not to notice the way her blazer falls open slightly, or the fact that she smells like vanilla and something else I can't identify, but want to bottle. Focus, Harrison. This is a story she wrote last week about a girl who builds a time machine out of kitchen appliances so she can go back and save the dinosaurs. I point to a particular paragraph. Look at the vocabulary she's using. Prehistoric, catastrophic, temporal displacement. Most adults don't use words like that in casual conversation. Janelle's reading, her lips moving slightly as she works through the story, and I find myself wondering what those lips would feel like. Professional. Be professional. She's always been like this, she says quietly, reading everything she can get her hands on, asking questions that make me feel like I need to go back to school. She looks up at me, and there's something vulnerable in her expression. Is this normal? I mean, I know she's smart, but sometimes I worry that she's too smart, if that makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Gifted kids can be challenging to parents because they don't fit the typical developmental patterns. But you're doing an amazing job with her. How can you tell? I'm taken aback by the question with its simplicity. Because she talks about you like you hung the moon. Because she's confident but not arrogant. Curious but respectful. Because when I ask her what she wants to be when she grows up, She says, someone who helps people like my mom does. I lean back in my chair, trying to maintain some professional distance. Kids don't turn out like that by accident. She's quiet for a long moment, and I watch as she processes this information. There's something almost fragile about the way she's holding herself, like she's not used to being told she's doing things right. So what do we do? She asks finally. How do we make sure she's, I don't know, getting what she needs? Well, there are a few options. We could look into the gifted and talented program, which would mean she'd spend part of her day in accelerated classes with older kids. We could also supplement her regular classwork with independent projects that let her explore topics that interest her. And you think she needs this? I think she deserves it. There's a difference. I close the portfolio and lean forward slightly. Stacy is exceptional, Mrs. Smith. Not just academically, but as a person. She's kind, she's thoughtful, she includes kids who get left out, and she has this way of seeing the world that makes everyone around her want to be better. I pause, wondering if I'm saying too much. You should be incredibly proud of the person you're raising. Something shifts in her expression, and for a moment her professional mask slips. I am. Proud, I mean. Every single day she does something that amazes me. But it's also terrifying because I keep waiting for someone to tell me I'm screwing it up. You're not screwing it up. How can you be so sure? You've known us for 3 weeks. Because I've been watching her for 3 weeks. And kids who are screwed up don't write stories about saving dinosaurs, or ask if they can help clean up after art class, or worry about whether their classmates understand the math homework. I realize I'm leaning closer to her, close enough to spot the glimmers of gold in her dark eyes. Trust me on this one. She's looking at me like she's trying to figure out whether I'm being honest or just telling her what she wants to hear. The intensity of her gaze makes something flutter in my chest, and I have to resist the urge to adjust my collar. Can I ask you something? She says finally. Of course. Why teaching? I mean, you seem like someone who could do anything, so why did you choose to spend your days with other people's kids? The question surprises me with its personal nature, but there's something about the way she asks it that tempts me to give her a real answer instead of the polished response I usually give to parents. Because kids like Stacy exist, I say simply. Because every classroom has at least one kid who's exceptional in some way, and most of the time nobody notices. They're too busy trying to make everyone fit the same mold. I run my hand through my hair, a nervous habit I've never been able to shake. My mom raised 3 kids by herself while working 2 jobs. I was the middle kid, the quiet one who liked books more than sports. I had teachers who saw that and nurtured it, and teachers who tried to make me into something I wasn't. The difference was everything. She's listening with an intensity that causes me to feel like every word matters. And you want to be the teacher who sees. I want to be the teacher who helps kids become the best version of themselves, not the version that's easiest to manage. I pause, realizing how intense this conversation has gotten. Sorry. I didn't mean to get all philosophical on you. Don't apologize. I like that you think about it that deeply. She glances around the classroom again, and I follow her gaze, seeing it through her eyes. The reading corner with its soft pillows and warm lighting. The science station with its organized chaos of supplies. The wall where I display every piece of student work, regardless of ability level. Stacy's lucky to have you. I'm lucky to have her. She makes my job easy. Somehow I doubt that. There's something almost teasing in her tone, and it makes me want to find ways to make her smile. She can be intense. Intense is good. Intense means she cares about things. Even when she spends 20 minutes explaining why the cafeteria should serve sushi instead of pizza? I laugh, remembering that particular lunch conversation. Especially then. Do you know she actually researched the nutritional benefits and did a cost analysis? Of course she did. Janelle shakes her head, but she's smiling now, and the transformation is stunning. The tired lines around her eyes disappear, and suddenly she looks younger, lighter. Sometimes I don't know where she gets it from. Are you kidding? She gets it from you. The curiosity, the determination, the way she fights for what she believes in. I realize what I've just said and feel heat creep up my neck. I mean, from what I can observe as her teacher. Something flickers in her expression. Surprise, maybe, or something deeper that I can't quite read. We're looking at each other across this small table, and the space between us feels charged with possibility. Mr. Harrison, she says quietly. The soft curl of her lips when she says my name makes my pulse quicken. Peter. You can call me Peter. Peter. She tests the name, and I like the way it sounds in her voice. Can I ask you one more thing? Anything. Are you always invested in your students' families? The question hangs in the quiet that separates us, loaded with implications that have unrelated to educational philosophy and all things related to the way I can't stop looking at her mouth when she talks. No, I say honestly, I'm not. The admission sits between us like a confession, and I watch as understanding dawns in her eyes. She doesn't look away, doesn't make excuses to leave. Instead, she holds my gaze for a long moment that feels like the beginning of something I'm not sure either of us is ready for. She glances at her watch and sighs. I should go. Stacy's at after-school care, and they charge by the minute if you're late. Of course. I stand up, hating that this conversation has to end. I'll put together some information about the gifted program and email it to you. And if you have any questions, any at all, please don't hesitate to reach out. I will. She gathers her purse but doesn't move toward the door. Peter? Yeah. Thank you. For seeing her. For seeing us. The words are quiet, but they hit me like a punch to the chest. It means more than you know. Before I can respond, she's walking toward the door, leaving me standing in my empty classroom with the scent of vanilla lingering in the air and the certainty that everything just changed. I sink back into my chair and stare at the spot where she was sitting, replaying every moment of our conversation. Professional boundaries, I remind myself. She's a parent, you're a teacher, and getting involved would be complicated at best and career-ending at worst. But as I pack up my things and head toward the parking lot, I can't stop thinking about the way she looked when she smiled, or the protective fierceness in her voice when she talked about her daughter, or the way she said my name like it meant something. This is dangerous territory, and I know it. The problem is, I'm not sure I care.
Chapter 3. Janelle. 3 weeks after that parent-teacher conference, I'm standing in the school pickup line, trying not to look for Peter Harrison's sandy brown hair through the crowd of teachers on duty. Trying and failing spectacularly, because apparently my brain has decided that spotting Stacy's teacher has become as essential as breathing. This is ridiculous. I'm a grown woman with a mortgage and an 8-year-old daughter and approximately 17 different responsibilities that should be occupying my mental space. I should not be wondering if he's wearing that blue button-down that makes his eyes look like sea glass, or if he'll smile that slightly crooked smile when he sees me. Mama J, there's Mr. Harrison. Stacy's voice cuts through my internal lecture as she bounces toward the car, backpack flying behind her like a cape. Can I go say hi, please? I want to tell him about the book I finished last night. Before I can answer, she's already veering toward the cluster of teachers, and I have no choice but to follow. Peter's standing near the flagpole, clipboard in hand, helping organize the chaos of pickup time. When he sees Stacy approaching, his whole face lights up in a way that does something unfortunate to my pulse. Stacy, how was your day? He crouches down to her level, giving her his full attention in a manner that causes kids to feel like they're the most important person in the world. Amazing! Guess what? I finished A Wrinkle in Time last night, and I have so many questions about tesseracts and dimensional travel and... Whoa, slow down there, speed reader. Peter's laughing, and the sound is warm and genuine. That's a pretty advanced book. What did you think of Meg's character development? I watch as my daughter launches into an analysis that would impress most high school students, complete with gestures and facial expressions that mirror her excitement. But what strikes me most is the way Peter listens, not with the patronizing patience adults usually reserve for children, but with real interest, asking follow-up questions that show he's genuinely engaged with her thoughts. That's a fascinating interpretation. He says, when she finally pauses for breath, "Have you thought about writing your own story with a character who travels through dimensions?" Could I? Would that be too hard? Nothing's too hard for someone with your imagination. We could even make it a special project if you're interested. Stacy practically vibrates with excitement, and I find myself smiling despite my attempts to maintain emotional distance. This man has been teaching my daughter for less than a month, and he already understands her better than some people who've known her for years. "Miss Smith." Peter straightens up, and suddenly I'm very aware of how the afternoon sunlight catches the golden threads in his hair. "How are you doing?" "Fine, thank you." The words come out more formally than I intended, and I see something flicker across his expression. Ready to go home and tackle homework. Actually, speaking of homework, I wanted to mention that Stacy's been helping some of the other kids with their math during free time. She has a real gift for explaining concepts in ways that make sense to her peers. There it is again. That warm pride that spreads through my chest whenever someone recognizes how special Stacy is. She's always been good at helping others understand things. It's more than that. She's patient, encouraging, never makes anyone feel stupid for not getting it right away. He pauses and I catch him looking at me with something that feels too intense for a casual pickup conversation. I wonder where she gets that from. The compliment hits me unexpectedly and I feel heat creep up my neck. She's just naturally kind. Kindness like that is taught, not inherited. Before I can figure out how to respond to that, Stacy tugs on my jacket sleeve. "Mama J, can Mr. Harrison come to our apartment for dinner sometime? I want to show him my book collection, and you make the best spaghetti in the world." My stomach drops. Of all the things for her to say in front of him, in the middle of the school pickup line where other parents can hear. "Stacy, Mr. Harrison is very busy and..." "Actually," Peter interrupts gently, "I think your mom's spaghetti sounds amazing. But maybe we should let her decide when she's ready for dinner guests." There's something in the way he says it that pulls my eyes his way more closely. He's not just being polite to a student. There's genuine interest in his expression, mixed with something that looks like hope. "We should go," I say quickly, taking Stacy's hand. "Lots of homework to tackle." "Of course." "Have a good evening, ladies." As we walk toward the car, I can feel him watching us, and I have to resist the urge to turn around. Stacy chatters the entire way about her day, about the story she wants to write, about how Mr. Harrison always smells like coffee and books, and something else she can't identify but likes. "He's really nice, isn't he, Mama J?" "He seems like a good teacher," I say carefully, starting the car. "Do you think he's handsome?" I nearly choke on my own breath. "Stacy, that's not an appropriate question to ask about your teacher." "But do you?" She's looking at me with those two knowing eyes that make me forget she's 8 years old. "Because Grammy always says, handsome is as handsome does. And Mr. Harrison does a lot of handsome things." What does that even mean? He stays after school to help kids who are struggling. He bought art supplies with his own money when the school ran out. He always remembers everyone's birthday and makes them feel special. She counts on her fingers like she's presenting evidence. And yesterday, when Marcus fell down at recess and scraped his knee, Mr. Harrison carried him to the nurse's office and stayed with him until his mom came. My heart does this traitorous fluttering thing that I've been trying to ignore for weeks. Those are nice things to do. So you do think he's handsome? I think we should talk about your homework instead of your teacher's appearance. But Stacy just grins, and I know she's filed away my non-denial for future reference. This kid is too smart for her own good sometimes. The next morning, I'm running late because the coffee maker decided to die overnight, and the last thing I need is to run into Peter Harrison while I'm looking frazzled and uncaffeinated. Of course, the universe has a sense of humor because he's standing right by the front entrance when Stacy and I hurry up the sidewalk. Good morning, ladies. You look like you're having one of those mornings. I'm very aware that my hair is in a messy bun, held together by a pencil, and I'm wearing yesterday's blazer because I forgot to pick up my dry cleaning. Coffee maker emergency. Don't ask. Ah, the universal crisis. His smile is sympathetic rather than amused. There's actually a really good coffee cart that sets up across the street around 7:30. Maria makes the best café con leche in the city. Thanks, but I don't really have time for coffee cart detours in the morning. What if I told you she also makes these incredible breakfast empanadas that would solve your forgot to pack lunch again problem? I stop walking and stare at him. How do you know I forgot to pack lunch? Lucky guess. Plus, Stacy mentioned yesterday that you sometimes eat vending machine crackers for lunch when work gets crazy. The fact that he's been paying attention to details about my life sends a warm spiral through my chest that I absolutely do not have time to analyze. Stacy talks too much. Stacy cares about you. There's a difference. Before I can respond, the morning bell rings, and Stacy gives me a quick hug before running toward her classroom. I'm left standing on the sidewalk with Peter, very aware that I should say goodbye and head to work, but somehow not moving. The coffee cart thing, I say finally. You weren't just making that up to be nice? Scout's honor. Though full disclosure, I was never actually a scout. He adjusts his bag strap, a gesture I'm starting to recognize as nervous energy. But Maria's empanadas are legendary. Ask anyone. I might check it out sometime. Tomorrow's Friday. She makes spinach and cheese empanadas on Fridays. There's something about the way he says it that makes me suspect this isn't casual information sharing. Are you suggesting I have a spinach and cheese empanada emergency waiting to happen? I'm suggesting that everyone deserves good coffee and a decent breakfast, especially people who work as hard as you do. The sincerity in his voice catches me off guard. Most people don't notice how hard I work, or if they do, they don't comment on it. How do you know how hard I work? Because Stacy talks about you like you're a superhero, but she also mentions that you fall asleep reading to her sometimes, and that you drink coffee for dinner when you're working late on bank stuff. He pauses, and when he continues, his voice is gentler. And because I recognize the signs of someone who's carrying everything on their own shoulders. The observation hits too close to home, and I feel my defenses rising. I'm fine. We're fine. I didn't say you weren't. I just said you work hard. He takes a step back, and I realize my body language has gone defensive. I should let you get to work. Have a good day, Janelle. The way he says my name, not Miss Smith, but Janelle, makes something flutter in my stomach. By the time I think of a response, he's already walking toward the school entrance, leaving me standing on the sidewalk, wondering why I feel like I just failed some kind of test. That afternoon, I find myself leaving work 15 minutes early, telling myself it's because I want to beat traffic, not because I want to see if Peter's on pickup duty again. When I arrive at school, he's not outside, and I tell myself the disappointment I feel is completely unreasonable. Mama J. Stacy bounds out of the building, but instead of her usual exuberant energy, she looks concerned. Mr. Harrison wasn't feeling good today. He had to go home early, and Mrs. Peterson covered our class this afternoon. Oh. The word slips out more bluntly than I meant. Is he okay? Mrs. Peterson said he just had a headache, but he looked really tired. Like the kind of tiredness you get when you worry too much about things. I know that kind of tired intimately, and the fact that Stacy can recognize it in someone else makes my chest tight. I'm sure he'll be fine after some rest. Can we make him soup? You always make soup when I'm not feeling good, and it always helps. The suggestion is so innocent, so genuinely caring, that I almost say yes before my practical side kicks in. Sweetie, we don't really know Mr. Harrison well enough to show up at his house with soup. But we know he's nice, and he takes care of us at school. So shouldn't we take care of him when he's not feeling good? The logic is 8-year-old simple and completely unarguable. More than that, the idea of Peter being sick and alone bothers me more than it should. But showing up at his house with homemade soup crosses about 17 different boundaries that I've been trying to maintain. Maybe we could make him a card instead, I suggested. Something to let him know we hope he feels better. Stacy considers this, then nods. Okay, but can we also make extra soup? Just in case we see him and he looks like he needs soup? Fine. We can make extra soup. That evening, while Stacy works on an elaborate get-well card featuring rainbows and unicorns, I find myself making a double batch of my mother's chicken and rice soup. It's comfort food at its finest, the kind of thing that fixes everything from broken hearts to head colds, and definitely not the kind of thing you make for your daughter's teacher unless you're trying to send a message, which I'm not, obviously. The next morning, I'm standing in front of my closet for an embarrassingly long time, trying to decide what to wear, to drop off soup, to a man I definitely don't have feelings for. I settle on dark jeans and a soft green sweater that brings out my eyes, then immediately second-guess myself because caring about how I look definitely constitutes sending a message. By the time we arrive at school, I've convinced myself this is a terrible idea at least 6 times. But Stacy's excitement about delivering her card keeps me from backing out. Peter's car is in the parking lot, which means he's feeling well enough to be at work, which means I don't actually need to. Mama J, there he is. Before I can stop her, Stacy's running toward the front entrance where Peter's standing with his morning coffee, looking perfectly healthy if a little tired around the edges. He sees us approaching and smiles, that warm expression that always makes my stomach flip. Good morning, ladies. Stacy, I heard you were worried about me yesterday. Mrs. Peterson said you had a headache and looked worried tired. Are you feeling better? She hands him the card with the solemnity of someone presenting a state document. I made this for you. Peter opens the card carefully, and I watch as his expression softens while he reads whatever elaborate message Stacy wrote inside. This is beautiful, Stacy. Thank you. It definitely makes me feel better. Mama J made you soup too, but she's being weird about giving it to you because she says we don't know you well enough, which is silly because you know all about my reading level and my favorite books, and that I'm allergic to strawberries. I want the ground to open up and swallow me whole. Stacy, you made me soup. Peter's looking at me with surprise and something else I can't quite identify. You didn't have to do that. It's nothing special. Just chicken and rice, and we made extra anyway, so. I'm babbling, and I need to stop talking immediately. If you want it, no pressure. I would love some soup, especially if it's made by someone who Stacy claims makes the best spaghetti in the world. There's something teasing in his tone that makes heat creep up my neck. She exaggerates. Somehow I doubt that. We're standing there looking at each other, and I'm very aware that this feels like something more than a casual interaction between a parent and teacher. The morning sunlight is doing interesting things to his hair, and he's got that slightly rumpled look that suggests he's been running his hands through it. I should get the soup from the car, I say finally. I'll walk with you. We leave Stacy with the promise that she'll go straight to her classroom, and I try not to be hyper-aware of Peter, walking beside me as we head toward the parking lot. He's wearing dark jeans and a gray sweater that fits him. That made me wonder if he works out, and I need to stop noticing things like that immediately. This is really thoughtful, he says as I hand him the container of soup. I don't think anyone's made me homemade soup since my mom moved to Florida. It's just soup. No, it's not just soup. It's you taking time out of your evening to take care of someone, even though you barely know me. He pauses, and when I look up at him, there's something vulnerable in his expression. Thank you, Janelle. Really. The way he says my name is becoming a problem. It's warm and careful, like he's tasting the syllables, and it makes me want to hear him say it again. You take care of Stacy every day. It's the least I can do. Taking care of Stacy is my job. He holds up the soup container. This is something else entirely. There's a charge hanging heavy between us, something that feels dangerous and exciting and completely inappropriate, given that we're standing in a school parking lot at 8 in the morning. I should say something professional, something that puts us back on safe ground. Instead, I hear myself saying, Stacy really was worried about you yesterday. She notices when people she cares about aren't okay. She cares about me? Are you kidding? You're all she talks about. Mr. Harrison said this. Mr. Harrison thinks that. Did you know Mr. Harrison can play guitar? I catch myself smiling. You've made quite an impression. The feeling is mutual. She's an incredible kid. She is. And she's lucky to have a teacher who sees that. We're standing near enough to catch the tiny specks of gold in his green eyes, and I'm having trouble remembering why maintaining professional distance is so important. He smells like coffee, and something clean and masculine that makes me want to step closer instead of backing away. Janelle, he says quietly, and there's something in his voice that makes my pulse quicken. Yeah? Would it be completely inappropriate if I said I'm hoping for more soup emergencies in the future? The question hangs between us, loaded with implications unconnected to cooking and everything associated with the way he's looking at me like I'm something precious. Probably, I say honestly. Probably. He agrees, but he's smiling when he says it. The school bell rings, breaking the moment, and I step back, suddenly aware of where we are and what this probably looks like to anyone watching. I should go, I say. Work and all that. Of course. Thank you again for the soup. And Janelle? I turn back to him, already knowing I shouldn't. If you ever decide to check out that coffee cart, I'll probably be there around 7:45 most mornings. It's not exactly an invitation, but it's not an invitation either. I nod once, not trusting myself to speak, and walk back to my car with the distinct feeling that everything just shifted in a way I'm not sure I'm ready for. As I drive to work, I catch myself checking my reflection in the rearview mirror and wondering what Peter Harrison sees when he looks at me. Then I remind myself that it doesn't matter because he's Stacy's teacher, and I'm a single mother with enough complications in my life already. But that evening, when Stacy asks if we can make extra soup again next week, I don't immediately say no. And when I'm lying in bed that night, I find myself thinking about coffee carts and 7:45 in the morning and the way Peter said my name like it meant something important.
Chapter 4. Peter. The school's fall carnival is in full swing, and I'm manning the ring toss booth while trying not to scan the crowd for a familiar head of natural curls. It's been 2 weeks since the soup incident, and I've seen Janelle exactly 4 times during pickup, each interaction polite, professional, and frustratingly brief. She's been avoiding the coffee cart too, despite my not-so-subtle mention of my morning routine. I'm starting to think I imagined the entire moment in the parking lot when a voice beside me says, "Mr. Harrison, you're not very good at this game." I turned to find Stacy grinning at me, her face painted like a butterfly and her arms full of carnival prizes. Behind her, Janelle approaches with the slightly overwhelmed expression of someone who's been following an 8-year-old through a maze of sugar-fueled chaos for the past hour. "Stacy's been dominating every game booth," Janelle says, and there's pride mixed with exasperation in her voice. "I think we've officially won half the prize inventory." "That's because I have excellent hand-eye coordination," Stacy announces with the confidence of someone who's never met a challenge she couldn't conquer. "Want me to show you how to do the ring toss properly?" Before I can answer, she's demonstrating technique with the seriousness of an Olympic coach, explaining trajectory and physics in terms that would impress most high school students. I catch Janelle watching her daughter with that soft expression she gets when Stacy's brilliance catches her off guard, even though it shouldn't surprise her anymore. "She's been like this all afternoon," Janelle says quietly, analyzing the mathematical probability of every game, calculating optimal strategies. She shakes her head, but she's smiling. "Sometimes I forget she's 8. Sometimes I think she's smarter than half the adults here." "Only half?" The teasing note in her voice that moves me looks at her more closely. She's wearing dark jeans and a soft burgundy sweater that brings out the warmth in her skin, and her hair is down tonight, falling in loose curls around her shoulders. She looks relaxed in a way I haven't seen before, like the carnival atmosphere has loosened some of the protective walls she usually keeps in place. "Mama J, can I go try the basketball game? Tommy from my class said it's rigged, but I think I can figure out the physics." "Stay where I can see you," Janelle calls as Stacy bounces away, her butterfly wings catching the string lights that illuminate the playground. "She's going to have that game figured out in 10 minutes, I say, watching Stacy assess the basketball hoop with the intensity of an engineer. "Probably. Then she'll spend another 10 minutes explaining to anyone who'll listen exactly why the rim is slightly smaller than regulation size." Janelle shifts the enormous stuffed unicorn she's carrying. This thing is ridiculous, by the way. I don't know where we're going to put it. "Stacy won that. Ring toss. 3 throws, 3 perfect rings." The teenager running the booth looked like he'd seen a ghost. I laugh, because of course Stacy dominated the ring toss after giving me a physics lecture. She's remarkable. She is, but she's also 8, and 8-year-olds don't need to win every game at the school carnival. There's something careful in Janelle's tone, like she's trying to figure out the right balance between encouraging Stacy's gifts and letting her be a kid. "What do you mean?" She adjusts her grip on the unicorn, and she appears before me, choosing her words carefully. "Sometimes I worry that being exceptional becomes its own kind of pressure, like she feels like she has to be the smartest person in every room, or she's disappointing people." The insight hits me hard, because I recognize the weight she's describing. Did you feel that way? Growing up? Sometimes. She glances toward where Stacy's methodically analyzing the basketball game setup. When you're different, when you're ahead of your peers academically, it can be isolating. I don't want that for her. What do you want for her? I want her to be proud of who she is without feeling like she has to prove anything to anyone. I want her to have friends and sleepovers and normal kid problems. She pauses. I want her to know that being loved isn't contingent on being perfect. There's something raw in the way she says the last part, like it's a lesson she learned the hard way. Before I can figure out how to respond, Stacy comes bounding back, basketball in hand and triumph written across her face. I figured it out. The rim is exactly 1 inch smaller than regulation, and the ball pressure is about 15% lower than standard, which affects the bounce trajectory. She demonstrates with a perfect shot that swishes through the net. Want to see me do it again? We've been here for 2 hours, baby girl, Janelle says gently. Maybe it's time to head home. Stacy's face falls slightly, but she nods with the resignation of someone who's used to having her fun cut short by practical considerations. Can we get hot chocolate first? Please. They have the kind with the little marshmallows. I watched Janelle calculate in her head the cost, the time, the energy required to manage a sugar-hyped 8-year-old. It's a calculation I've seen her make dozens of times during school events, always weighing what Stacy wants against what's practical. Actually, I say before I can stop myself, I was just about to grab some hot chocolate myself. Mind if I join you? A glow spreads across Stacy's face like I've just offered her the moon. Really? Can he, Mama J? Please. Janelle looks at me with something I can't quite read. You don't have to. I know I don't have to. I want to. I step out from behind the ring toss booth, giving my replacement volunteer a quick explanation. Besides, someone should hear Stacy's full analysis of carnival game physics. I'm genuinely curious about her basketball calculations. Yes! Stacy pumps her fist in the air. This is going to be the best hot chocolate ever! As we make our way toward the refreshment stand, I fall into step beside Janelle while Stacy skips ahead, chattering about optimal basketball angles and gravitational coefficients. A brisk breeze carries the whisper of real fall weather, and the carnival lights cast everything in a warm, golden glow that makes the ordinary playground feel magical. You're good with her, Janelle says quietly. She makes it easy. She's got this way of seeing the world that makes everything more interesting. Most adults find her intensity overwhelming. Most adults are idiots. The blunt response surprises a laugh out of her, and the sound does something dangerous to my pulse. When Janelle laughs, really laughs, her whole face transforms. The careful guardedness disappears, and she looks younger, freer, like someone who remembers how to find joy in unexpected moments. That's certainly one way to put it. We reach the hot chocolate stand, where a parent volunteer is ladling steaming liquid into paper cups with the efficiency of someone who's done this approximately 300 times tonight. Stacy orders hers with extra marshmallows and immediately launches into an explanation of marshmallow density and heat transfer rates that makes the volunteer look both impressed and slightly concerned. She's not actually going to drink that, Janelle murmurs as we watch Stacy scientifically arrange her marshmallows. She's going to conduct thermal experiments until it's cold. Does that bother you? Are you kidding? I love watching her brain work. It's like having a front row seat to see someone figure out how the world fits together. She accepts her hot chocolate and wraps her hands around the cup. I just worry sometimes that other people see it as weird instead of wonderful. Their loss. She glances at me sideways. You really mean that? Of course I mean it. Stacy's curiosity and intelligence are gifts. Anyone who can't see that isn't worth worrying about. Spoken like someone who's never had to navigate parent-teacher conferences where other parents complain that your kid is disrupting the curve. The casual mention of past difficulties makes my chest tight. That happened? More than once. Turns out some people don't appreciate it when an 8-year-old can solve math problems faster than their 10-year-old. She takes a sip of her hot chocolate, and I catch the slight tension in her shoulders that suggests this is still a source of stress. It's one of the reasons I was nervous about meeting with you that first time. You were nervous? Terrified. Stacy was so excited about her new teacher, and I was just waiting for someone to tell me she was too much, too intense, too. She trails off, staring into her cup. Too what? Too everything. Too smart, too curious, too eager to share what she knows. Janelle's voice is quiet, but there's old pain underneath the words. Kids like Stacy don't always fit into neat educational boxes, and teachers don't always know what to do with that. I set down my hot chocolate and turn to face her fully. Janelle, look at me. She does, and I notice the vulnerability she's trying to hide behind her practical exterior. Stacy is not too much. She's not too anything. She's exactly who she's supposed to be, and any teacher who can't see that doesn't deserve to be in the same room with her. I pause, making sure she's really hearing me. She's remarkable because you've raised her to believe that curiosity and intelligence are things to be celebrated, not hidden. Something shifts in her expression, and for a moment the careful walls she keeps in place seem to crack just slightly. You have no idea how much I needed to hear that. How long have you been carrying this worry? Since she started school, maybe longer. She glances toward where Stacy's conducting what appears to be a marshmallow flotation experiment. When you're responsible for someone that special, you spend a lot of time terrified that you're going to screw it up. You're not screwing it up. You're giving her exactly what she needs: support, love, and the confidence to be herself. How can you be so sure? Because I know what it looks like when a kid doesn't have that. I take a breath, debating how much to share. My mom raised 3 boys on her own while working 2 jobs. She didn't have a lot of time for homework, help, or science projects, but she made sure we knew we were loved and that she believed in us. That foundation is everything. Janelle's listening with an awareness that moves me to want to tell her things I don't usually share. What happened to your dad? Left when I was 12. Decided that supporting a family was too much responsibility. The old anger is still there, but it's dulled by years and distance. My mom never said a bad word about him in front of us, but I could see how hard she worked to fill the gap he left. That must have been difficult. It was. But it also taught me what real strength looks like. My mom was this tiny woman who worked double shifts at a factory and still found time to come to our school plays and help with homework when she could. I find myself smiling at the memory. She had this way of making each of us feel like we were her favorite, even though we all knew she loved us equally. She sounds amazing. She was. Is. She moved to Florida a few years ago to be closer to my brother's kids. I take a sip of hot chocolate, surprised by how easy it is to talk to Janelle about this. But watching her raise us on her own, seeing how she navigated the challenges of single parenthood, it gave me a lot of respect for what you're doing. Janelle's quiet for a long moment, and when she speaks, her voice is softer than usual. It's scary sometimes. Making all the decisions alone, knowing that every choice affects her future. But you're not really alone, are you? You have people who care about Stacy, who want to support both of you. Like who? Like me. The words hang between us, heavier than I intended, but completely honest. Janelle shot me a look that could be surprising mixed with gratitude, and I realize we've moved into territory that goes beyond the professional relationship between a teacher and parent. Peter, she says quietly, and the sound of her voice when she says my name makes my pulse quicken. Yeah? Why are you doing this? The hot chocolate, the conversations, the interest in our lives. There's no accusation in her voice, just genuine curiosity. I mean, you could have a drink with any parent here tonight. But I don't want to have a drink with any other parent. Why not? I look at her, really look at her, taking in the way the carnival lights catch the gold flecks in her dark eyes, the slight curve of her lips as she waits for my answer, the way she's holding herself like she's braced for disappointment but hoping to be surprised. Because you're not like anyone else I've met. Because you're raising an incredible daughter with grace and intelligence, and so much love that it shows in everything she does. Because when you smile, really smile, it changes your whole face with the effect of me forgetting why I was nervous to talk to you in the first place. Her breath catches slightly. I catch the moment she weighs my words, trying to decide whether to step closer to this moment or retreat to safer ground. That's... She starts, then stops, shaking her head. That's a lot. Too much? I don't know. Maybe. She takes a shaky breath. I'm not really good at this. What? This. Whatever this is. I don't have a lot of experience with. She gestures vaguely between us. I mean, I've been focused on Stacy for so long that I've kind of forgotten how to be anything other than her mom. The admission makes my chest tight, because I can hear the loneliness underneath it. Who says you have to be anything other than her mom? That's not separate from who you are as a person. It's part of what makes you incredible. Mr. Harrison? Mama J. Stacy's voice cuts through our conversation as she bounces toward us, empty hot chocolate cup in hand and marshmallow residue on her fingers. Did you know that marshmallows are mostly air? That's why they float. But when they melt, the sugar becomes denser than the liquid and... Breathe, baby girl, Janelle says with a laugh, pulling a napkin from her pocket to clean Stacy's sticky fingers. Save some scientific discoveries for tomorrow. But this is important. Mr. Harrison needs to know about thermal dynamics, and... I definitely need to know about thermal dynamics, I say seriously, earning a giggle from Stacy and a grateful look from Janelle. But maybe we could continue the lesson another time? Your mom looks like she's about ready to head home. Stacy follows my gaze to Janelle, who's trying to stifle a yawn behind her hot chocolate cup. Are you tired, Mama J? Just a little. It's been a long day. Can Mr. Harrison walk us to our car? Please. I want to tell him about my hypothesis for next week's science experiment. I look at Janelle, trying to read her expression. She's back to that careful guardedness, like our conversation has reminded her of all the reasons why getting involved with her daughter's teacher might be complicated. If he wants to, she says finally, but then we really do need to go home. I'd like that, I say, and mean it. The walk to the parking lot is filled with Stacy's continued analysis of carnival physics, but I'm more aware of Janelle walking beside me, the way she occasionally brushes her hair back from her face, the slight sound of her breathing in the crisp evening air. When we reach her car, Stacy climbs into the back seat with her armful of prizes, leaving me and Janelle standing in the relative quiet of the nearly empty parking lot. Thank you, she says softly, for the hot chocolate, for listening to her explain every scientific principle she discovered tonight, for... She trails off, looking uncertain. For what? For making this feel normal. Easy, like we're just... people instead of teachers and parents with all the complications that come with that. We are just people, Janelle. Everything else is just context. She looks at me as time seems to slow. I see her weighing something in her mind. Finally, she says, That coffee cart you mentioned? Maria's empanadas. Yeah? What time do you say you're usually there? My heart does something complicated in my chest. 7:45, give or take. If I'm running early one morning, I might check it out. I hope you do. She nods once, then gets in her car, and I watch as they drive away. Stacy's animated silhouette visible through the back window as she continues her scientific explanations to her mother. I stand in the parking lot for a few minutes after their taillights disappear, replaying our conversation, figuring through what just happened. Something shifted tonight. Some wall came down just enough for me to see the woman behind the protective mother, and what I saw made me want to know everything about her. As I walk to my own car, I find myself looking forward to 7:45 tomorrow morning, with an anticipation that bears no relation to coffee and all things related to the possibility that Janelle Smith might be ready to take a small step outside her carefully constructed comfort zone. The thought both terrifies and exhilarates me, because I'm starting to realize that what I feel for her goes far beyond professional interest or casual attraction. I'm starting to fall for her, and I have no idea what I'm going to do about it.
Chapter 5. Janelle. I've been sitting in my car outside Maria's coffee cart for exactly 7 minutes, watching the morning rush of caffeine-dependent humans and trying to convince myself that this is about empanadas, not about the possibility of seeing Peter Harrison, before I've had enough coffee to function like a normal human being. It's been 3 days since the carnival, 3 days since our conversation under the string lights, where he looked at me like I was something worth paying attention to. 3 days of replaying his words about my strength and Stacy's brilliance, and trying not to think about the way his voice softened when he talked about his mother. The sensible part of my thoughts, the part that pays bills and schedules parent-teacher conferences and remembers to buy groceries, keeps reminding me that this is Stacy's teacher, that getting involved with him would complicate everything in ways I'm not equipped to handle, that I have exactly zero experience navigating romance while being a single mother, and the potential for disaster is astronomical. The other part of my brain, the part that's been dormant for so long I'd forgotten it existed, whispers that maybe some complications are worth the risk. Mama J, are we going to sit here all morning, or are we going to try those empanadas you've been talking about for 3 days? I glance in the rearview mirror to find Stacy watching me with that too knowing expression that makes me wonder if 8-year-olds come with built-in relationship radar. I'm just checking the time, I say weakly. It's 7:46. You said Mr. Harrison is usually here around 7:45. She unbuckles her seatbelt with the efficiency of someone who's made up her mind. Come on, Mama J. The worst thing that happens is we get good coffee and food. The best thing that happens is we get good coffee and food and get to say hi to my favorite teacher. Sometimes this kid's logic is annoyingly sound. Fine. But we're just getting coffee and empanadas. This isn't. I trail off because I'm not sure how to finish that sentence without admitting that this feels like something more than a casual breakfast stop. This isn't what? Nothing. Let's go get coffee. The morning air is crisp with the promise of real autumn, and I can smell coffee and something that might be cinnamon and butter from Maria's cart. There's a small line of customers, and I'm scanning faces when I hear a familiar voice behind me. I was starting to think you'd changed your mind about those empanadas. I turned to find Peter standing there with his messenger bag slung over his shoulder and that slightly crooked smile that does unfortunate things to my pulse. He's wearing dark jeans and a navy sweater that brings out the green in his eyes, and his hair is doing that thing where it looks like he's been running his hands through it. We were just in the neighborhood, I say, which is a complete lie since I drove 15 minutes out of my way to be here. Uh-huh. His smile widens, and I can tell he knows exactly why I'm here. Good thing, because Maria's spinach and cheese empanadas are legendary on Fridays. Mr. Harrison. Stacy bounces past me to give him what appears to be an enthusiastic hug around the waist. Mama J finally decided to try the coffee cart. I told her we should have come days ago, but she kept making excuses about traffic and timing and... Stacy, I interrupt before she can catalog my entire week of avoidance tactics. Maybe Mr. Harrison would like to order his coffee. Actually, I'm happy to wait. Maria and I have a system worked out. He gestures toward the woman behind the counter, who's watching our interaction with undisguised interest. Besides, first-time customers should get the full experience. The next few minutes pass in a blur of coffee orders and empanada selection, with Maria providing enthusiastic commentary in a mixture of English and Spanish that somehow makes perfect sense. She insists that Stacy try a piece of her dulce de leche pastry, and when Stacy responds with what sounds like perfectly pronounced Spanish, Maria's face lights up like she's discovered a treasure. Your daughter speaks Spanish? Peter asks, clearly impressed. Stacy speaks whatever she sets her mind to. Last month it was Spanish. This month she's working on French, and I'm pretty sure she's been researching Mandarin for some future linguistic conquest. I want to be able to talk to people in their own languages, Stacy explains around a bite of pastry. Grammy says communication is the foundation of understanding, and understanding prevents conflicts. Your grandmother sounds wise, Peter says seriously. She is. She also makes the best peach cobbler in 3 counties, but that's not really related to international diplomacy. I find myself laughing at the matter-of-fact way she delivers this information, and when I catch Peter's eye, he's gazing at me with a look of that makes my stomach flutter. There's something about the way he looks at me when I'm just being myself, not trying to be the perfect mother or the competent professional. that makes me feel seen in a way I haven't experienced in years. We should probably head to school, I say, checking my watch and trying to ignore the fact that I don't want this moment to end. Actually, Peter says, adjusting his bag strap in that nervous gesture I'm starting to recognize. I was wondering if you'd be interested in coming to the literacy night next week. It's this evening event where families come together to share stories and celebrate reading. Stacy would love it, and he pauses, and there he is choosing his words carefully. I think you would too. What kind of event? I ask, because my brain immediately goes to logistics, timing, cost, whether I can get time off work. Very low key. Families bring books to share. We set up reading corners around the school. Kids can read to younger students, or adults can read to groups. There's usually some kind of potluck situation, and it ends with everyone gathering for a group story. His enthusiasm is infectious, and I can see why Stacy adores him. Last year we had grandparents reading in different languages, teenagers sharing poetry, parents reading picture books they loved as kids. It's really beautiful. Can we go, Mama J? Please? Stacy's practically vibrating with excitement. I could read that story I wrote about the time-traveling dinosaurs, or maybe something from my new astronomy book, or... When is it? I ask, cutting off what I can tell is going to be a lengthy list of literary possibilities. Next Friday evening, 6 to 8:30. Peter's watching me carefully, and I get the sense that my answer matters to him in ways that go beyond professional interest in student participation. I'll have to check my work schedule, but it sounds lovely. Really? Her face shines with the kind of light that I've just agreed to take her to Disney World. This is going to be the best literacy night ever. As we walk toward our respective cars, Stacy skipping ahead with her pastry and Peter falling into step beside me, I'm hyper-aware of his presence. The way he shortens his stride to match mine, the faint scent of his cologne mixed with coffee, the fact that his hand almost brushes mine when we reach for the crosswalk button at the same time. Thank you, I say as we wait for the light to change, for inviting us to the literacy night. Stacy's going to be planning her presentation for next week. She should. She's got incredible instincts about storytelling. He glances toward where Stacy's examining fallen leaves with scientific intensity. But I wasn't just thinking about Stacy when I invited you. The admission makes my pulse quicken, and I find myself looking at him instead of watching the traffic light. No, I was thinking about how much I enjoy talking to you, and how maybe we could find more opportunities to do that without the excuse of school events or coffee emergencies. Peter, I start, but I'm not sure what I want to say. Is this complicated? That I don't think I quite know how to do this? That the idea of letting someone into the carefully pieced together life I've made around Stacy terrifies me almost as much as it intrigues me? I know it's complicated, he says quietly, as if he's reading my thoughts. I know there are professional boundaries and practical considerations and probably a dozen reasons why this isn't a good idea. Probably more than a dozen. Probably. But I also know that I've never met anyone who makes me want to determine the best way to navigate those complications. The light changes, but neither of us moves. So if you're willing to try, I'd like to take you to dinner sometime, somewhere that doesn't involve school events or 8-year-old chaperones. Before I can answer, Stacy calls out from across the street, "Mama J." The light changed. The moment breaks, and we hurry across the street to where Stacy's waiting with the patient expression of someone who's used to adults getting distracted by complicated grown-up conversations. Sorry, baby girl. We were just discussing the literacy night. That must have been a very serious discussion about literacy, she says, with the dry delivery that sometimes makes me forget she's 8. You both looked very concentrated. Peter laughs, and the sound makes something warm unfurl in my chest. Your daughter doesn't miss much, does she? Not much, no. It's simultaneously impressive and terrifying. We reach our cars, and I'm fumbling for my keys when Peter says, "Janelle?" I look up to find him standing closer than before, within reach to notice the golden flecks scattered through his green eyes and the way his mouth curves when he's trying not to smile. Think about dinner. No pressure, no timeline. Just think about it. I nod, not trusting myself to speak, and watch as he gets in his car and drives away. Stacy's already buckled into her booster seat and watching me with curious eyes when I slide behind the wheel. Mama J? Yeah, baby girl. Do you like Mr. Harrison? The question is simple and direct in the way that only 8-year-olds can manage, and it catches me completely off guard. He's a good teacher. You like him, right? I love him. He's the best teacher ever. But that's not what I meant, and you know it. Sometimes this kid is too smart for her own good, and mine. It's complicated, Stacy. Why? Because he's your teacher, and I'm your mom. And there are rules about these kinds of things. What kinds of things? I'm driving towards school and trying to find a way to explain adult relationships to someone who still believes in fairy tale endings and happily ever after. When adults like each other in a special way, it can sometimes make other things more complicated. Do you like him in a special way? The honest answer is yes, and that terrifies me. Because I've spent the last 8 years building a life that's safe and predictable, and entirely focused on making sure Stacy has everything she needs. The idea of letting someone else into that equation, someone who could potentially disrupt the careful balance we've achieved, makes my chest tight with anxiety. But there's another part of me, a part that's been quietly dormant for years, that whispers, maybe it's time to take a risk. I might, I say finally. Would that bother you? Are you kidding? It would be amazing. Mr. Harrison could come to dinner and help with my science projects, and maybe teach you how to play guitar, because you're terrible at music, but you try really hard. I laugh despite myself. Gee, thanks for the confidence boost. I'm just being honest. But Mr. Harrison wouldn't care that you can't carry a tune. He'd probably think it was cute. The casual way she says it makes me wonder exactly how obvious my feelings are, and whether I've been fooling myself about maintaining appropriate boundaries. The rest of the day passes in a blur of meetings and spreadsheets, but I find myself distracted, replaying my conversation with Peter and trying to figure out what I want. By the time I pick up Stacy from after-school care, I've gone through approximately 17 different scenarios, ranging from casual dinner to complete disaster. You're thinking very loudly, Mama J, Stacy observes as we drive home. Sorry, just work stuff. Uh-huh. Does work stuff usually make you smile like that? I catch my reflection in the rearview mirror and realize she's right. I am smiling. A soft, unconscious expression that I haven't worn in longer than I care to admit. That evening, after homework and dinner and the usual bedtime routine, I'm sitting on our small front porch with a cup of tea, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and pink. It's my favorite time of day, these quiet moments when the world slows down and I can pretend that everything is exactly as it should be. I'm so lost in thought that I don't notice the figure walking up our sidewalk until Stacy's voice calls out from the front door. Mr. Harrison. What are you doing here? I look up to find Peter standing at the bottom of our porch steps, holding what appears to be a book and looking slightly uncertain. Hi, Stacy. I hope it's okay that I stopped by. I was in the neighborhood, and I found something I thought you might like. Is it a book? It looks like a book. I love books. It is a book. He holds up what I can now see is a hardcover volume with an illustrated cover. It's about a girl who builds a time machine to study dinosaurs in their natural habitat. The author uses real scientific principles, and I thought you might enjoy the accuracy. Stacy's face lights up like he's just handed her the secrets of the universe. Really? Can I see it? Please? Peter glances at me, and he appears before me asking for permission without actually asking. I nod, and he climbs the steps to hand Stacy the book. She immediately flips it open and starts reading, completely absorbed in a way that means we've lost her for the next several minutes. That was thoughtful, I say, gesturing for him to sit in the chair beside mine. You didn't have to. I wanted to. I saw it at the bookstore and immediately thought of her. He settles into the chair, and I'm very aware of how close he is, how his presence changes the entire dynamic of my quiet evening space. I hope it's okay that I stopped by. I probably should have called first. It's fine. Stacy loves surprises, especially book-related ones. We sit in comfortable silence for a few minutes, watching Stacy read with the intense concentration she brings to everything that interests her. The evening air is cooling, and there's something peaceful about this moment that makes me forget all the reasons why having Peter here might be complicated. This is nice, he says quietly, gesturing toward the porch, the evening light, the general sense of home that I've worked so hard to create. Peaceful. It's my favorite time of day. After all the chaos of work and school and 8-year-old energy, it's nice to just breathe. I can see why. It feels like a sanctuary. The word choice surprises me because that's exactly what this space is. A place where I can let down my guard and just exist without performing competence for anyone else. Mama J, this book is incredible. Stacy looks up from the pages with shining eyes. The protagonist uses carbon dating and geological stratification to determine the most accurate time periods to visit. And she's built safety protocols into her time machine that account for atmospheric changes and potential paradoxes. That sounds very thorough, I say, smiling at her enthusiasm. It is? Mr. Harrison, how did you know I would love this? Lucky guess, he says. But he's looking at me when he says it, and there's something in his expression that makes my chest flutter. Can I go inside and start reading the rest? Please? I promise I'll come back out in a little bit, but I need to know if she successfully prevents the asteroid impact. Go ahead, baby girl. But bedtime is still bedtime, even for time-traveling dinosaur scientists. She nods absently and disappears into the house, leaving me alone with Peter on my front porch as the sun sets behind the trees. The sudden intimacy of the moment catches me off guard, and I'm hyper-aware of everything. The way the evening light catches the sandy highlights in his hair, the fact that he smells like coffee, and something clean and masculine, the way his presence makes this familiar space feel different. Thank you, I say softly. For the book, for thinking of her. You didn't have to do that. I know I didn't have to. I wanted to. He turns in his chair to face me more fully. Janelle, about this morning, about dinner. I've been thinking about it. And I take a breath, trying to find the words for something I'm not sure I understand myself. I want to say yes, but I'm scared. Of me? Of this? Of letting someone into our lives who could? I trail off because admitting my fears out loud makes them feel more real. Who could what? Who could leave? The words come out quietly, but they land between us with the weight of old hurt and careful protection. Stacy and I, we have a good thing, a safe thing, and I've worked really hard to build that, and I'm terrified of doing anything that might disrupt it. Peter's quiet for a long moment, and his voice falls soft when he speaks. I understand that, and I understand why trusting someone new feels risky. Do you? My dad left when things got complicated, when supporting a family became more work than he wanted to do. He's looking out at the street, yet I notice the old pain in the set of his shoulders. So yeah, I understand being careful about who you let in. then you understand why I can't just leap into this without thinking about the consequences. I do. But I also think that maybe some risks are worth taking. He turns back to me, and there's something vulnerable in his expression. I'm not going anywhere, Janelle. I'm not looking for something easy or convenient. I'm looking for real. How do you know for sure? Because I've never felt this way about anyone before. Because when I see you and Stacy together, I see something I want to be part of. Because the idea of not exploring what this could be feels like a bigger risk. The words hang between us in the evening air, honest and complicated and full of possibility. I can feel myself leaning toward him, drawn by the sincerity in his voice and the way he's looking at me like I'm something precious. Peter, I whisper, and the sound of his name seems to break whatever careful distance we've been maintaining. He reaches out slowly, giving me time to pull away, and when I don't, his fingers brush against mine where they rest on the arm of my chair. The contact is light, tentative, but it sends warmth spiraling through my chest. Tell me what you're thinking, he says softly. I'm thinking that you're making this very difficult. Difficult how? It's difficult to remember all the reasons why this is a bad idea. His thumb traces across my knuckles, and the simple touch makes my breath catch. Maybe it's not a bad idea. Maybe it's just scary. Maybe. We're leaning closer to each other now, and his green eyes shimmer with flecks of gold. I can feel the warmth radiating from his skin. The distance between us pulses with possibility, and I'm hyper-aware of everything. The way his mouth curves slightly when he looks at me, the fact that he's still tracing gentle patterns across my hand, the way my pulse has picked up until I can hear it in my ears. Janelle, he says quietly, and there's a question in the way he says my name. I don't answer with words. Instead, I lean forward the last few inches, closing the distance between us, and for a moment, the world narrows to just this. His hand cupping my face, the warmth of his breath against my skin, the anticipation of a kiss that feels like it's been building for weeks. Mama J, I figured out how she's going to prevent the asteroid. Stacy's voice cuts through the moment like a record scratch, and Peter and I spring apart so quickly that I nearly knock over my teacup. I look toward the front door to find my daughter standing there with the book in her hand, completely oblivious to what she just interrupted. That's great, baby girl, I manage, my voice slightly breathless. She's going to use gravitational slingshot theory combined with targeted energy pulses to redirect the asteroid's trajectory. It's brilliant. Stacy flops down on the porch steps, completely absorbed in her scientific enthusiasm. Mr. Harrison, have you read the whole book? Because I have so many questions about the feasibility of temporal mechanics and... I catch Peter's eye, and I can see him struggling not to laugh. There's something rueful in his expression, but also patient, like he's genuinely interested in discussing temporal mechanics with an 8-year-old, despite the fact that we were just about to kiss. I haven't read the whole thing yet, he says, his voice remarkably steady. But I'd love to hear your theories. And just like that, the moment shifts from charged intimacy to comfortable domesticity, with Stacy launching into an elaborate explanation of time travel physics, while Peter listens with genuine interest. I sit back in my chair, watching them interact, and trying to wrap my head around what happened. Almost happened. The rational part of my brain is relieved that we were interrupted before I could do something that might complicate everything. But the rest of me is still tingling from the almost kiss, still thinking about the way Peter looked at me like I was something worth waiting for. As the evening stretches on and Stacy eventually heads inside for her bath, Peter and I are left with the lingering awareness of what almost was. When he finally says he should go, we're both careful not to recreate the intimate positioning that led to our interrupted moment. Thank you for the book, I say as he stands to leave. She's going to be talking about temporal mechanics for weeks. I appreciate you allowing me to stay. 4. He trails off, and I know he's thinking about the same thing I am. Peter? Yeah? Ask me again about dinner. His smile is slow and warm and full of promise. Would you like to have dinner with me sometime? Somewhere that doesn't involve school events or 8-year-old literary critics? Yes, I say, and the word feels like stepping off a cliff. I would. Friday night, after the literacy event? That sounds perfect. As I watch him walk to his car, I'm acutely aware that everything just changed. The almost kiss was a line we nearly crossed, and while we were interrupted before we could actually cross it, the intention was there. The want was there. And now we have dinner plans. I sat on my porch for a long time after his taillights disappeared, touching my lips and wondering what it would have felt like to kiss Peter Harrison. Wondering if I'm brave enough to find out next Friday. Wondering if I'm ready to let someone into the carefully constructed life I've built, even if it means risking everything I've worked so hard to protect. The answer, I realize, might be yes. And that terrifies me almost as much as it thrills me. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake Southern fiance. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 6. Peter. The literacy night is everything I hoped it would be and more. Families are scattered throughout the school, creating cozy reading corners with blankets and pillows, voices mixing in a gentle hum of stories being shared. Stacy's presentation about time travel physics went over so well that 3 different parents asked if she could tutor their kids, and I've been watching Janelle glow with pride all evening. She's wearing a deep purple dress that brings out the warmth in her skin, and she's let her hair down so it falls in loose curls past her shoulders. Every time she laughs at something Stacy says, or leans over to help a younger student with a book, I find myself staring like a teenager with his first crush. "Mr. Harrison, you're looking at my mom funny again." I look back and there's Stacy standing beside me, holding 2 cups of apple cider and wearing the knowing expression of someone who's been observing adult behavior with scientific interest. "I'm not looking at her funny," I say, accepting the cider. "I'm just appreciating how good she is with the other kids." "Uh-huh." Stacy takes a sip of her cider, clearly not buying my explanation. "You know, if you like her, you should probably tell her. Adults are really bad at figuring out obvious things sometimes." "Is that so?" "Grammy says grown-ups make everything more complicated than it needs to be. She says if you like someone and they like you back, the rest is just details." Stacy shrugs with the wisdom of someone who hasn't yet learned that the details are usually where everything falls apart. "And Mama J definitely likes you back?" "How can you tell?" "She only wears that dress for special occasions. She spent 20 minutes fixing her hair this morning. She keeps looking over here when she thinks nobody's watching." Stacy counts on her fingers like she's presenting evidence. Plus, she made those brownies with the good chocolate, and she only does that when she wants to impress someone. The kids' observational skills are honestly a little terrifying. You don't miss much, do you? Nope. It's a gift and a curse. She grins at me with gap-toothed enthusiasm. So are you going to ask her on a real date? Or are you going to keep pretending that bringing me books and showing up at our house with soup emergencies are just coincidental? Before I can answer that question, the lights flicker overhead, followed by a low rumble of thunder that makes several of the younger kids look toward the windows with concern. Through the glass, I can see the evening sky has turned an ominous shade of gray-green that suggests we're in for more than a gentle autumn shower. "Attention, everyone!" Principal Martinez's voice comes over the intercom. "We've just received a severe weather warning for our area. We're going to continue with our program, but please be aware that we may need to shelter in place if conditions worsen." As if summoned by her words, rain begins pelting the windows with the kind of intensity that means we're all going to be here longer than planned. I scan the room and spot Janelle helping organize the younger kids into a story circle, completely unfazed by the weather chaos unfolding outside. "Looks like we're having a sleepover party," Stacy says cheerfully. "I hope they have extra pillows." Over the next hour, the storm intensifies until it's clear that nobody's going anywhere anytime soon. The principal sets up sleeping areas in the gymnasium for families who live far away, but most parents are making arrangements to wait it out. I'm helping stack chairs when Janelle appears beside me, looking slightly frazzled. "Hey, so I just talked to my neighbor, and she says our whole street lost power about an hour ago. Trees are down everywhere." She runs a hand through her hair, disturbing the careful curls. I'm thinking we might need to take the school up on their sleepover offer. "Actually," I say, the idea forming as I speak. "My apartment is only about 10 minutes from here, and I still have power according to my neighbor. If you want, you could stay there for the night. I mean, both of you. I have a guest room, and it would be more comfortable than sleeping on gymnasium mats." The offer hangs between us, loaded with implications that go far beyond practical storm shelter. Janelle's looking at me with an expression I can't quite read, and I watch her consider the invitation against whatever internal boundaries she's trying to maintain. "That's very generous, but—" "Please, Mama J?" Stacy appears out of nowhere with the impeccable timing of someone who's been eavesdropping. "Mr. Harrison probably has better snacks than the school vending machines, and I want to see if he has more books about space physics." "Stacy, we can't just invite ourselves to Mr. Harrison's apartment." "You're not inviting yourselves. I'm inviting you." I adjust my collar, a nervous habit that seems to activate whenever I'm around Janelle. "And yes, I have excellent snacks and a whole shelf of books about space physics." "See? It's perfect!" Stacy bounces on her toes with excitement. "Plus, if we stay here, I'll have to sleep next to Tommy Morrison, and he talks in his sleep about dinosaur battles." Janelle looks between me and Stacy, and I can see the moment she gives in. There's resignation carrying the possibility of anticipation in her expression. "If you're sure we won't be imposing." "You won't be imposing. I promise." An hour later, we're standing in my living room while the storm rages outside, and I'm suddenly hyper-aware of how bachelor pad basic my apartment is. It's clean and comfortable, but it's clearly the home of someone who spends most of his time at work and hasn't given much thought to decorating beyond functional. "This is nice," Janelle says, looking around at my minimalist furniture and wall of bookshelves. "Very organized." "It's boring," I say honestly. "I keep meaning to do something with the walls, but I'm terrible at decorating. I like it. It feels peaceful." She sets down her purse and the overnight bag they hastily packed before leaving the school. "And those bookshelves are impressive." "Mr. Harrison, do you really have books about space physics?" Stacy's already gravitating toward the shelves with the focused intensity of a heat-seeking missile. "Third shelf from the top, right side. Help yourself." While Stacy explores my book collection with the thoroughness of a research librarian, I show Janelle around the apartment. The guest room is small but comfortable, with a double bed and a reading chair by the window. The attached bathroom has fresh towels and toiletries, and I find myself babbling about water pressure and thread count like I'm trying to sell her a hotel room. "Peter," she says gently, interrupting my monologue about Egyptian cotton. "It's perfect. Thank you. I just want you to be comfortable." "We will be." She's standing close enough that I can smell her perfume, something warm and slightly spicy, that stirs in me a desire to lean closer. "This is very kind of you. It's selfish, actually. I like having you here." The admission surprises both of us, and for a moment we're just looking at each other in the quiet guest room while the storm continues outside. There's something intimate about this moment. Her in my space. The domestic simplicity of offering shelter. The way the lamplight catches the gold undertones in her skin. "Peter," she starts, but before she can finish the thought, Stacy's voice carries from the living room. "Mr. Harrison! You have 3 different books about black holes. Can we read one together?" The moment breaks, and we head back to the living room where Stacy has created a small library of astrophysics texts on my coffee table. For the next 2 hours, we take turns reading aloud, with Stacy providing commentary that would impress most graduate students, and me trying not to stare at the way Janelle's lips move when she reads about event horizons and gravitational time dilation. By 9 o'clock, Stacy is curled up between us on the couch, her head pillowed on Janelle's lap, while we watch a nature documentary about deep-sea creatures. The combination of the storm outside, the warm light from my lamps, and the soft weight of this little family in my living room creates something I've never experienced before. A sense of rightness that goes deeper than attraction or affection. This is what I've been missing without even knowing it, this feeling of belonging somewhere, with someone. "She's out," Janelle murmurs, running her fingers through Stacy's curls. She always falls asleep during documentaries. Something about the narrator's voice. Should we move her to the guest room? In a few minutes. She's a heavy sleeper once she's really down. Janelle looks around my living room again, taking in the comfortable chaos of books and empty mugs and the throw blanket that somehow ended up covering all 3 of us. "This is nice. Domestic. Too domestic. No, just different from what I'm used to." She's quiet for a moment, watching the rain streak down the windows. "It's been just the 2 of us for so long that I'd forgotten the warmth of having someone by our side in the equation. Do you like it?" "I think I do, which is terrifying." I reach over and brush a curl away from her face, letting my fingers linger against her cheek. Her skin is warm and soft, and when she leans slightly into the touch, something in my chest constricts. Why terrifying? Because this is starting to feel like something I could get used to. And I don't have a great track record with things I get used to sticking around. The vulnerability of her voice carries a weight that unsettles me. Want to promise her things I'm not sure I have the right to promise yet. Instead, I keep my voice gentle and honest. "I'm not going anywhere, Janelle." "You can't know that." "I know that I don't want to go anywhere. I know that this..." I gesture toward the space between us, encompassing the sleeping child and the storm outside, and the feeling of home that's settled over my apartment. This feels like something worth fighting for. She's looking at something that may be hope mixed with caution, and I glimpse her trying to decide whether to trust what I'm saying. "Stacy really is completely out," she says finally, glancing down at her daughter's peaceful face. "I should get her to bed." I help carry Stacy to the guest room where she barely stirs as Janelle tucks her under the covers and whispers something soft in her ear. When we close the door behind us, the apartment feels different, quieter, more charged, like we've crossed some invisible threshold into territory that's just ours. "Would you like some tea?" I ask, because I'm not ready for this evening to end, but I'm not sure how to say that without sounding like I'm pushing for something she might not be ready for. "Tea sounds perfect." In the kitchen, I put the kettle on while Janelle perches on one of my bar stools, looking around at the space with the same careful attention she gave to the rest of my apartment. "You're a good cook," she observes. nodding toward the well-stocked spice rack and the knife block that actually gets used. I like feeding people. It's one of the few domestic skills I've actually mastered. I pulled 2 mugs from the cabinet, hyper-aware of her watching my movements. My mom taught all of us boys to cook. She said she wasn't raising sons who would expect someone else to take care of them. Smart woman. She is. You'd like her. The kettle begins to whistle, and I pour water over the tea bags, letting the steam rise between us. She'd definitely like you. How can you be sure? Because you're raising an incredible daughter, because you're not afraid of hard work, and because... I trail off, realizing I'm about to say something that might be too much too soon. Because what? Because you make me want to be the kind of man she raised me to be. Janelle goes very still, and she comes into view processing what I've just said. The admission hangs between us, honest and raw and completely unguarded. Peter, she says softly, and there's something in her voice that makes me look up from the tea mugs. She slipped off the bar stool and is standing closer now, so near I can trace the delicate specks of amber in her dark eyes, and the way her lips part slightly when she's thinking. Yeah? Earlier, when Stacy interrupted us, she takes a breath, and I can see her gathering courage for whatever she wants to say. I keep thinking about what would have happened if she hadn't... What do you think would have happened? I think you would have kissed me. I definitely would have kissed you. And I think I would have let you. The confession knocks the wind out of me, and suddenly the atmosphere between us is electric with all the possibility we've been dancing around for weeks. Janelle, I say quietly, setting down the tea mugs and giving her my full attention. I know this is complicated. I know there are professional boundaries and practical considerations and approximately 17 reasons why we should be careful. She's talking faster now, like she needs to get all the words out before she loses her nerve. But I also know that I haven't stopped thinking about that almost kiss, and I haven't stopped wondering what it would feel like to just let myself have this. Have what? You. This. Whatever this is between us. She's close enough now that I could reach out and touch her, and the want is so strong it's making it hard to think clearly. But underneath the desire is something deeper, a recognition that this moment is important, that whatever happens next will change everything between us. Are you sure? I ask, because I need to know that she's choosing this with full awareness of what it means. No. But I'm tired of being sure about everything. I'm tired of calculating every risk and protecting myself from every possible hurt. She reaches up and touches my face, her palm warm against my cheek. I want to see what happens if I stop being so careful. That's all the permission I need. I frame her face with my hands, taking a moment to really look at her. The way her eyes flutter closed when I trace my thumb across her cheekbone, the way her breath catches when I lean closer. Then I'm kissing her, and it's everything I imagined and nothing like I expected. She tastes like apple cider and possibility, and when she sighs against my mouth and steps closer, something in my chest breaks open. This isn't the careful, tentative kiss I thought our first might be. This is hunger and relief and the kind of connection that makes you forget why you were being cautious in the first place. Her hands fist in my sweater, pulling me closer, and I back her against the kitchen counter, needing to feel more of her against me. When I trail kisses along her jaw to the sensitive spot below her ear, she makes a sound that goes straight through me. Peter, she breathes. How she whispers my name like it's a secret is like a prayer and a plea all at once. Tell me what you want, I murmured against her neck, breathing in the scent of her skin. I want. She pauses, and when I ease back, meeting her eyes, her pupils are dilated, and her lips are swollen from our kisses. I want to stop thinking for a while. I want to feel what this is without worrying about what it means. I understand exactly what she's asking for, and the trust implicit in the request makes my chest tight. This is Janelle letting go of the control she holds so carefully, allowing herself to be present in the moment instead of calculating consequences. I kiss her again, slower this time, savoring the way she melts against me. My hands find the hem of her dress, fingers trailing along the warm skin of her thighs, and she arches into the touch with a soft gasp that makes me want to catalog every sound she makes. "Is this okay?" I ask, because even in the midst of this heat, I need to be sure. "More than okay," she whispers, and then she's pulling my sweater over my head and running her hands across my chest with a reverence that makes me feel like something precious. We're moving together now with the kind of synchronization that should be impossible between two people who've never done this before, but somehow every touch feels exactly right. When I lift her onto the counter, she wraps her legs around my waist and pulls me closer, and the feeling of her body against mine is so perfect, it borders on overwhelming. "Janelle," I say against her mouth, and it's half warning, half question. "I know," she says, and there's something in her voice that tells me she understands exactly where this is heading and wants it just as much as I do. But then she's kissing me again, and all rational thought disappears in the face of her hands in my hair, and the way she moves against me like she's been waiting for this as long as I have. The storm outside seems to mirror the intensity building between us, all thunder and lightning, and the kind of elemental force that changes the landscape. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard, and I can see my own amazement reflected in her eyes. This thing between us isn't just attraction or chemistry, it's recognition. It's the feeling of finding something you didn't even know you were looking for. "We should probably slow down," she says, but her hands are still moving across my skin like she can't quite bring herself to stop touching me. "Probably," I agree, though I make no move to step away from her. "Stacy's just down the hall." "That's a very good point. And this is happening very fast." "It is." But neither of us moves. Instead, we stayed there in my kitchen, her legs still wrapped around my waist, both of us trying to catch our breath and process what just happened. "I should go to bed," she says finally, though she doesn't sound convinced. "You should. In the guest room. Alone. That would be the sensible thing to do." She laughs, and the sound is breathless and slightly hysterical. "When did I stop being sensible?" "When you decided to trust me with your heart." The words slip out before I can stop them, and I see her expression shift from desire to something deeper and more complex. Because that's what this is, isn't it? It's not just physical attraction or the thrill of something new. It's Janelle Smith, who protects herself and her daughter with fierce determination, choosing to be vulnerable with me. "Peter," she whispers, and there's so much softness in her tone when she speaks my name that I almost kiss her again. Instead, I step back and help her down from the counter, immediately missing the warmth of her body against mine. "Go to bed, Janelle," I say gently. "We'll figure out what this means in the morning." She nods, but before she leaves the kitchen, she turns back to me. "For what it's worth, I don't regret this. Any of it." Good. Because I don't either. After she disappears down the hallway, I stand in my kitchen for a long time, touching my lips and trying to process the fact that everything just changed. The woman I've been falling for just kissed me like she meant it, like she wants this as much as I do, like maybe she's finally ready to take the risk of letting someone in. When I finally go to bed, I lie awake listening to the storm and thinking about the way Janelle felt in my arms, the way she said my name like it meant something important. Tomorrow, we'll have to figure out what this means for us, for Stacy, for the carefully maintained boundaries between teacher and parent. But tonight, I let myself think that some risks are worth taking, and that maybe, just maybe, I found something worth fighting for. The storm outside begins to calm, but the one inside my chest is just getting started.
Chapter 7. Janelle. I woke up in Peter's guest room with sunlight streaming through unfamiliar curtains and the disorienting feeling that the world shifted on its axis while I was sleeping. For a moment, I can't remember where I am or why my lips feel tender and my pulse quickens at the memory of warm hands and the taste of possibility. Then it all comes rushing back. The storm, the unexpected night at Peter's apartment, Stacy falling asleep between us on the couch. In that moment in the kitchen when I stopped being careful and let myself feel everything I'd been trying to ignore. I touched my lips, remembering the way Peter kissed me like I was something precious, like he'd been waiting his whole life for that moment. The memory sends heat spiraling through my chest, followed immediately by a wave of anxiety that makes me sit up straighter in the unfamiliar bed. What did I just do? The rational part of my brain, the part that's kept Stacy and me safe and stable for 8 years, is having what can only be described as a complete meltdown. I kissed my daughter's teacher, more than kissed him. I let him touch me in ways that made me forget every reason why this was supposed to be complicated. And now I have to figure out how to look him in the eye over breakfast and pretend that everything hasn't fundamentally changed. A soft knock on the bedroom door interrupts my internal crisis. Mama J? Are you awake? Mr. Harrison made pancakes, and they smell like heaven. Coming, baby girl, I call out, my voice only slightly hoarse from last night. I catch sight of myself in the mirror above the dresser and wince. My hair is doing that thing where it defies gravity in at least 3 different directions. Yesterday's makeup smudged around my eyes, and there's something about my mouth, swollen lips maybe, or just the memory of being thoroughly kissed, that makes it obvious what happened after Stacy went to bed. I do what I can with my appearance, finger combing my curls and trying to erase the evidence of last night's abandonment. But there's only so much damage control possible without a full shower and my own bathroom supplies. When I finally emerge from the guest room, I'm hit with the smell of coffee and something that might be cinnamon, and I follow the scents to Peter's kitchen, where I find him standing at the stove, spatula in hand, while Stacy sits at the counter explaining what sounds like advanced theoretical physics. And if you consider the possibility of parallel dimensions, then time travel doesn't create paradoxes. It just creates alternate timelines where... She stops mid-sentence when she sees me. Mama J, you look sleepy. Did you have weird dreams too? Something like that, I say, avoiding Peter's eyes as I make my way toward the coffee pot. What kind of weird dreams? I dreamed that we lived here and Mr. Harrison was making us pancakes every morning, and you were smiling all the time instead of doing that thing where you worry about everything. She takes a bite of pancake and considers this seriously. It was weird, though. The innocent observation strikes me like a sudden punch because there's something so earnest in the way she says it, so full of 8-year-old hope for a kind of family she's never really had. I risk a glance at Peter, who's gazing at me with a look that's careful and warm and completely unreadable. Dreams can be nice, I say carefully, pouring coffee into a mug that says, "World's okayest teacher," and trying not to think about how domestic this all feels. "Good morning," Peter says quietly, and there's something in his voice that pulls at something deep in me after so long entering the kitchen. He's wearing jeans and a gray t-shirt that fits him in a way that should be illegal before 10 a.m., and his hair is still slightly messed up from sleep. But it's his eyes that catch me, green and warm and full of something that looks like tenderness mixed with uncertainty, like he's not sure what this morning means either, but he's willing to figure it out. "Morning," I manage, and the word comes out softer than I intended. "How did you sleep?" "Good. Really good." It's not entirely a lie. When I wasn't lying awake replaying every moment of our kiss, I slept better than I have in months. "Thank you again for letting us stay. The guest room is really comfortable." "I'm glad." He flips a pancake with practiced ease, and I find myself watching the way his muscles move under his shirt. "I was hoping you'd be hungry. I might have gone a little overboard with breakfast." The counter is indeed covered with what appears to be enough food to feed a small army. Pancakes, fresh fruit, scrambled eggs, and what looks like homemade sausage. It's the kind of elaborate weekend breakfast that I never have time to make, and the thoughtfulness of it makes my chest tight. This is incredible, Peter. You didn't have to. I wanted to. He plates another pancake and slides it across the counter to me. Besides, I had help with the menu planning. I told him you like blueberries and that you always put too much syrup on everything, Stacy announces cheerfully, and that you never eat enough protein because you're always too busy making sure I eat enough protein. Traitor, I say, but I'm smiling when I say it. For the next hour, we eat breakfast and talk about everything except what happened between Peter and me last night. Stacy dominates the conversation with her theories about time travel and her plans for her next science project, while Peter asks thoughtful questions that show he's genuinely interested in her 8-year-old genius brain. I watch them interact and feel something warm and dangerous settling in my chest. This is what it would be like, the traitorous voice in my head whispers. This easy morning domesticity, this feeling of being part of something bigger than just the two of us. This sense that maybe Stacy could have the kind of family she dreams about. But underneath the warmth is a current of anxiety that I can't quite shake, because this is moving fast, faster than anything in my carefully controlled life usually moves. And I'm not sure I know how to navigate the space between what I want and what's smart. Mama J, can we come back here sometime? Stacy asks as she helps clear the breakfast plates. Not because of storms, but just because. Mr. Harrison said he has more books about quantum physics, and I want to see if his theories about wormholes match mine. We'll see, baby girl, I say, which is my standard response when I need time to think about something. That means maybe, Stacy explains to Peter with the air of someone translating a foreign language. When Mama J says, we'll see, it usually means she's calculating risks while piecing together if something is a good idea or if it's going to complicate our lives. The kids' observational skills are really becoming a problem. Stacy, I say with what I hope is gentle authority, maybe Mr. Harrison doesn't need a full analysis of my decision-making process. Actually, I find your decision-making process pretty fascinating, Peter says, and there's something teasing in his voice that makes my heart skip a beat. Very thorough. Very careful. Careful is good, I say defensively. Careful is smart. But sometimes the best things in life require a little bit of risk. The comment hangs between us, loaded with meaning that goes far beyond breakfast conversation. And I can feel heat creeping up my neck. He's not just talking about quantum physics books, and we both know it. Can I go look at the books now? Stacy asks, apparently oblivious to the undercurrent swirling around the kitchen. I promise I'll be careful with them. Of course, Peter says. Third shelf from the top, and feel free to take anything that interests you home. After Stacy disappears into the living room, the kitchen feels suddenly smaller, charged with all the things we haven't said yet. Peter's loading dishes into the dishwasher, and I'm wiping down counters that are already clean, both of us moving around each other with the careful politeness of people who aren't sure what the new rules are. So, he says finally, closing the dishwasher and turning to face me. How are we doing with this? This? Last night. This morning. The fact that we've officially crossed some lines that we can't cross. I set down the dish rag and lean against the counter, trying to find words for something I don't entirely understand myself. I don't know. I'm not sure I have a framework for this. What do you mean? I mean, I don't date. I don't do casual romance or complicated relationships or anything that might disrupt the stability I've built for Stacy. I run my hands through my hair, disturbing the curls I tried to tame earlier. I don't let people into our lives unless I'm absolutely certain they're going to stay. And you're not certain about me? It's not a question, and the understanding in his voice makes my chest tight. It's not about you specifically. It's about the fact that I've spent 8 years proving to myself and everyone else that I can do this alone, that I don't need anyone else to take care of us. What if you don't need someone, but you want them anyway? The question catches me off guard with its simplicity. I don't know. I've never really let myself want someone before. Peter's quiet for a moment, processing this admission. He speaks with a voice that is gentle. What are you afraid of, Janelle? Everything. The word comes out in a rush, more honest than I intended. I'm afraid of moving too fast, of getting Stacy's hopes up, of letting you see how messy our lives really are underneath all my careful planning. I'm afraid of what happens when this gets complicated, because it will get complicated, and I'm not sure I know how to handle it. And I'm afraid that I'm already falling for you, which means I'm already in too deep to make rational decisions about any of this. The confession hangs between us like a challenge, and I watch as Peter's expression shifts from understanding to something deeper and more complex. Janelle, he says quietly, taking a step closer to me. Look at me. I do, and immediately regret it, because looking at Peter makes it hard to remember why being careful is so important. I'm not going anywhere, he says, and there's something firm in his voice that pushes me to believe him. I know that's what everyone says, and I know you have reason to be skeptical of promises like that. But I need you to hear me when I say that I'm not interested in easy or convenient or anything that doesn't involve fighting for you and Stacy. Why are you so sure? Because I've never felt this way about anyone before. Because when I think about my future now, you're in it. Because last night wasn't just about attraction or chemistry. It was about coming home to something I didn't even know I was looking for. The words struck me with the force of a blow, and I have to grip the edge of the counter to keep my knees from giving out. That's a lot of pressure. It doesn't have to be pressure. It can just be honesty. He reaches out and brushes a curl away from my face, the same gesture he made last night before everything changed. I'm not asking you to figure it out forever right now. I'm just asking you to give this a chance. What does that look like? It looks like we are taking this one day at a time. It looks like me being patient while you figure out how to let someone in. It looks like Stacy getting to know me as more than just her teacher, and you getting to discover the joy of having someone to lean on and wants to take care of you for a change. And the professional boundaries, the school policies, the fact that dating your students' parents is probably frowned upon by every education handbook ever written. Peter's smile is rueful, but not worried. We'll figure it out. There are protocols for disclosing relationships, and I can request that Stacy be moved to another teacher's class if necessary. The logistics are manageable if we decide this is worth managing them for. When, he corrects. And there's something confident in the way he says it that makes my pulse quicken. When you decide this is worth the complications. Before I can respond, Stacy's voice carries from the living room. Mama J, Mr. Harrison has a book about parallel universes that talks about the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. Can we borrow it? Please? What does the many worlds interpretation have to do with anything? I call back, grateful for the interruption even as I'm annoyed by it. It means that somewhere in another universe, you and Mr. Harrison are already together, and I have a dad who understands my science projects. The casual way she delivers this observation makes both Peter and me freeze, because somewhere in the chaos of managing my own feelings, I forgot that Stacy has been watching this unfold too, that she has her own hopes and expectations about what Peter's presence in our lives might mean. She's very perceptive, Peter says quietly, terrifyingly so. I look toward the living room, where I can hear Stacy talking to herself about quantum possibilities. I haven't talked to her about us, about what this might mean. What would you want to tell her? I don't know. I've never had to explain adult relationships to her before, Because there haven't been any adult relationships to explain? Maybe we start small. Maybe we just tell her that we enjoy spending time together, and we'd like to do that more often. Maybe we let her get used to the idea gradually instead of making it feel like everything is changing at once. The thoughtfulness of his suggestion makes my chest tight. You've really thought about this. I've thought about everything where you and Stacy are concerned. He pauses, and when he continues, there's something vulnerable in his voice. I want to do this right, Janelle. I want to be what you both need. What if we don't know what we need? Then we figure it out together. The simplicity of it is both terrifying and appealing. For 8 years, I've made every decision alone, carried every burden myself, planned for every contingency without input from anyone else. The idea of sharing that responsibility, of having someone who wants to help figure things out, is so foreign that I don't know how to process it. This is all very new for me, I say finally. It's new for me too. I've never dated someone with a child before. Never had to consider how my choices affect someone else's family. Are we dating? The question surprises both of us, and Peter's smile is slow and warm. I'd like to be, if you're willing to try. What does that look like with Stacy in the picture? It looks like family dinners and nighttime reading. It looks like me learning how to braid hair, and you teaching me what movies she likes, and both of us figuring out how to be a team instead of just two people who happen to care about the same kid. The picture he paints is so appealing, so exactly what I've been secretly wanting but too afraid to ask for, that it makes my eyes water. Mama J, are you okay? Stacy appears in the kitchen doorway, holding the quantum physics book and looking concerned. You look like you're going to cry, but not the sad kind of crying. I'm fine, baby girl. Just thinking about complicated grown-up things. Are you thinking about whether you want to date Mr. Harrison? Because you should probably know that I already asked him if he wanted to be my dad, and he said he'd be honored, but that he needed to talk to you first. My heart stops. Completely stops. You did what? When I was looking at the books. I asked him if he wanted to be part of our family, and he said he'd like that very much, but that these kinds of decisions are complicated and require lots of talking, and that the most important thing is making sure everyone feels safe and loved. I look at Peter, who's studying me with eyes that's equal parts embarrassment and hope. You said that? She asked a direct question. I gave her an honest answer. And what was your honest answer? That I would be honored to be part of your family, if that's what you both wanted. That I care about both of you more than I've ever cared about anyone. That I want to be someone you can count on. Stacy's watching this exchange with the interest of someone observing a particularly fascinating scientific experiment. So are you going to date him or not, Mama J? Because the suspense is killing me, and I have a lot of questions about how this affects my bedtime routine and whether Mr. Harrison can help with my math homework. The practical concerns in her voice make me laugh despite the emotional intensity of the moment. You want him to help with your math homework? He's really good at explaining things in ways that make sense. Plus, he said he knows how to make pancakes shaped like dinosaurs, which seems like a valuable life skill. Dinosaur pancakes are definitely a valuable life skill, Peter says seriously, along with proper homework supervision and bedtime story reading. See? He gets it. Stacy looks between us with the satisfaction of someone who's successfully made her point. So can we try it? Can we see what it's like to be a family with Mr. Harrison? The question is so simple, so full of hope and possibility, that it cuts through all my careful anxiety and gets straight to the heart of what I actually want. I want this. I want Peter in our lives. Want to see what it means to share your life with someone who cares about us both. And want to discover what kind of family we could build together. The wanting is so strong it's making it hard to breathe, but underneath it is something that feels like courage. Yeah, I say, looking at Peter and seeing my own hope reflected in his eyes. Let's try it. Really? Stacy bounces on her toes with excitement. This is the best day ever. Can we start right now? Can Mr. Harrison come to dinner tomorrow? Can he help me with my science project about parallel dimensions? Slow down, Speed Racer, I say, laughing at her enthusiasm. We're going to take this one step at a time. But we are going to take steps? Peter asks, and there's something careful in his voice that tells me how much my answer matters to him. We're going to take steps, I confirm, and the words feel like a promise and a leap of faith all at once. Later, as we're getting ready to leave Peter's apartment, I catch him meeting my gaze with feelings of soft and wondering, like he can't quite believe this is real. Thank you, he says quietly while Stacy's in the bathroom. For what? For being brave enough to try this. For trusting me with something so important. Thank you for making it feel safe to be brave. He kisses me then, soft and quick and full of promise. And when Stacy emerges from the bathroom, she pretends not to notice the way we're standing closer together than we were before. Are we ready to go home? She asks. Because I have a lot of planning to do if Mr. Harrison's going to be part of our family. I need to reorganize my bookshelves to make room for his quantum physics collection. And I should probably teach him how to make my favorite grilled cheese sandwiches. Those sound like excellent priorities, Peter says seriously. As we drive home, with Stacy chattering about all the ways our lives are going to change now that Peter's going to be part of them, I catch myself smiling in the rearview mirror. For the first time in 8 years, the future feels full of possibility instead of responsibility. It's terrifying and exhilarating and absolutely nothing like the careful, controlled life I've been building. And I can't wait to see what happens next.
Chapter 8. Peter. 2 weeks into officially dating Janelle, I'm standing outside a house that screams, "Grandmother lives here," with its meticulously maintained flower beds and the kind of front porch that was built for sitting and dispensing life advice. Stacy's bouncing beside me, clutching a science project about photosynthesis that she's convinced will revolutionize Grammy's garden, while Janelle adjusts my collar for the 3rd time in 5 minutes. "Stop fidgeting," she says, but her own hands are shaking slightly. "She's going to love you. And if she doesn't, then we'll deal with that when it happens." Her smile is forced, and right before me stands the tension in the way she holds her shoulders. "But she will. You're good with people." The way she says it makes me think this introduction matters more than she's letting on. Stacy told me during one of our after-school science discussions that Grammy is the only other grown-up who really gets Mama J, which suggests that this woman's opinion carries significant weight in their small family unit. Peter. Janelle's hand finds mine, and her palm is slightly damp. My mother can be protective. She's going to ask you questions that might feel like an interrogation, and she's going to watch how you interact with Stacy like she's conducting some kind of social experiment. Should I be worried? Maybe. Probably. She takes a deep breath. She's the one who helped me through the hardest period of my life. She's seen what it looks like when people make promises they don't keep. There's something in her voice that urges me to ask about this hardest period. But before I can, the front door opens to reveal a woman who looks like Janelle in 30 years. Same warm brown skin, same intelligent dark eyes, same natural curls now streaked with silver and pulled back in an elegant twist. "There's my brilliant grandbaby," she says, opening her arms for Stacy, who launches herself into the hug with explosive enthusiasm. "And you must be the famous Mr. Harrison I've been hearing so much about." "Peter," I say, extending my hand. "Thank you for inviting me to dinner, Mrs. Dorothy. And none of that Mrs. business. Call me Grammy like everyone else. Her handshake is firm, and her eyes are assessing me with the thoughtful attention that makes me understand where Janelle gets her careful nature. Stacy's told me all about your quantum physics discussions and your legendary pancake skills. She's an exceptional student, and the pancakes are really just basic kitchen chemistry. Modest. I like that. Grammy steps back to let us into the house, but I catch the meaningful look she exchanges with Janelle. Come on in. I've got pot roast in the oven and about 100 questions for this young man. The house smells like Sunday dinner and furniture polish, with family photos covering every available surface. I recognize Janelle at various ages, a gap-toothed first grader, a serious teenager in graduation robes, a young woman holding a baby who must be Stacy. There's something warm and lived in about the space that speaks to generations of family gatherings. Grammy, you have to see my photosynthesis project. Stacy's already unpacking her poster board on the dining room table. I used Mom's begonias as test subjects, and I documented how different wavelengths of light affect chlorophyll production. Did you now? Grammy examines the project with the serious attention it deserves. These charts are very impressive, very scientific. Mr. Harrison helped me understand the molecular structure part. He's really good at explaining complicated things without making you feel stupid. I catch Janelle watching this interaction, and there's something soft in her expression that makes my chest tight. She's seeing me through Stacy's eyes, seeing the way I naturally fall into the role of supportive adult, and I can tell it means something to her. Peter, would you mind helping me in the kitchen for a minute? Grammy's tone is pleasant, but there's steel underneath that suggests this isn't really a request. In the kitchen, which is clearly Grammy's domain with its well-seasoned cast iron and handwritten recipe cards taped to the cabinets, she hands me a wooden spoon and points toward a pot of gravy that needs stirring. So, she says, pulling cornbread from the oven, tell me about your intentions regarding my daughter. The directness catches me off guard, even though I should have expected it. I care about her, about both of them. That's nice. Lots of people care about lots of things. Doesn't mean they understand what they're signing up for. She sets the cornbread on a cooling rack and turns to face me fully. Dating a single mother isn't like dating other women. You don't get to just care about her. You get a whole package deal. I understand that. Do you? Because it's not just about being nice to her kid during the fun parts. It's about being there for homework meltdowns and playground drama and teenage rebellion. Grammy's voice carries the weight of experience. It's about understanding that her child comes first, always, and that's not negotiable. I nod, because I've already seen this truth in action. I wouldn't want it any other way. Good answer, but here's the real question. What happens when someone questions your authority? When Stacy tests boundaries because you're not her real father? When other people make comments about your family not being traditional? The scenarios she's painting require me to really think about what I'm asking for. It's not just about romantic dinners and weekend getaways. It's about navigating complex family dynamics and proving myself worthy of trust. Then I prove myself through consistency, through showing up every day and earning the right to be part of their lives. And if situations arise that challenge your commitment, if there are complications you didn't anticipate, then I handle them, together with Janelle. Grammy studies my face for a long moment, as if trying to gauge my sincerity. My daughter gave up a lot to raise that child. Career opportunities, relationships, her own dreams sometimes. She's built her entire life around being the best mother she could be. I can see that. It's one of the things I admire most about her. She's never had a partner in parenting, never had someone to share the load or back her up when things get difficult. Grammy's voice softens slightly. That girl works herself to exhaustion trying to be everything to everyone. And she's never learned how to let anyone else carry part of the weight. I want to learn how to carry it. Want is easy. Doing is hard, especially when you're dealing with a woman who's been disappointed before by people who promise to stay. There's a story there, layers of hurt and protection that I don't fully understand yet. Still, the impact is visible, the way she holds herself like she's braced for abandonment. I'm not those people, I say quietly. Prove it. Grammy's tone is challenging, but not unkind. Prove it by being the kind of man who doesn't just love her when it's convenient. Prove it by understanding that loving her means loving every part of her life, including the parts that are complicated or difficult. I intend to. And what about Stacy? That child has been through enough upheaval in her short life. She doesn't need another adult figure who's going to disappoint her. I would never hurt her. Not intentionally, maybe. But what happens when the novelty wears off? When you realize that being a father figure is a 24/7 job with no breaks and no guarantees of gratitude. I think about Stacy's enthusiasm for our science discussions, her proud smile when I praised her writing, the way she unconsciously includes me in her future plans. The idea of disappointing her makes my stomach clench. Then I remember that she's worth the effort. That they both are. Grammy nods slowly, and she crosses my sight, weighing my words against whatever criteria she's using to judge my worthiness. That little girl in there is the brightest star in our family. She's special in ways that go beyond her intelligence, and she deserves adults who will fight for her happiness. I will fight for her happiness, even if it means making sacrifices you haven't thought about yet. Even if it means putting her needs ahead of your own sometimes? Yes. And what about my daughter's happiness? Because she's forgotten how to prioritize her own needs, and she's going to need someone who reminds her that she matters too. The insight hits me hard, because I've already seen evidence of this. The way Janelle puts Stacy's needs above her own, the way she dismisses her own desires as secondary to her daughter's well-being. I want to take care of both of them, in whatever way they'll let me. From the dining room, we hear Stacy's voice rising with excitement as she explains something complex to Janelle, followed by Janelle's warm laughter. The sound draws both Grammy and me toward the doorway, where we can see them bent over the science project together, Stacy gesturing animatedly while Janelle asks questions that clearly delight her daughter. She's a good mother, Grammy says quietly. Best mother that child could have asked for. But she's been doing it alone for so long that she's forgotten how to trust anyone else with something so precious. I don't blame her for being protective. Good. Because earning her trust is going to be the hardest thing you've ever done, and keeping it is going to be even harder. She hands me a stack of plates. But if you can do that, if you can prove that you're the kind of man who stays, then you'll have something worth more than anything else in this world. Dinner is a revelation in family dynamics. Grammy tells stories about Janelle's childhood, how she was reading chapter books by age 6, how she used to reorganize the grocery store shelves to be more efficient, how she once convinced her entire second-grade class to start a recycling program. She's always been like that, Grammy says, passing the cornbread. Born with this need to fix things to make everything work better. Sometimes I worried she was taking on too much responsibility too young. Still worry about that, Janelle mutters, but she's smiling. And then when Stacy came along, it was like watching someone discover their true calling. Janelle just knew exactly what to do, exactly how to love that baby. I watched Janelle's expression change, becoming softer and more vulnerable. I didn't know anything. I was figuring it out as I went along. You were natural at it. Some people have to learn how to be parents, but you just were one. From day one. Stacy beams at this praise of her mother. Mama J is the best mom ever. She can fix anything, and she never gets tired of my questions, and she makes the best bedtime stories. What kind of bedtime stories? I ask. Adventures about a girl who can travel through time and space using science. Each story teaches me something new about physics or chemistry or astronomy. Stacy's eyes light up. Last week's story was about how black holes work, and the week before was about quantum entanglement. She creates educational bedtime stories? Every night, Grammy says with obvious pride. That girl has been nurturing Stacy's mind from the very beginning. Never talked down to her, never dismissed her questions as too complicated. I look at Janelle, who's blushing slightly at the praise, and feel something deep and warm settle in my chest. This is what dedication looks like. This is what it looks like to put someone else's needs above your own. Not out of obligation, but out of love. Mr. Harrison, Stacy says, cutting into my thoughts. Do you think you could help me with my next science project? I want to build a model of the solar system that shows orbital mechanics, but I need someone who understands the math. I'd be honored to help. And maybe you could come to the science fair. It's next month, and Mama J always comes, but it would be cool to have 2 adults cheering for me. I glance at Janelle, who's watching this exchange with something that looks like cautious hope. If your mom is okay with it, I'd love to be there. Please, Mama J. Please. We'll see, Janelle says, but her tone suggests the answer is likely yes. That means probably yes, Stacy explains to me, with the air of someone translating a foreign language. Mama J only says we'll see when she's already leaning toward yes, but wants to think about logistics. After dinner, while Stacy and Grammy work on a puzzle in the living room, Janelle and I do dishes in the kitchen. She's quiet, thoughtful, which causes me to think that Grammy's approval process has stirred up emotions she wasn't expecting to deal with tonight. She likes you, she says finally, handing me a plate to dry. I like her. She's exactly what I expected from someone who raised you. What does that mean? Strong, protective, unwilling to accept anything less than the best for the people she loves. I set the dried plate in the cabinet. She asked me some tough questions. I'm sorry. I told her to go easy on you, but subtlety isn't really her strong suit. I didn't mind. They were fair questions about what I'm really signing up for. I pause, choosing my words carefully. She mentioned that you've made a lot of sacrifices for Stacy, that you've been doing this alone for a long time. Janelle goes very still. She pauses, lost in thought whether this is territory she's ready to explore. Being a single parent requires sacrifices. That's not unique to me. But you've been doing it since she was a baby. That's a lot to take on at such a young age. Someone had to. The words come out quietly, but there's steel underneath them. And I wouldn't change anything about it. She's the best thing that's ever happened to me. I can see that. And I can see what an amazing job you've done with her. Some days I feel like I'm barely keeping my head above water. Like I'm one crisis away from failing her completely. The vulnerability in her voice makes me want to wrap her in my arms and promise her that she'll never have to face another crisis alone. Instead, I keep my voice gentle and steady. You're not failing her. You're raising an incredible human being who's confident and curious and kind. That doesn't happen by accident. She deserves more than I can give her sometimes. Better schools, more opportunities, experiences I can't afford. She deserves love and stability and someone who believes in her potential. You give her all of that, every single day. Janelle's eyes fill with tears, and I realize this is something she's been carrying alone for too long. The weight of feeling like she's not enough, like she's somehow failing at the most important job of her life. I want to help, I say quietly. I want to be part of giving her everything she deserves. Peter, you don't understand what you're asking for. The science fairs and study sessions and nighttime tales, that's the easy part. There are complications, challenges that could affect anyone who gets involved with us. What kind of complications? She falls silent for a while, and there she is debating how much to reveal. Things from the past that might resurface. Family dynamics that could get messy. Legal situations that might arise. The vague nature of her concerns makes them somehow more ominous. Are you in some kind of trouble? Not trouble exactly. But our family situation is unconventional, and there are people who might not understand or approve of the choices I've made. What choices? Choices about what's best for Stacy. About who has the right to make decisions about her future. Janelle's voice is tight with anxiety. I need to know that whoever I'm with is going to stand by us if things get complicated. They're not going to decide it's too much drama and walk away. The fear in her voice breaks something in my chest because I can see how much courage it took for her to trust me with even this much information and how much she's risking by letting me into their lives at all. Janelle, look at me! She does, and my vision settles on the vulnerability she's trying to hide behind her practical exterior. I'm not going anywhere. Whatever complications arise, whatever challenges we have to face, I'm in this with you. Both of you. You say that now, but I say that now, and I'll say it tomorrow. And I'll say it no matter what storms we have to weather together. I set down the dish towel and frame her face with my hands. I'm falling in love with you, Janelle. I'm falling in love with Stacy. I'm falling in love with the family you've built, and I want to spend whatever time you'll give me helping you protect it. The words surprise both of us, because it's the first time either of us has mentioned love out loud. But standing in Grammy's kitchen, with the sounds of Stacy's laughter drifting from the living room and the weight of Janelle's trust settling between us, it feels like the most honest thing I've ever said. Peter, she whispers, and there are tears in her eyes. I love you, I say again, because the words feel too important to say just once. Whatever complications come, we'll face them together. From the living room, Grammy's voice calls out, You two better not be in there having important conversations without us. There's a puzzle in here that needs solving, and Stacy's about to figure out the entire thing without any help from the adults. We break apart, laughing despite the emotional intensity of the moment, and I realize this is what family feels like. Complicated, and beautiful, and worth fighting for, no matter what challenges come our way. As we rejoin Grammy and Stacy, I catch Grammy watching me tinged with the promise of approval mixed with cautious hope. She's given me her conditional blessing, but more importantly, she's helped me understand the depth of what I'm committing to. Whatever complications lie ahead, whatever challenges might test our newfound happiness, I know one thing for certain. I'm ready to fight for this family, for this love, for this chance at something real and lasting. The question is whether I'll be strong enough to keep that promise when the storms finally come.
Chapter 9. Janelle. I'm running exactly 4 minutes late for pickup, which shouldn't matter except that Stacy gets anxious when I'm not there at exactly 3:15, scanning the crowd of parents with those dark eyes that see too much and worry about things 8-year-olds shouldn't have to consider. Traffic was brutal, a 3-car fender bender on 5th Street that had me gripping the steering wheel and watching precious minutes tick by on my dashboard clock. When I finally pull into the school parking lot, my heart rate settles slightly. 4 minutes late isn't the end of the world. Stacy will understand. She always does. But as I hurry toward the usual pickup spot near the flagpole, something feels off. There's a cluster of parents standing closer together than usual, their voices carrying that particular tone people use when they're trying not to stare at something fascinating. A few mothers I recognize are glancing toward the school entrance, with expressions that mix curiosity with something that might be envy. Then I see why. There's a woman standing near the school steps, and she's the kind of beautiful that makes people stop mid-conversation. Tall and willowy, with long, straight black hair that catches the afternoon sunlight like silk, wearing a cream-colored coat that probably costs more than my monthly rent. She's got perfect posture, perfect makeup, and the kind of effortless elegance that some women are born with and others spend lifetimes trying to achieve. She's also talking to my daughter. My feet stop moving. Actually stop, like someone hit a pause button on my entire nervous system. because I know that profile. I know the way she tilts her head when she's listening, the way she gestures with her hands when she's explaining something, the way she commands attention just by existing in a space. Tatiana. My sister is here at Stacy's school, talking to the daughter she abandoned 8 years ago, like it's the most natural thing in the world. Excuse me? I push past Mrs. Henderson, who's still staring at my sister, with the kind of fascination usually reserved for celebrity sightings. Sorry, excuse me. As I get closer, I can hear fragments of their conversation, and each word feels like a physical blow. Such a smart girl, I can tell just by looking at you. And so pretty. You have the most beautiful eyes. Thank you, Stacy says. I pick up on pleased surprise in her voice. She's not used to strange adults complimenting her appearance. Usually they comment on her intelligence or her maturity, if they notice her at all. Are you someone's mom? You could say that. Tatiana's laugh is musical, the same laugh that used to make boys in high school follow her around like lost puppies. I'm actually here to see you, specifically. Those words washed over me like ice water. She's here for Stacy. After 8 years of silence, of absence, of leaving me to figure out diapers and teething and first words and first steps all by myself, she's here acting like she has some kind of right to my daughter's attention. Me? But why? I don't think we've met. Stacy's voice carries that polite confusion she uses when adults say things that don't quite make sense. Are you a teacher? Or maybe you work with Mama J at the bank? No, sweetheart. I'm Stacy. My voice comes out sharper than I intended, cutting through whatever explanation Tatiana was about to give. Come here. Now. Both of them turn toward me and the contrast is jarring. Stacy's face lights up with relief and excitement. Mama J? There you are. This nice lady was just telling me some things, while Tatiana's expression shifts into something that might be amusement mixed with challenge. Hello, Janelle. She says my name like she's tasting it, like she's not sure if she likes the flavor. You look exactly the same. It's not a compliment. Tatiana always had a gift for making observations that sounded nice on the surface, but carried barbs underneath. I'm wearing my work clothes, a navy blazer that's seen better days, sensible flats, hair pulled back in a bun that's more about efficiency than style. Next to her effortless glamour, I probably look exactly like what I am. A single mother who shops at Target and cuts her own hair and hasn't had time to think about her appearance beyond clean and professional. What are you doing here? I reach for Stacy's hand, needing the physical contact to ground myself. How did you even know where? It's amazing what you can find online these days. Social media, school websites, public records. Tatiana's smile is perfectly pleasant and completely terrifying. Though I have to say, I was surprised to discover that my daughter is attending such a quaint little school. The possessive pronoun lands like a slap. My daughter. Like she has any right to claim ownership over the child she left in my arms, with nothing but a note and a diaper bag. I'm sorry, Stacy says, looking between us with growing confusion. But I think there's been some kind of mistake. Mama J is my mom, not... I don't understand what's happening. The innocent confusion in her voice breaks something in my chest. She doesn't remember Tatiana. Of course she doesn't. She was 6 months old when Tatiana disappeared, too young to form memories of the woman who gave birth to her, but never bothered to be her mother. Oh, sweetheart. Tatiana crouches down to Stacy's eye level, and I want to step between them, but I'm frozen by the sight of my sister's face, so close to my daughter's. There's no mistake. I'm your Aunt Tatiana, your mama's sister. Aunt. The word choice is deliberate, careful, designed to establish connection without causing immediate panic. But I can see the calculation behind it, The way Tatiana is testing the waters, seeing how much she can reveal without triggering a crisis. I have an aunt? Stacy's eyes go wide with wonder. Mama J, you never told me I had an aunt. The accusation in her voice is mild, just curiosity mixed with excitement, but it cuts deep because she's right. I never told her about Tatiana because I spent 8 years hoping she'd never have to know, never have to understand that the woman who gave birth to her cared so little that she could walk away and never look back. It's complicated, baby girl. I'm struggling to find words that won't shatter her world. There are some family things that are hard to explain. But not too hard, surely. Tatiana stands up, and suddenly she's looming over both of us, using her height advantage like a weapon. Family is important, don't you think, Stacy? It's important to know where you come from, who you belong to. The threat is subtle, but unmistakable. She's playing games, enjoying the confusion and discomfort she's creating, and using my daughter as a pawn in whatever twisted agenda brought her here. Stacy belongs with me, I say quietly, but there's steel in my voice that I hope Tatiana remembers from our childhood. She's my daughter. Of course she is. I would never suggest otherwise. Tatiana's tone is all innocence, but her eyes are sharp with something that looks like anticipation. I'm just saying that family connections are important, that a child should know all the people who love her. Love her? The words slip out before I can stop them, carrying all the rage and hurt I've been holding for 8 years. Where was this love when she was teething? When she had her first fever? When she learned to walk and said her first word and started school? Janelle. Tatiana's voice carries a warning that takes me back to childhood, to being the younger sister who was always supposed to defer to her superior wisdom and beauty and charm. Let's not make a scene. There are people watching. She's right. The cluster of parents has grown larger, and I can feel their attention like a physical weight. Mrs. Peterson is pretending to check her phone while obviously listening to every word. Mr. Holland is standing close enough to intervene if this conversation gets heated. And somewhere in this crowd of observers are parents who know me, who know Stacy, who are going to have questions I'm not prepared to answer. Why are you here? I ask again, keeping my voice low but letting her hear the desperation underneath. What do you want? I want to get to know my niece. The emphasis on the word is slight but deliberate. I want to be part of her life. I want to make up for lost time. You can't just show up after 8 years and expect... Expect what? To be welcomed back into the family? To have a relationship with my sister's daughter? Tatiana's smile is poison wrapped in silk. I think that's perfectly reasonable, don't you? Stacy's been following this exchange like a tennis match, her head turning back and forth between us, and I can see the wheels turning in her brilliant mind. She's trying to piece together the undercurrents she doesn't understand, the history she's never been told, the reason why her mother and this glamorous stranger are speaking to each other like former enemies forced to be civil. Mama J, she says quietly, tugging on my hand. Is everything okay? You look scared. Scared. The word hits me like a physical blow because she's right. I am scared. More than scared. I'm absolutely petrified that this moment is the beginning of the end of everything I've built, everything I've protected, everything I've fought to keep safe for the past 8 years. Everything's fine, baby girl. We just need to... Actually, Tatiana interrupts smoothly. I was hoping I could take you both out for ice cream. I'd love to hear all about school and your friends and what you like to do for fun. Ice cream? Stacy's expression radiates like Christmas morning. Can we, Mama J? Please? I want to hear about when you and Aunt Tatiana were kids. The manipulation is masterful. Tatiana knows exactly which buttons to push. a child's natural excitement about unexpected treats, the curiosity about family history that I've been carefully avoiding, the thrill of having a new adult pay attention to her. She's weaponizing Stacy's innocence against me, and there's nothing I can do to stop it without causing the kind of scene that will traumatize my daughter and provide entertainment for half the school community. I don't think today is a good day for ice cream, I say carefully. We have homework to do and dinner to make and… Oh, come on, Janelle. When did you become so rigid? Tatiana's laugh is bright and careless, designed to make me look like the unreasonable one. It's just ice cream. What could be the harm? Everything. I want to scream. The harm is that you're here, disrupting our lives, claiming connections you have no right to claim. The harm is that you're beautiful and charming and exactly the kind of person who makes promises she doesn't keep. The harm is that my daughter is looking at you like you might be the answer to questions she didn't even know she had. Please, Mama J? Stacy's eyes are wide and hopeful. I promise I'll do my homework as soon as we get home. And I'll eat all my vegetables for dinner, and I'll go to bed early without arguing. The desperation in her voice breaks my heart because I can see how much this means to her. The chance to spend time with this mysterious aunt, to feel like her family is bigger and more interesting than she thought. She has no idea that she's asking me to hand her over to the woman who abandoned her, who could disappear again at any moment, who could shatter her world with a few careless words. I really think we should head home. I tried again. I sensed the sound of weakness in my own voice. Actually, that sounds like a wonderful idea. The voice comes from behind me, and I turn to see Peter approaching with his end-of-day smile and his teacher bag slung over his shoulder. He's clearly just finished his own classroom duties and has no idea he's walking into a family crisis. Sorry I'm late. Had to deal with a parent conference that ran over. Stacy, how was your day? Mr. Harrison. Stacy practically vibrates with excitement. This is my Aunt Tatiana. She wants to take us for ice cream and hear about school and everything. I watch Peter's expression change as he processes this information, sees the tension radiating from my body, notices the way I'm gripping Stacy's hand, like she might be torn away from me at any moment. His teacher instincts are finely tuned to family dynamics, and I watch as he tries to read the situation without enough context to understand what's really happening. Your aunt, he says carefully, extending his hand to Tatiana. I'm Peter Harrison, Stacy's teacher. It's nice to meet you. Peter Harrison. Tatiana takes his hand and holds it a moment longer than necessary, her smile shifting into something warmer and more personal. What a lovely surprise. Stacy talks about you constantly. Mr. Harrison this, Mr. Harrison that. I was beginning to think you were too good to be true. The flirtation is subtle but unmistakable, and I watch Peter's cheeks flush slightly as he retrieves his hand. Tatiana has always had this effect on men, the ability to make them feel like they're the most interesting person in the room, like they're special and chosen and worthy of her attention. She's an exceptional student, Peter says, glancing at me with concern. Are you visiting from out of town? You could say that. I've been away for a while, but I'm hoping to spend more time here now. Get reacquainted with my family. Tatiana's voice carries implications that make my stomach clench. Actually, Peter, do you mind if I call you Peter? Maybe you'd like to join us for ice cream? I'd love to hear more about Stacy's progress from her teacher's perspective. Oh, that's not necessary, I say quickly, but Stacy's already bouncing with excitement. Yes! Mr. Harrison should definitely come. He can tell Aunt Tatiana about my science projects and my reading level and how I'm the best in the class at math. Well, if it's all right with your mom. Peter looks at me questioningly, and it's clear he's struggling to understand why I look like I'm about to have a panic attack over a simple ice cream invitation. It's not all right. Nothing about this is all right. But I'm trapped by social expectations, and my daughter's excitement, and the growing audience of parents who are clearly invested in seeing how this family drama plays out. If I refuse, if I make a scene, if I grab Stacy and run, I'll have to explain why. And explaining why means revealing secrets I've spent 8 years protecting, means shattering Stacy's understanding of her own life, means opening doors I've fought to keep closed. Fine, I hear myself saying, the word feeling like surrender. Ice cream sounds. Fine. Wonderful. Tatiana claps her hands together like we've just agreed to something delightful instead of potentially catastrophic. I know just the place. There's a lovely little shop downtown that has the most amazing flavors. Moving closer to the parking lot, Stacy chattering excitedly between Tatiana and Peter, while I trail behind feeling like I'm watching my life spiral out of control, I catch fragments of conversation that make my chest tight with dread. So you're a teacher? That must be so rewarding. Mama J makes the best pancakes, but maybe you could teach her to make them shaped like animals. Such a bright girl, clearly gets her intelligence from the family. Each word feels like another nail in the coffin of the life I've carefully woven together. Tatiana is charming and engaged, and everything I'm not when I'm panicked and protective. She's making Peter smile, making Stacy laugh, inserting herself into our dynamic like she belongs there. And the worst part is, I can see it working. I can see Peter relaxing under her attention, seeing Stacy warming to this glamorous new relative who seems genuinely interested in her life. I can see my family being seduced by the very qualities that made it so easy for Tatiana to charm her way out of responsibility 8 years ago. As we reach our cars, Tatiana turns to me with that perfect smile and says, "Why don't I drive? I have a lovely car, plenty of room for everyone." "We'll take separate cars," I say quickly, because the thought of being trapped in a vehicle with her makes my skin crawl. "Suit yourself. I'll meet you there." She hands me a business card with the ice cream shop's address. "Drive carefully, sister. You're carrying precious cargo." The endearment and the implied threat hang in the air as she walks toward a sleek black BMW that probably costs more than I make in 2 years. She moves with the confidence of someone who's used to getting what she wants, who's never had to worry about consequences or responsibilities, or the mess she leaves behind. "Janelle," Peter says quietly as we watch her drive away, "are you okay?" "You seem—" "I'm fine," I lie, helping Stacy into her car seat with shaking hands. "Everything's fine." But as I start my car and follow Tatiana's BMW through the streets of our small town, I know that everything is very far from fine. My sister is back, and she wants something from us. And whatever it is, I have the sinking feeling that it's going to cost me everything I've spent 8 years trying to protect. The ice cream shop comes into view, and through the window I can see Tatiana already inside, probably charming the teenage staff with her smile and her expensive coat. In a few minutes, I'm going to have to sit across from her and pretend that this is a normal family outing while she systematically dismantles the boundaries I've built around my daughter. "Mama J," Stacy says from the back seat. "I'm really excited to meet Aunt Tatiana. She seems super nice and pretty and fun." "Yeah, baby girl," I manage, my voice barely steady. She's all of those things. I never mention that Tatiana has always been nice and pretty and fun, right up until the moment she disappears and leaves other people to clean up the mess. The part I don't voice is that I'm absolutely terrified of what she wants, and even more terrified that whatever it is, she's going to get it. What I don't say is that this ice cream date might be the beginning of the end of everything I've fought to build. But as I park the car and watch my daughter skip toward the shop where my sister is waiting, I know that ready or not, the fight of my life is about to begin.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 10. Peter. I'm grading second-grade math worksheets during my lunch break when she appears in my classroom doorway, like some kind of vision from a magazine cover. Tatiana moves with the fluid grace of someone who's never doubted her effect on people, wearing a burgundy dress that probably costs more than my monthly salary and a smile that seems designed to short-circuit rational thought. "I hope I'm not interrupting," she says, though her tone suggests she knows exactly how disruptive her presence is. "I was in the neighborhood and thought I might catch you during your break." "Ms. I realize I never got her last name yesterday, and the omission feels significant now. Williams. But please, call me Tatiana." She steps into my classroom without invitation, her heels clicking against the linoleum as she surveys the space with the kind of attention that feels calculating. What a lovely classroom, so organized. Very different from what I remember from my own elementary years. Things have changed a lot in education. I set down my red pen and try to read her expression. "Was there something specific you wanted to discuss about Stacy?" "Actually, yes." She settles into the chair across from my desk, crossing her legs with deliberate elegance. "I'm concerned about her academic placement. From what I observed yesterday, she seems remarkably advanced for her age." The comment catches me off guard, because it's exactly the kind of thing a caring family member would notice. She is gifted, yes. We're working on appropriate challenges to keep her engaged. That's wonderful to hear. But I have to ask, is she getting the kind of specialized attention she needs in a school like this? Tatiana glances around my classroom again, and this time her assessment feels less complimentary. I mean, it's charming in a small-town way, but someone with Stacy's potential might benefit from more sophisticated resources. There's something in her tone that sets my teeth on edge, a subtle condescension wrapped in concern. Stacy is thriving here. She's challenged academically and supported emotionally. I'm sure you're doing your best with the resources available. Her smile takes any sting out of the words, but the implication remains. I'm just wondering if Janelle has considered other options. Private schools, specialized programs, opportunities that might be more financially accessible now. What do you mean? Well, as a family, I'm obviously interested in Stacy's welfare. And if there are ways I can help ensure she gets the best possible education. She trails off, letting the suggestion hang between us. I've been quite successful in my career. Financial constraints shouldn't limit that child's potential. The way she says, "that child" instead of "my niece" strikes me as odd. But before I can analyze it further, she's leaning forward slightly, close enough that I catch the scent of expensive perfume. "You care about her quite a lot, don't you?" she asks, and there's something knowing in her voice. "It's obvious from the way you talk about her, the way you looked at her yesterday. She's an exceptional student. Any teacher would be invested in her success." "Of course. But this seems like more than professional interest." Tatiana's smile becomes warmer, more personal. "Janelle mentioned that you two have been spending time together outside of school. I wasn't aware Janelle had mentioned our relationship to her sister, and the fact that they've discussed it makes me uncomfortable in a way I can't quite define. We're dating, yes. How lovely. And how is that working out? becoming involved with a single mother. I imagine it comes with some unique challenges. The question feels like a test, and I'm not sure what the right answer is supposed to be. Every relationship has challenges, but Janelle and Stacy are worth any complications. That's sweet. Really, but there's something in her tone that suggests she finds my response naive rather than romantic. Has Janelle told you much about our family history? About how she came to be raising Stacy alone? Some. The truth is, Janelle has been deliberately vague about the details, and yesterday's ice cream outing raised more questions than it answered. She mentioned it was a difficult time. Difficult. Yes, that's one way to put it. Tatiana leans back in her chair, and I sense her deliberating how much to reveal. I suppose she painted herself as the hero of the story. The selfless sister who stepped up when no one else would. There's an edge to her voice now, something sharp beneath the polished surface. She did what she thought was best for Stacy. Did she? Or did she do what was best for herself? Tatiana's laugh is soft, but contains no humor. My sister has always had a need to be needed, you know. To be the one people depend on, the one who holds everything together. What are you suggesting? I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying that sometimes when people position themselves as indispensable, they don't always consider whether their solutions are actually in everyone's best interest. She stands up, smoothing down her dress with practiced elegance. But enough about ancient history. I'm more interested in the present. She moves around my desk, ostensibly to look at the student artwork on the wall, but the positioning puts her closer to me than is professionally appropriate. You seem like someone who genuinely cares about Stacy's welfare. Someone who might understand that a child's needs should come before adult attachments. Of course. Stacy's welfare is everyone's priority. Everyone? I wonder. She turns to face me, and suddenly she's close enough that I have to tilt my head back to maintain eye contact. Tell me, Peter, do you think Janelle would make the same choice if she had to choose between what was comfortable for her and what was truly best for Stacy? The question feels loaded with implications I don't understand. I think Janelle would do anything for Stacy. She's devoted her entire life to that child. Her entire life, yes. That's part of the problem. Tatiana's hand comes to rest on the edge of my desk, her fingers just inches from mine. Sometimes when someone builds their whole identity around being a mother, they lose sight of what the child actually needs versus what makes them feel important. I don't think that's the case here. Don't you? Then why does Stacy seem so hungry for adult attention? Why is she so eager to please, so careful not to upset anyone? Tatiana's voice is gentle, concerned, but her words hit like targeted missiles. That's not normal 8-year-old behavior, Peter. That's the behavior of a child who's learned that love is conditional on being perfect. The observation stops me cold because there's truth in it. Stacy does have an unusual need to please adults, an anxiety about disappointing people that seems beyond her years. I'd attributed it to her intelligence, her maturity, but Tatiana is suggesting something darker. You're reading a lot into very little evidence. Am I? Or am I seeing things that someone closer to the situation might miss? She moves even closer, and I can feel the warmth radiating from her skin. Sometimes it takes an outside perspective to recognize patterns that have become normalized. And what pattern do you think you're seeing? A woman who's so invested in being seen as the perfect mother that she can't recognize when she's in over her head. A child who's learned to suppress her own needs to maintain family stability. A situation that might benefit from some adult intervention. The way she says adult intervention makes my stomach clench, because it sounds less like family concern and more like a threat. What kind of intervention? Nothing dramatic, just some additional support, some resources that could help Stacy reach her full potential. Tatiana's hand moves to touch my arm, the contact light but deliberate. I could be that support, Peter. I could provide opportunities that Janelle simply can't offer. Such as better schools, tutoring, cultural experiences, travel. Her fingers trace a small pattern on my sleeve. A more stable environment where Stacy doesn't have to worry about being too much for the adults in her life. Stacy has a stable environment. She has a mother who loves her unconditionally. Does she? Or does she have a mother who needs her to be exceptional to justify the sacrifices she's made? Tatiana's voice drops to almost a whisper. There's a difference between loving a child and loving the idea of being that child's savior. The accusation is so venomous, so perfectly designed to exploit any doubts I might have about Janelle's motivations, that I actually step back from her. That's not fair. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? I know my sister Peter. I know how she operates, how she makes herself indispensable and then resents the burden she's created. Tatiana doesn't follow my retreat, but her gaze holds me in place. I also know what it's like to care about someone who's so wrapped up in their own narrative that they can't see the damage they're causing. What damage? Stacy is happy, healthy, thriving. Is she? Or is she performing happiness because she knows that's what the adults around her need to see? Tatiana tilts her head, studying my face like she's reading my thoughts. You've noticed it too, haven't you? The way she watches Janelle for cues, the way she tries so hard to be perfect, the way she takes responsibility for adult emotions. I want to deny it, but the observations are hitting too close to home. I've noticed Stacy's hypervigilance around her mother's moods, her tendency to take on emotional responsibility that should belong to adults. I chalked it up to her intelligence and sensitivity, but Tatiana is painting a different picture entirely. Even if there are some concerns, that doesn't mean... It doesn't mean Janelle is a bad person. Of course not. She's trying her best with limited resources and no support system. Tatiana's voice becomes warm again, understanding. But sometimes trying your best isn't enough. Sometimes admitting that takes more courage than people possess. She moves to the window, giving me space to breathe while she delivers her closing argument. I'm not trying to disrupt anything, Peter. I'm trying to help, to provide resources and stability that could benefit everyone involved. And what exactly would that help look like? Shared custody, perhaps. Opportunities for Stacy to experience different environments, different possibilities. A chance for Janelle to remember who she is beyond being a mother. Tatiana turns back to me, and her expression is earnest, concerned. Don't you think Stacy deserves to know all her family? To have options beyond the limitations of a single-parent household? The question is reasonable on the surface, but something about it feels like a trap. Stacy has a family. She has Janelle, Grammy, and now she has me. You. Tatiana's smile becomes predatory. How long have you been part of her life, Peter? A few months? And you already see yourself as family? The tone of her voice stirs something in me. I care about both of them. I'm committed to their happiness. How committed? Committed enough to support what's truly best for Stacy, even if it's not what Janelle wants. Committed enough to encourage her to consider options that might be uncomfortable, but beneficial? Tatiana moves closer again, and this time I don't step back. Committed enough to help me help her? And there it is. The real reason for this visit. The true agenda behind her concern and charm. She's trying to recruit me as an ally, to use my relationship with Janelle and Stacy to advance whatever plan she has for disrupting their lives. I think you should leave, Peter. Her voice becomes soft, almost pleading. I know this is a lot to process. But I need you to think about what I've said. Really think about it. Because if you truly care about Stacy, you'll want what's best for her, regardless of how that affects your relationship with her mother. What's best for Stacy is staying with the mother who's loved and protected her for 8 years. The mother who's never told her the truth about where she came from, about who her real family is. Tatiana's mask slips just slightly, revealing something cold underneath. Do you even know the whole story, Peter? Do you know why Janelle is so desperate to keep me away from my own? She stops abruptly, as if catching herself before saying too much. Your own what? My own niece. My sister's daughter. But the recovery is too quick, too practiced, and my eyes fix on the lie in her eyes. I think you need to leave. Now. Of course, I've obviously upset you, and that wasn't my intention. Tatiana gathers her purse and moves toward the door, but she pauses in the doorway. But Peter, when this all comes out, and it will come out, remember that I tried to do this the easy way. I tried to work with everyone involved to find a solution that would benefit Stacy. Are you threatening me? I'm promising you that I will do whatever it takes to ensure my family's welfare. Whatever it takes. Her smile is beautiful and terrible. Enjoy the rest of your lunch break. After she leaves, I sit in my empty classroom trying to process what just happened. The woman who just spent 20 minutes trying to seduce me into betraying Janelle's trust is the same woman who charmed Stacy yesterday, who made reasonable points about educational opportunities and family connections. But underneath the polish and concern, I caught glimpses of something calculating and ruthless. The way she tried to plant doubts about Janelle's parenting, the way she positioned herself as Stacy's potential savior, the slip where she almost claimed Stacy as her own. It all adds up to a picture that makes my blood run cold. Whatever Tatiana wants, whatever she's planning, it's not in Stacy's best interest. And the fact that she tried to recruit me as an accomplice tells me that Janelle's fears are not only justified, but probably understated. I pull out my phone and scroll to Janelle's number, then hesitate. How do I explain what just happened without sounding paranoid? How do I tell her that her sister just tried to manipulate me into questioning everything about their relationship? But as I sit there staring at my phone, I realize that the details don't matter as much as the intention behind them. Tatiana is playing games with people's lives, using charm and manipulation to get what she wants, and she's willing to hurt a child to achieve her goals. I type a simple message. We need to talk. Tonight, after Stacy's in bed. It's about your sister. The response comes back immediately. I know. I've been expecting this. As I put my phone away and try to focus on the stack of ungraded papers in front of me, I keep getting this sense that we're all pieces in a game that Tatiana has been planning for much longer than any of us realized. And I'm terrified that by the time we understand the rules, it might already be too late to protect the family I've come to love more than my own life.
Chapter 11. Janelle. Peter arrives at 9:30, after Stacy's been asleep for an hour, and I'm able to make out the concern written across his face before he even steps through the door. He's still in his work clothes, khakis and a button-down that's wrinkled from a long day. But there's a tension in his shoulders that tells me Tatiana's visit to his classroom accomplished exactly what she intended. How much did she tell you? I ask, without preamble, leading him to the kitchen where I've got coffee brewing, and my hands shaking despite my attempt to appear calm. Nothing concrete, everything by implication. He accepts the mug I offer him but doesn't drink. She tried to make me question your motivations, your ability to provide for Stacy. She painted herself as the solution to problems I didn't know existed. And did it work? For about 5 minutes, it made me wonder if I was missing something. She's very good at planting seeds of doubt. Peter sets down his coffee and looks at me directly. But then she slipped up. She almost claimed Stacy as her own before catching herself and backtracking. The words struck me with the force of a punch because they confirmed my worst fears. She's not here to reconnect with family. She's here to take Stacy. That's what I figured. But Janelle, I need to understand what I'm dealing with. I need to know the whole story. I nod, because I knew this moment would come eventually. The truth has been sitting between us like a loaded gun, and Tatiana's return has forced me to acknowledge that secrets are a luxury I can no longer afford. Wait here, I say, and make my way to my bedroom closet, to the small metal lockbox hidden behind winter coats and old photo albums. My hands tremble while I work the combination. Stacy's birthday, the day my life really began, and retrieve the contents I haven't looked at in years. When I return to the kitchen, Peter's still standing by the counter, waiting with the patience of someone who understands that what I'm about to share will change everything between us. This is everything, I say, setting the box on the kitchen table. Everything from the night Tatiana left her. I open the box, and the first thing visible is a tiny hospital bracelet. Baby girl Williams, the plastic yellow and brittle with age. Peter leans closer as I lift it out, and my eyes land on him trying to process what he's looking at. She was born on a Tuesday in March. Tatiana was 22. I was 26. She'd been staying with me for about 6 months, pregnant and claiming she was getting her life together. My voice sounds mechanical, like I'm reciting facts instead of reliving the most pivotal moment of my life. She named her Stacy Marie, middle name after our grandmother. Underneath the bracelet is a small stack of photographs, Polaroids that capture a baby so tiny she seems impossibly fragile. In one, Tatiana is holding her in the hospital bed, looking beautiful and exhausted, and somehow already disconnected from the child in her arms. Tatiana seemed happy at first. Tired, overwhelmed, but happy. She talked about wanting to be a good mother, about how this baby was going to change everything for her. I touched the edge of one photo where baby Stacy's hand is visible, fingers spread like a star. But within a week, I could see her starting to panic. Motherhood wasn't what she expected. It was messier, harder, more demanding than anything she'd ever done. Peter picks up another photo, this one of me holding Stacy, my face soft with wonder and terror in equal measure. "You look so young." I felt ancient, like I'd aged 10 years in 10 days just from watching Tatiana struggle and knowing that baby needed someone to fight for her. I set the photos aside and reached for the next item in the box. A folded piece of notebook paper, the edges worn soft from years of being handled. This is what she left. Peter takes the note, unfolding it carefully, and I watch his expression change as he reads the words I memorized long ago. Janelle. I can't do this. I thought I could, but I'm not cut out to be someone's mother. She deserves better than what I can give her. You're good at taking care of people, better than I'll ever be. Please take care of her. I'll send money when I can. T. That's it? Peter's voice is quiet, but I can hear the anger underneath. She just left? 3 o'clock in the morning. I woke up to Stacy crying, went to check on them, and found the note propped against the empty crib. Tatiana had packed her things and disappeared like she'd never been here at all. I reach into the box again and pull out a small plastic bag containing a single dark curl. I cut this from Stacy's hair on her first birthday. I wanted to preserve something from her babyhood, something that would always be ours. Peter's studying my face like he's trying to understand how I survived what Tatiana did to us. What did you do? After you found the note? I panicked, completely fell apart for about 20 minutes, sitting on the floor of the nursery, holding this 6-month-old baby and crying because I had no idea how to take care of her. The memory is still vivid. The weight of Stacy in my arms, the smell of baby lotion, and my own fear. But then she looked at me with those dark eyes, and I realized she was depending on me. Not Tatiana, not anyone else. Me? So you decided to raise her. I decided to love her. Everything else followed from that. I pull out the last item from the box, Stacy's first pair of shoes, tiny white sneakers that she never actually wore because she learned to walk barefoot. I didn't know anything about babies. I called Grammy at 4 in the morning, crying and asking her to come over and help me figure out formulas and diapers and how to make her stop crying. And Tatiana? Did she ever try to contact you? Not once. Not a phone call, not a letter, not even a birthday card. The bitterness in my voice surprises me because I thought I'd made peace with my sister's abandonment years ago. For 8 years, she was a ghost. And then suddenly she's at Stacy's school, acting like she has some kind of right to insert herself into our lives. Peter's quiet for a long moment, processing everything I've shared. He speaks softly, his voice gentle and steady but firm. She doesn't have rights to Stacy. You're her mother in every way that matters. Legally, it's more complicated than that. I close the lockbox, shutting away the memories and mementos. I never formally adopted Stacy. Tatiana left, but she never terminated her parental rights. Technically, she's still Stacy's biological mother. But surely abandonment would be relevant in a custody hearing, yes. But abandonment doesn't automatically terminate parental rights. And Tatiana is clearly prepared to argue that she's changed, that she's stable now and wants to be part of Stacy's life. I lean back in my chair, exhaustion weighing on me like a physical force. She's successful, financially stable, probably has lawyers who specialize in exactly this kind of case. You think she'll actually try for custody? Before I can answer, my phone rings. The number is unfamiliar, but something about the timing makes my stomach clench with dread. Miss Smith? This is David Harold from Harold, Martinez and Associates. I represent Ms. Tatiana Williams in a family matter concerning the minor child Stacy Williams. The formal tone, the legal language, the use of Tatiana's last name for Stacy. It's everything I've been dreading condensed into a single phone call. I'm sorry, but I think there's been some confusion. Stacy's last name is Smith, and I'm her legal guardian. Actually, Ms. Smith, that's part of what we need to discuss. My client has asked me to inform you that she intends to petition the court for custody and visitation rights regarding her biological daughter. We'd prefer to handle this matter amicably, without involving Child Protective Services or questioning the informal arrangements that have been in place. The threat is clear, wrapped in legal politeness, but unmistakable. Tatiana isn't just asking for visitation. She's positioning herself to take Stacy entirely, and she's prepared to use the fact that I never legally adopted her as a weapon against me. I need to consult with my own attorney, I manage, my voice barely steady. Of course. My client is reasonable and wants what's best for the child. Perhaps we could arrange a meeting to discuss a transition plan that would be in everyone's interest. I said I need to speak with my attorney. Very well. We'll be in touch within the week to schedule a formal meeting. Have a good evening, Ms. Smith. The line goes dead, and I stare at my phone like it's a snake that just bit me. Peter's watching me with a growing alarm, and I realize that whatever color was left in my face has probably drained away entirely. Legal papers? He asks quietly. Worse. A custody petition. She's actually going to try to take Stacy away from me. The words hang in the air between us, and suddenly the kitchen feels too small, too warm, like the walls are closing in around us. 8 years of bedtime stories and scraped knees and homework, help and unconditional love, and Tatiana thinks she can just waltz back in and claim it all because she happens to share DNA with my daughter. Janelle. Peter's voice cuts through my spiral of panic. Look at me. I do. And I see something in his eyes that looks like fierce determination mixed with protective anger. She's not going to win. Whatever it takes, however long it takes, whatever we have to do, she's not going to take Stacy away from you. You don't understand the legal realities. I understand that you're Stacy's mother. Not because of biology or paperwork, but because you chose her every single day for 8 years. You chose to get up with her when she was teething, to teach her to read, to encourage her curiosity, to love her unconditionally, even when it was hard. His hands frame my face, gentle but insistent. That's what makes you her mother, and no court in the world can take that away. But they can take her away from me. They can decide that Tatiana's financial resources and biological connection outweigh everything I've given Stacy. They can rule that a two-parent household is better than a single mother, especially if Tatiana's married now. Is she? Married? I don't know. I don't know anything about her life, what she's been doing, how she's able to afford expensive lawyers and designer clothes. The admission makes me feel helpless, like I'm fighting an enemy I can't see. For all I know, she's got a perfect husband and a perfect house and a perfect life that looks exactly like what courts think children should have. Peter's quiet for an instant. When he comes into view, processing the implications of what I've said. When he speaks, his voice is careful, but determined. Then we make sure the court understands what Stacy would lose if she were taken away from you. We document the life you've built together, the stability you've provided, the way she thrives in your care. And if that's not enough, then we fight harder. We get character witnesses. We show the court how abandonment affected Stacy's development. We make them understand that tearing her away from the only mother she's ever known would be traumatic and harmful. The words are reassuring, but the echo of uncertainty underneath them. Because the truth is, family court can be unpredictable, and judges sometimes make decisions based on factors that have nothing to do with what's actually best for the child. Peter, I say quietly, you need to understand what you're signing up for. This isn't going to be a quick legal skirmish. This could take months, maybe years. It's going to be expensive and emotionally draining and incredibly stressful. And there's no guarantee we'll win. I understand. Do you? Because Tatiana is going to paint me as an unstable single mother who's been living a lie for 8 years. She's going to question my fitness as a parent, my ability to provide for Stacy, my mental health, my relationships. I take a shaky breath. She's going to come after you too. Question whether you're a suitable father figure, whether our relationship is stable, whether you're just some guy who's going to disappear when things get complicated. Let her try. The quiet confidence in his voice makes me look at him more closely, and what I see there takes my breath away. This isn't just supportive boyfriend talk. This is a man who's already decided that Stacy and I are worth fighting for, regardless of the cost. Why? I whisper. Why would you put yourself through this for us? Because I love you, both of you. He pulls me closer, until I can feel the warmth of his body against mine. Because family isn't about biology or legal documents. It's about choice, and I choose you, Janelle. I chose Stacy. I choose this beautiful, complicated, imperfect family we're building together. Even if it costs you everything, even then. I lean into him, letting myself draw strength from his certainty since Tatiana reappeared in our lives. I hold on to the idea that maybe we have a chance. Maybe love and determination and 8 years of devoted motherhood will be enough to protect what we've built. But as I close my eyes and breathe in the scent of his cologne mixed with coffee and something that's uniquely Peter, I can't shake the feeling that Tatiana has more weapons in her arsenal than we know about yet. And I'm terrified that by the time we discover what they are, it will be too late to defend against them. Peter? Yeah? Promise me something. If this gets too hard, if the legal battle becomes too much, or if Tatiana's attacks become too personal, promise me you'll walk away before she can destroy you too. I'm not walking away, Janelle. Not ever. Promise me you'll consider it, for your own sake. The only thing I promise is that I'll be here when this is over, ready to help you and Stacy rebuild whatever Tatiana tries to tear down. I want to argue with him, to make him understand that he has no idea what Tatiana is capable of when she wants something. But the strength in his voice, The absolute certainty of his commitment makes me hope that maybe, just maybe, we're stronger together than anything she can throw at us. Outside, the wind picks up, rattling the windows like a warning of storms to come. But here in my kitchen, with Peter's arms around me and the memory box closed tight against the past, I allow myself to believe that some things are worth fighting for, no matter how high the cost. Tomorrow, the real battle begins. Tonight, I let myself be held by someone who sees me as worth protecting, and I remember what it's like to not face the world alone.
Chapter 12. Peter. The first sign that something has fundamentally shifted comes on Tuesday morning when I arrive at school to find Tatiana in the main office, signing what appears to be volunteer paperwork while chatting with Principal Martinez like they're old friends. "Mr. Harrison!" she calls out when she sees me, her smile radiant and perfectly calculated. I was just telling Mrs. Martinez how excited I am to be more involved in Stacy's school experience. Family is so important, don't you think? Principal Martinez beams at her with a kind of approval usually reserved for parents who donate significant funds to the school. Miss Williams has generously offered to help coordinate our upcoming fall festival. With her event planning background, she'll be a tremendous asset. Event planning? I manage, trying to keep my voice neutral despite the alarm bells going off in my head. Oh, I've organized fundraisers for several nonprofits in the city. Nothing brings a community together like a well-planned celebration. Tatiana's tone is modest, but there's something predatory in the way she watches my reaction. I'm particularly looking forward to working with Stacy's class. Such bright children deserve special attention. The implications hit me like a punch to the gut. She's not just inserting herself into our lives, she's embedding herself in the entire school community, creating a network of relationships that will support whatever narrative she's building about her role in Stacy's life. How wonderful, I say, because there's nothing else I can say without seeming unreasonably hostile to what appears to be generous community involvement. Peter, I was hoping we could discuss some ideas for classroom activities that might showcase the children's talents. Perhaps over coffee sometime this week. Her invitation sounds casual, collegial, however. The steel catches my eye underneath the silk. My schedule is pretty packed this week. Of course, you're such a dedicated teacher. I'll just pop by during your lunch break. I'm sure we can find a few minutes to chat. Before I can object, she's gliding out of the office, leaving me standing with Principal Martinez, who's clearly impressed by this new volunteer's enthusiasm and professionalism. "What a lovely woman," she says, making notes in her calendar. "It's wonderful when family members want to be so involved. Stacy is lucky to have such a caring aunt." The word aunt sits like acid in my stomach, because I know that's exactly how Tatiana wants to be perceived, as the caring relative who's stepping up to support her niece's education and development. By Wednesday, Tatiana's presence had become a constant. She's in the hallway during morning drop-off, greeting other parents with warm smiles and casual mentions of her niece's exceptional abilities. She's volunteering in the library during lunch, helping younger students with reading while subtly establishing herself as a regular fixture in the school community. I watch her work the room during the fall festival planning meeting, and it's like watching a masterclass in social manipulation. She remembers everyone's names, asks thoughtful questions about their children, and positions herself as the kind of involved family member that every teacher wishes they had in their classroom. "She's quite impressive," says Mrs. Peterson, the third-grade teacher, as we watch Tatiana organize volunteers with military precision. "Stacy's lucky to have such a successful role model in her life." Yes, I agree. Because what else can I say? That this successful, charming woman is actually trying to destroy the family I've come to love. The breaking point comes on Friday, when I'm grading papers in my classroom after the last bell has rung. I'm alone, the building is mostly empty, and I'm trying to focus on fractions worksheets when Tatiana appears in my doorway like a vision from a nightmare. "Working late again?" she asks, stepping into my classroom without invitation. You really are dedicated. She's wearing a fitted black dress that probably costs more than my monthly rent, and her hair's down, falling in perfect waves around her shoulders. Everything about her appearance is calculated for maximum impact, and I realize with growing dread that this is no casual visit. I was just finishing up, I say, closing the gradebook and reaching for my bag. I should head home. Don't rush off on my account. I was hoping we could finally have that conversation about Stacy's academic needs. She moves closer, perching on the edge of my desk with practiced elegance. I've been thinking a lot about what we discussed last week. What about it? About whether she's really getting the challenges she needs in this environment. About whether Janelle is equipped to provide the kind of support a gifted child requires. Her tone is conversational, but there's a glimpse of the trap being set. I've been doing some research, and there are some excellent private schools in the area that might be perfect for someone with Stacy's abilities. Stacy is thriving here. Is she? Or is she just adapting to limitations? Tatiana crosses her legs, and the movement is deliberate, designed to draw my attention. I'm not criticizing Janelle. She's done remarkably well with limited resources. But shouldn't we want more for Stacy than just remarkably well? The way she says we makes my skin crawl, because it implies a partnership that doesn't exist and never will. Stacy has everything she needs. Of course. But don't you think Stacy deserves an environment where she doesn't have to work so hard to maintain stability? Where can she just be a child without carrying the weight of adult responsibilities? She doesn't carry adult responsibilities, doesn't she? She manages Janelle's emotions, monitors her stress levels, suppresses her own needs to maintain family harmony. Tatiana stands up, moving closer to me with fluid grace. I've been watching, Peter. I've seen how she changes her behavior based on her mother's mood, how she takes responsibility for things that should be adult concerns. You've been watching for less than a week. Janelle has been raising her for 8 years. 8 years of what, though? 8 years of a young woman playing house with someone else's child. 8 years of Stacy learning that her needs come second to maintaining her mother's sense of identity. Tatiana's voice remains gentle, but her words are designed to cut. Sometimes the people who love us most are the ones who hurt us without meaning to. That's enough. I stand up, putting distance between us, but she follows, closing the gap with determined steps. I'm not trying to hurt anyone, Peter. I'm trying to help. Her hand comes to rest on my arm, and I can feel the warmth of her skin through my shirt. I know this is difficult to hear, but someone needs to advocate for what's truly best for Stacy, not what's comfortable for the adults in her life. And you think you know what's best for her? After abandoning her for 8 years, something flickers in her eyes, anger, maybe, or surprise that I'm not falling for her concerned aunt routine. I made mistakes. I was young, unprepared, not ready for the responsibility of motherhood. But I'm not that person anymore. What person are you now? Someone who's learned that children need stability, resources, and opportunities. Someone who can provide those things without the emotional baggage that comes from building your entire identity around being needed. She steps even closer, and I can smell her perfume, expensive and cloying. Someone who understands that love isn't enough if it comes with limitations. Janelle's love doesn't come with limitations, doesn't it? Then why has she never told Stacy the truth about her parentage? Why has she built their entire relationship on a lie? Tatiana's hand moves from my arm to my chest, the touch light but insistent. What happens when Stacy finds out that the woman she calls mother has been lying to her for 8 years? The question hits like a physical blow, because it's something I've wondered about myself. How will Stacy react when she learns that Janelle isn't her biological mother? How will she process the fact that her entire understanding of her family history has been constructed to protect her from painful truths? She'll understand that Janelle was protecting her. Will she? Or will she feel betrayed by the person she trusted most? Tatiana's other hand comes up to rest on my shoulder, and suddenly she's so close, I could feel her breath against my skin. Children don't usually respond well to discovering that their entire life has been built on deception, no matter how well-intentioned. Step back, Tatiana. I'm not trying to seduce you, Peter. I'm trying to help you understand what's at stake here. But her body language contradicts her words, and I'm aware of the calculation behind her supposed concern. You care about Stacy, don't you? You want what's best for her? Yes. Then help me help her. Help me create a situation where she has access to the best education, the best opportunities, the best possible future. Her fingers trace a small pattern on my shirt, and I realize she's trying to create physical intimacy to reinforce her emotional manipulation. You could be part of that future, Peter. You could be the stable male influence she needs while she adjusts to a new living situation. A new living situation? Joint custody at first. Weekends, holidays, summer breaks. Just enough time for her to get comfortable with the idea of having two homes, two families who love her. Tatiana's voice becomes softer, more seductive. And eventually, when she's ready, she could come live with me permanently. Have access to better schools, more resources, a bigger world than this small town can offer. The full scope of her plan hits me like a sledgehammer. She's not just trying to reconnect with Stacy. She's planning to systematically remove her from Janelle's life, using the legal system and her own resources to create a new reality where she's the primary parent. You're talking about kidnapping. I'm talking about what's best for my daughter. The possessive pronoun slips out naturally, and I realize this is how she really sees Stacy, as property that belongs to her by right of biology. And I'm talking about offering you a chance to be part of her life in a meaningful way, instead of just being her mother's boyfriend. I'm part of her life in a meaningful way. Are you? Or are you just playing house with someone else's family? Her hands move to frame my face, and it becomes clear the predatory gleam in her eyes. I could give you so much more than that, Peter. I could give you a real role in Stacy's life. A chance to help shape her future instead of just being a spectator to someone else's parenting decisions. Get away from me. I'm offering you a partnership. I'm offering you the chance to be the father Stacy deserves instead of just the man who's sleeping with her guardian. Tatiana's voice becomes harder, more insistent. And I'm offering you the chance to be with someone who wants you for yourself, not just because you're convenient and available. The insult to Janelle pushes me over the edge. You don't know anything about my relationship with Janelle. I know she's desperate for help, and you're the first man who's shown interest in her complicated situation. I know she's using you as a security blanket while she pretends to be something she's not. Tatiana's mask is slipping now, revealing the coldness underneath. I know that once this custody battle starts, she's going to expect you to sacrifice everything for a child who isn't even yours. Stacy is mine. Not because of biology, but because I chose her. I choose both of them. Even when choosing them costs you your career? Because that's what's going to happen, Peter. When this goes to court, when the depositions start, when every aspect of your relationship with Janelle gets scrutinized, do you really think your job will survive the scandal? The threat is clear, and I realize she's been building toward this moment all week. The volunteer work, the charm offensive with my colleagues, the careful positioning. It's all been preparation for this ultimatum. Are you threatening me? I'm warning you. I'm trying to help you understand what you're getting into before it's too late to make a different choice. She steps back, smoothing down her dress with practiced elegance. I've already had to raise some concerns with the administration about the appropriateness of your relationship with a parent. Nothing formal, of course, just casual observations about potential conflicts of interest. What kind of concerns? The kind that makes principals nervous about liability issues. The kind that makes school boards question whether a teacher can maintain professional boundaries when he's romantically involved with a student's guardian. Her smile is sharp now, predatory. The kind that ends careers, Peter, regardless of good intentions. the full scope of her manipulation becomes clear. She's not just trying to win custody of Stacy. She's trying to isolate Janelle by removing every source of support, starting with me. And she's willing to destroy my career to accomplish her goals. You're making a mistake. Am I? Or am I just being realistic about what happens when people choose loyalty over self-preservation? Tatiana gathers her purse, moving toward the door with casual confidence. I'll give you some time to think about what I've said. But, Peter, don't take too long. The custody hearing is scheduled for next month, and I'd hate for you to find yourself on the wrong side of a very public legal battle. She pauses in the doorway, looking back and hitting me with a look that carries pity mixed with triumph. I really did hope we could work together on this. Stacy deserves to have positive male influence in her life. You clearly care about her welfare. But if you can't see past your infatuation with her current guardian, then you're going to get hurt. And honestly, Peter, you're too good a man to deserve that kind of pain. After she leaves, I sit in my empty classroom trying to process what just happened. The woman who just threatened my career and attempted to seduce me into betraying the family I love is the same woman who's been charming my colleagues and positioning herself as Stacy's devoted aunt. But underneath the polish and manipulation, I caught glimpses of something desperate and calculating. She needs me as an ally, which means she's not as confident about her legal position as she wants everyone to believe. And she's willing to destroy anyone who stands in her way, which means Janelle and Stacy are in more danger than I realized. As I sit there staring at my phone, I realize the details don't matter as much as the choice I have to make. Tatiana thinks she can buy my loyalty with promises of a better future for Stacy and threats about my career. She thinks I'll choose self-preservation over love, convenience over commitment. She's wrong. I typed a simple message. Emergency faculty meeting ran late. Can I come over when I'm done? We need to talk about Tatiana's next move. The response comes back immediately. Always. We're stronger together. As I pack up my things and head for the parking lot, something keeps telling me that this was just the opening salvo in a war that's going to test everything I believe about family, loyalty, and the lengths people will go to protect the ones they love. But ever since the nightmare started, I'm not afraid, because Tatiana made a crucial mistake tonight. She showed me exactly what kind of person she really is underneath all that polish and charm. Now I know that protecting Janelle and Stacy isn't just about love anymore. It's about stopping someone who's willing to destroy innocent lives to get what she wants. The real fight is just beginning.
Chapter 13. Janelle. Peter arrives at 9:30 with takeout Chinese food and the kind of exhausted expression that tells me Tatiana has been working her magic on him too. Stacy's been asleep for an hour, and I've been sitting at my kitchen table staring at legal documents until the words blur together into meaningless shapes. How bad was it today? I ask as he sets the food on the counter and comes to sit beside me. She showed up during my lunch break. Again. He runs a hand through his hair, disturbing the sandy waves. This time she brought coffee for the entire staff and somehow worked into the conversation that she's concerned about Stacy's emotional stability given the upheaval in her home life. She's building a case, making sure everyone sees her as the concerned aunt while painting me as the unstable guardian. I push the legal papers away, unable to look at them anymore. What did you tell her? Nothing. But she didn't need me to tell her anything. She's been watching, cataloging everything she can use against you. Peter's voice is tight with frustration. She mentioned that Stacy seems anxious lately, that she's been asking questions about family dynamics. My stomach drops. Stacy's been asking questions? About why you and Tatiana don't act like sisters. About why she's never met her aunt before. About why everyone seems so tense lately. He reaches for my hand, and I can feel how tense he is. Kids pick up on more than we think they do. I know. I've been trying to keep her out of it, but she's too smart. She knows something's wrong. I lean back in my chair, feeling the weight of 8 years of careful protection crumbling around me. Maybe I should have told her the truth from the beginning. Maybe hiding it all these years was the wrong choice. You were protecting her. Was I? Or was I protecting myself? The question I've been avoiding spills out. Maybe I was just too scared to face the possibility that she might choose Tatiana if she knew the truth. Janelle, you've been an incredible mother to her. Have I? Because sitting here looking at these papers, reading about all the ways I've apparently failed her, I'm starting to wonder if I've been kidding myself all these years. I pull my hand away from his and wrap my arms around myself. What if Tatiana's right? What if I have been selfish, keeping Stacy because I needed her more than she needed me? That's not true. I was 26 when she was left with me. I had no idea what I was doing, no experience with children, no support system except Grammy. I was working 2 jobs and barely making ends meet. The memories I've tried to reframe as heroic suddenly feel different under legal scrutiny. Maybe I should have found Tatiana, should have made sure she was okay, should have encouraged her to be part of Stacy's life. Peter's quiet for a moment, and he stands out to me processing what I've said. You think you made the wrong choice? I think I made the choice that felt right at the time. But maybe it wasn't the best choice for Stacy. I look at the legal documents again, at the clinical language that reduces 8 years of love to unauthorized guardianship and failure to pursue proper legal channels. Maybe I was just a scared young woman who held on to a baby because she was lonely and needed something to focus on. You were a scared young woman who stepped up when no one else would, who loved that baby when her own mother couldn't. But what if my love wasn't enough? What if I've been limiting her this whole time, keeping her in a small town with limited resources because that's all I could provide? The doubts that have been building since Tatiana's return pour out of me. She's brilliant, Peter. She could have had private tutors, specialized programs, opportunities I could never afford. Maybe Tatiana could have given her all of that. You gave her something more important than money. Or did I give her a mother who's so insecure about her own worthiness that she couldn't handle sharing her daughter with anyone else? I stand up and start pacing, the kitchen suddenly feeling too small. I never dated seriously before you because I was terrified of letting anyone else become important to Stacy. I controlled every aspect of her life because I was afraid of losing her. That's not controlling. That's protective. Or is it selfish? Because looking back, I can see how much of my identity I built around being her mother. How much of my self-worth depended on being needed by her. I stopped pacing and turned to face him. What if I've been using her to fill some void in my own life? What if I've been so focused on being the perfect mother that I forgot to ask whether I was actually the right mother? You are the right mother. You're the only mother she's ever known. But that's just it. Maybe she should have known her real mother. Maybe I robbed her of that relationship by never trying to find Tatiana, by never encouraging contact. The words taste bitter in my mouth. Maybe I've been so invested in being her savior that I couldn't see I was actually being her captor. Janelle, stop. You're letting Tatiana's manipulation get inside your head. Am I? Or am I finally being honest about my motivations? I sink back into my chair, feeling exhausted by the weight of my own doubts. I love her, Peter. I love her more than my own life. But what if that love has been suffocating her? What if I've been holding her back because I couldn't bear to let her go? You haven't been holding her back. You've been giving her everything you have. Everything I have isn't enough. Not compared to what Tatiana can offer. I gesture toward the legal papers. Private schools, college funds, cultural opportunities, travel, a stable 2-parent household if she's married. Everything I can't provide. You've provided love and consistency and security. You've nurtured her intelligence, and celebrated her curiosity. You've been there for every milestone, every challenge, every moment of her life. Peter's voice is firm, but I can hear the uncertainty underneath. That has to count for something. Does it? In a courtroom where they're going to compare my bank account to hers, my studio apartment to whatever house she's living in now, my community college degree to her obvious success? I laugh, but it sounds hollow. I'm going to lose her, Peter. I'm going to lose the only thing that's ever really mattered to me, and maybe I deserve to. You don't deserve to lose her. Don't I? I've been lying to her for 8 years. I've kept her from knowing her real family, her real history. I've built our entire relationship on a foundation of deception. Tears start streaming down my face. What kind of mother does that? The kind who's trying to protect her child from pain. But I can't protect her from this pain. I can't protect her from the truth, from the custody battle, from the possibility that her entire life is about to change. I'm crying harder now, all the fear and guilt I've been holding back flooding out. I can't even protect her from seeing me fall apart. Peter gets up and comes around the table, kneeling beside my chair. You don't have to protect her from everything. You just have to love her. What if my love isn't enough? What if love isn't enough to keep her safe, to keep her with me, to keep our family together? I look at him through my tears. What if I lose her, Peter? What if I lose the only thing that's ever made me feel like I matter? You won't lose her. And even if the worst happens, you'll still matter. You'll still be the woman who loved her unconditionally for 8 years. You'll still be the mother who gave her everything she had. He frames my face with his hands. You'll still be the person I was captivated by. What if I'm not? What if without being Stacy's mother, I'm just nobody? What if that's all I've ever been, and I just convinced myself I was more? You're so much more than that. You're brilliant and strong and kind. You're the woman who builds elaborate bedtime stories about time travel just to make science fun. You're the person who works extra hours to pay for music lessons and art supplies. You're the mother who sees her daughter's potential and nurtures it without trying to control it. But what if none of that matters? What if biology trumps everything else, and all my love and devotion means nothing in the face of DNA? Then the system is broken, not you. His words hit something deep inside me, and suddenly I'm not just crying. I'm sobbing, grieving for the security I can't guarantee, for the innocence I can't preserve, for the mother I thought I was versus the mother I'm afraid I actually am. I'm so scared, I whisper. I'm so scared of losing her, of losing you, of losing everything I've built my life around. You're not going to lose me. How can you be sure? When this gets messier, when the press coverage gets worse, when it starts affecting your career, I'll still be here. He pulls me into his arms, and I collapse against him. I'll be here because I love you, not because of your situation or your role as Stacy's mother. I love you, Janelle Smith, for who you are. I don't even know who I am anymore. You're the woman who chose to love when it would have been easier to walk away. You're the person who built a life around nurturing someone else's potential. You're the mother who sacrificed her own dreams to give her daughter better ones. His arms tighten around me. You're the woman I want to spend the rest of my life with. Something in his voice, some absolute certainty, makes me step back to observe him. What I see there takes my breath away. Not just love or support, but fierce, protective determination. His mouth is on mine before I can take another breath, swallowing every shaky gasp, every cracked moan. There's nothing soft about this kiss. It's a question, a plea, an unraveling. His hands are rough with need as they slide up my sides, and I grip his shoulders like I'm afraid he'll disappear if I let go. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, But this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixa Vaughn audiobook is available at VixaVaughnRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. Neither of us speaks for a long time. The only sound is the slowing rhythm of our breath and the quiet creak of the bed beneath us. Eventually, he shifts, brushing hair from my face. "You okay?" I nod, tears pricking at the corners of my eyes. Better than okay. He kisses my forehead, then my cheek, then the corner of my mouth. "You're not alone in this. I'm here. No matter what happens next." I sigh, resting my head against his chest, his heartbeat a steady drum under my cheek. "You make me feel like more than just a mother fighting for her child." "You are," he says fiercely. "You're Janelle. You're smart and sexy and strong as hell. And you're mine." His fingers start to trace slow circles on my back. We stay like that for what feels like hours. Just breathing, just being. His skin is warm against mine, and I let myself sink into it, just for now. Because I know the world outside hasn't stopped. The wind outside still howls. Tatiana's threats still loom like storm clouds on the horizon. But here, in this room, in this bed, with Peter wrapped around me, there is only quiet, only peace, only love. And I will hold on to that as long as I can. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 14. Janelle. The envelope arrives on a Wednesday morning while I'm making Stacy's lunch, and the return address makes my blood run cold. Holland, Martinez, and Associates, Family Law. A subtle shake courses through my hands as I tear it open, already knowing this is the moment when Tatiana stops playing games and reveals her true intentions. Petition for custody and parental rights. The header reads in bold official lettering that makes everything feel suddenly, devastatingly real. Below it, page after page of legal language that boils down to one terrifying reality. Tatiana Williams is formally requesting full custody of Stacy Marie Williams, citing abandonment of proper legal procedures and questioning my fitness as a guardian. Mama J, you're making weird breathing noises. Stacy's voice cuts through my panic, and I look up to find her watching me with concern from the kitchen table. Are you having one of those anxiety attacks Grammy told me about? I'm fine, baby girl. Just some boring grown-up paperwork. I fold the petition quickly, sliding it back into the envelope, but not before catching a line that makes my stomach clench. The minor child has been denied knowledge of her true parentage and biological family connections. They're going to use my silence against me. My decision to protect Stacy from painful truths is being twisted into evidence of deception and harm. Is it about Aunt Tatiana? Stacy asks, and the casual way she says the name makes my chest tight. Because some kids at school were asking me about her yesterday. My blood runs cold, What kinds of questions? Like whether she's really my aunt, and why she's so pretty and successful, and whether I'm going to go live with her. Stacy's voice is matter of fact. Even so, I perceive the confusion underneath. Tommy Morrison said his mom heard that Aunt Tatiana is actually my real mom, and that you've been lying to me my whole life. The message struck me as if it were a physical blow. The gossip has already started. The whisper campaign that will make our private family crisis into public entertainment. What did you tell him? I told him that was stupid because you're my real mom, and that grown-ups sometimes say dumb things when they don't know the whole story. She pauses, studying my face with those too intelligent eyes. But Mama J, what is the whole story? The question I've been dreading for 8 years, asked with the innocent directness that only children possess. I look at my daughter, brilliant, trusting, completely unaware that her world is about to be turned upside down, and realize that I can't protect her from this anymore. Finish your breakfast, I say quietly. We need to have a very important talk. 20 minutes later, I'm sitting across from Stacy in our living room, the custody petition hidden in my purse, but its weight pressing down on me like a stone. She's curled up in the corner of our couch, clutching the stuffed elephant that's been her comfort object since she was 3, and looking at me with expectant trust that breaks my heart. Stacy, do you remember when we talked about how families can look different? How do some kids live with grandparents, or aunts and uncles, or adoptive parents? Yeah, like Marcus in my class who lives with his aunt, because his parents live in another country. Right. Well, our family is a little different too, in a way I haven't explained to you before. I take a deep breath, choosing my words carefully. When you were a very tiny baby, you came to live with me because the woman who brought you into this world wasn't ready to be your mom yet. The person who gave birth to me? She tilts her head, processing this information. You mean like a birth mom? Like in that movie we watched about adoption? Sort of like that. Except we never made it official with courts and lawyers like most adoption families do. My throat feels tight. Your birth mother is Aunt Tatiana. She's my sister, but she's also your biological mother. The words hang unspoken between us, and I watch as understanding dawns in her eyes. It's like watching someone realize that the ground they've been standing on isn't as solid as they thought. Aunt Tatiana is my birth mom? Her voice is small, confused. But why didn't you tell me? Why did you let me think you were my real mom? Because I am your real mom, sweetheart. I'm the one who's loved you and taken care of you every day of your life. But yes, Tatiana is your biological mother, the one who carried you in her tummy and gave birth to you. But why didn't she keep me? Why did I come to live with you? The question I've never known how to answer. How do you explain abandonment to a child? How do you tell someone that the person who should have loved them most chose to walk away? She was very young, and she was scared. She felt like she wasn't ready to be a good mother, so she asked me to take care of you. The sanitized version of the truth, designed to protect her from the harsh reality of that note in the empty crib. And I fell in love with you the moment I held you, and I've been your mama ever since. So you chose me? I chose you. Every single day for 8 years, I chose you. She's quiet after a lingering pause. I observe her trying to process this new information. Is that why she's here now? Because she wants to be my mom? I think she wants to get to know you, to be part of your life. I choose my words carefully, not wanting to poison her against Tatiana, but not wanting to give her false hope either. But sweetheart, you need to understand that no matter what happens, no matter what anyone says or decides, I will always be your mama. That will never change. What do you mean? What does anyone decide? And there it is. The question that cuts straight to the heart of everything I've been trying to protect her from. Sometimes when there are disagreements about where a child should live, lawyers and judges have to help make decisions. Are you and Aunt Tatiana disagreeing about where I should live? We're trying to figure out what's best for you. But I want to live with you. I've always lived with you. You're my mama. Her voice is getting higher, more distressed. I don't want to live with someone I don't even know. I know, baby girl. I know. I moved to sit beside her on the couch, pulling her into my arms. And I'm going to fight as hard as I can to make sure you stay with me. But what if the judge says I have to go live with her? What if they say she's my real mom and I have to leave you? The fear in her voice breaks something fundamental in my chest. This is my worst nightmare. Not just losing her, but watching her be afraid, watching her feel like she has no control over her own life. That's not going to happen. But even as I say it, I can hear the uncertainty in my own voice. How do you know? Because I love you more than anything in this world, and I'm going to do everything I can to keep you safe and happy. I squeeze her tighter. And because you have people who love you and want to protect you. Me and Grammy and Peter. Mama J? Her voice is muffled against my shoulder. Are you going to leave me too? The question pounded me like thunder in my chest. What do you mean? Are you going to decide that being my mom is too hard and leave like she did? Oh, sweetheart. No, never. I would never leave you. Being your mom isn't hard. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me. I step back, letting my eyes take her in to make sure she can see the unspoken truth in my eyes. You are the most important thing in my life. You are my heart walking around outside my body. I would never, ever leave you. She burrows back into my arms, and I can feel her tears soaking through my shirt. I'm scared, Mama J. I don't want anything to change. I know, baby girl. I'm scared too. You're scared? Of course I'm scared. But being scared doesn't mean we stop fighting. It means we will fight harder. My phone buzzes with a text message, and my stomach drops when I see it's from Peter. Emergency at school. Reporters showed up asking about Stacy and the custody case. Can you pick her up early? Reporters. At her school. The private family crisis I've been trying to contain has spilled over into Stacy's daily life, into the one place where she should feel safe and normal. Sweetheart, we need to go to your school. Mr. Harrison needs us to pick you up a little early today. Why? Because some people are asking questions about our family, and it's easier if you come home with me instead of staying for the rest of the day. What kind of people? Reporters. People who work for newspapers and TV stations. I help her gather her backpack and jacket, trying to keep my voice calm. They're interested in our story because it's unusual, but they don't really understand our family the way we do. Are we famous now? Not famous exactly. Just, people are paying attention to us for a little while. The drive to school is tense, and my fears are confirmed when I see the news van parked across the street from the entrance. There are only 2 reporters visible, but that's 2 more than there should be at my daughter's elementary school. Mama J, why are those people here? Stacy asks as we step toward the building, and I can hear the anxiety in her voice. They want to ask questions about our family, but you don't have to talk to them, okay? We're just going to get your things and go home. Peter meets us at the front entrance, his expression grim. They've been here for about an hour. Principal Martinez asked them to leave school property, but they're staying on the public sidewalk. Have they talked to any of the other kids? A few parents, but most people are protective of your privacy. He puts his hand on Stacy's shoulder. How are you doing, kiddo? Confused. And scared. And mad that people are talking about our family without asking us first. Her voice is small but fierce, and I'm proud of her for articulating her feelings so clearly. Those are all very reasonable things to feel, Peter says seriously. And you know what? You don't owe those people any explanations about your family. As we walk through the school hallway, I notice the way other parents look at us, some with sympathy, others with curiosity, a few with judgment. Our private crisis has become public speculation, and right there is the questions in their eyes. Is it true? Did she really lie about being the mother? What kind of person does that? Mrs. Patterson, another second-grade teacher, stops us near Stacy's classroom. Janelle, I just want you to know that some of us understand how difficult this must be. If there's anything we can do to help, thank you. I managed, though her kindness almost made me cry. Also, you should know that the woman, Tatiana, was here yesterday during lunch. She said she was picking up something from Stacy's classroom, but she spent most of the time talking to other parents. Mrs. Patterson's voice is careful. However, the concern catches my eyes. She mentioned that she's concerned about Stacy's academic placement, that she thinks a child with her abilities might benefit from more specialized resources. The blood drains from my face. Tatiana is working the crowd, building support for her case by positioning herself as the concerned aunt who wants what's best for Stacy's education. What did the other parents say? Mixed reactions. Some were impressed by her obvious success in education. Others felt like she was being presumptuous, making judgments about a child she barely knows. Mrs. Patterson glances at Stacy, who's listening to every word. I think most people are reserving judgment until they understand the situation better. There's not much to understand, I say quietly. I'm her mother. I've been her mother for 8 years. That's the situation. But even as I say it, I can hear how defensive I sound, how desperate. And I can see in Mrs. Patterson's sympathetic expression that the story is more complicated than that, at least from the outside. We collect Stacy's things quickly, but as we're leaving the building, one of the reporters approaches us. Miss Smith? I'm Jennifer Ray from Channel 7 News. I was hoping I could ask you a few questions about the custody case involving your daughter. No comment, I say firmly, putting my arm around Stacy's shoulders. What about you, Stacy? How do you feel about meeting your biological mother for the first time? The question is invasive and inappropriate, directed at a child who's already processing more than any 8-year-old should have to handle. I feel Peter step closer, his body language protective. She said no comment, he says, his voice carrying quiet authority. And questioning a minor without parental consent is not appropriate. Are you the boyfriend? The reporter asks, shifting her attention to Peter. Peter Harrison? The teacher who's dating the guardian? How does it feel to be involved in this family drama? We're done here, Peter says, guiding us toward the parking lot. But the reporter follows us, her cameraman trailing behind. Miss Smith, can you comment on allegations that you've been deceptive about the child's parentage? That you've prevented her from knowing her biological family? Mama J, why is that lady being mean? Stacy whispers. I pick up on tears in her voice. She's not being mean, baby girl. She's just doing her job. But she doesn't understand that some questions are private family matters. We reach my car, and I help Stacy into her booster seat while Peter stands between us and the reporter, creating a human shield. The reporter continues shouting questions about my fitness as a guardian, about Tatiana's claims, about the legal proceedings. But her voice fades into background noise as I focus on getting my daughter safely away from the circus. Mama J, Stacy says as we drive away from the school, are people going to keep asking me questions about our family? Maybe for a little while, but you never have to answer them if you don't want to. Our family is private, and you get to decide what you share with other people. Even if they're adults, even if they're adults, your story belongs to you, not to them. That evening, After Stacy's in bed and Peter's gone home, I sit at my kitchen table with the custody petition spread out in front of me. Each page feels like an indictment of every choice I've made, every decision that seemed right at the time, but now looks questionable under legal scrutiny. My phone rings, and I recognize the number as my lawyer's office. Ms. Smith, this is David Rodriguez. I've reviewed the petition that was filed today, and I need to prepare you for what we're facing. How bad is it? It's comprehensive. Tatiana's legal team has built a strong case around several key arguments: unauthorized guardianship, failure to pursue proper adoption channels, deception about parentage, and questions about your financial ability to provide for Stacy's educational needs. And our defense? 8 years of documented love and care, character witnesses, evidence of Stacy's happiness and stability in your care, the fact that Tatiana abandoned her parental responsibilities. His voice is professional but not encouraging. The challenge is that family court judges tend to favor biological parents when there's no formal adoption in place. What are our chances? I won't lie to you. It's going to be difficult. Tatiana's team is arguing that she was young and immature when she left Stacy, but that she's now stable and capable of providing superior resources and opportunities. Superior resources? Private education, tutoring, cultural experiences, travel opportunities. They're positioning this as being about what's best for Stacy's future, not punishment for past mistakes. After I hang up, I sit in my quiet kitchen and try to process what I've learned. Tatiana isn't just fighting for custody. She's fighting a war, using every weapon at her disposal to paint herself as Stacy's salvation and me as an obstacle to her potential. The reporters, the school visits, the character assassination. It's all part of a coordinated campaign to create a narrative where she's the victim and I'm the villain. And the worst part is, I'm not sure she's wrong. Maybe Stacy would have better opportunities with her. Maybe my love really isn't enough to compete with private schools and college funds and all the things I could never provide. But as I turn off the lights and check on my sleeping daughter one more time, I see her clutching the stuffed elephant I bought her for her second birthday, surrounded by the books we've read together and the art projects we've created. And I remember something important. Love might not be enough to win in court, but it's enough to keep fighting, and that's exactly what I plan to do. Chapter 15. Janelle. The call comes at 7 in the morning, 2 days after the reporters showed up at Stacy's school. I'm making coffee and trying to pretend that everything is normal when my phone rings with a number I don't recognize. Miss Smith? This is Dr. Patricia Hayes, Superintendent of Schools for the district. I need to speak with you about a situation that's come to our attention regarding your relationship with one of our teachers. My blood turns to ice. What kind of situation? I think it would be better if we discuss this in person. Are you available to come to my office this morning? Say 9 o'clock? I have to work. Miss Smith, I strongly advise you to make time for this meeting. It concerns both your daughter's educational environment and Mr. Harrison's professional standing. The threat is politely delivered but unmistakable. Whatever's happening, it's serious enough that they're calling emergency meetings and making veiled references to Peter's job security. 2 hours later, I'm sitting in a sterile conference room across from Dr. Hayes and the district's legal counsel, listening to them systematically destroy the one good thing that's happened to me in years. The district has received several complaints about Mr. Harrison's relationship with you, particularly given the current custody proceedings and media attention, Dr. Hayes explains. Parents questioning whether it's appropriate for a teacher to be romantically involved with a student's guardian during such a contentious legal battle. Peter has never shown favoritism towards Stacy. His relationship with me has nothing to do with his teaching. Perhaps not intentionally. But the appearance of impropriety can be just as damaging as actual misconduct. The legal counsel slides a folder across the table. We've also received information suggesting that your sister has raised concerns about the appropriateness of this relationship. Of course she has. Tatiana is systematically destroying every aspect of my support system. What kind of concerns? Questions about whether Mr. Harrison's involvement in your family situation represents a conflict of interest, whether his testimony in custody proceedings could be seen as professionally motivated rather than personally observed. The legal counsel's voice is clinical. The district has to protect itself from potential liability issues. So what are you saying? We're saying that Mr. Harrison needs to recuse himself from any professional interactions with your daughter, effective immediately. He'll be transferred to a different grade level, and another teacher will take over Stacy's class. Those words hit me like a sudden sharp sting, but underneath the shock is a growing rage that threatens to consume everything in its path. They're not just punishing Peter for dating me. They're threatening to destroy his career because I had the audacity to fall in love with my daughter's teacher. By the time I get home, the decision is already made. I can't let Peter sacrifice his career for a relationship that might not even survive the custody battle. I can't be the reason he loses everything he's worked for, everything that defines him as a person. When Peter arrives that evening, I'm ready for him. Ready to say the words that will protect him from the destruction that follows me everywhere I go. We need to talk, I say before he can even sit down. I know. The district called me this morning. He runs his hands through his hair, and my eyes rest on the exhaustion in the set of his shoulders. They're transferring me to 5th grade, citing potential conflicts of interest. It's my fault. All of it. It's Tatiana's fault. She's been working the system, planting seeds of doubt. No, Peter. It's my fault for letting this happen in the first place. I force myself to look at him directly, to see the confusion and hurt that I'm about to multiply tenfold. I should have known better than to get involved with you. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the fact that I'm bad for you. Bad for your career, bad for your reputation, bad for everything you've built. The words taste like poison in my mouth, but I forced them out anyway. This relationship was a mistake from the beginning. You don't mean that. Look what's happened since we started dating. Your job is being threatened, your professional reputation is being questioned, and you're about to be transferred away from the grade level you love teaching. I stand up, needing distance between us so I can get through this. And for what? For a woman with so much baggage that just being associated with her could destroy your career? Janelle, stop. You're upset about the district meeting, but this isn't what? This isn't the reality of being with me? I laugh, but it sounds bitter even to my own ears. Peter, you've known me for what, 4 months? And in that time, you've gone from respected teacher to potential liability. How much more evidence do you need that I'm toxic for you? You're not toxic. You're going through a difficult situation that requires support, not abandonment. Support? The word comes out more pointed than I expected. Is that what you call it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks more like a savior complex. Like you saw a damsel in distress and decided to rescue her without thinking about the consequences. I watch his face change, watch the hurt replace the determination. And I hate myself for what I'm doing, but I can't stop, because stopping means watching him destroy his life for someone who's not worth the sacrifice. That's not what this is, and you know it. Do I? Because I've been thinking about it, and I can't figure out what else would motivate someone to get involved with a single mother facing a custody battle. What else would make someone risk their career for a relationship that's been nothing but complicated from day one? Love. Love would motivate someone to do that. Love? I force myself to laugh again, to make the sound as dismissive as possible. Peter, you barely know me, You know the version of me that I show you. The competent mother, the grateful woman who's flattered by your attention. But that's not who I really am. Then tell me who you really are. I'm someone who lies to her daughter about her parentage for 8 years. I'm someone who's so desperate for help that she lets herself believe a teacher's professional kindness is something more meaningful. The words are coming easier now, each one designed to cut deeper than the last. I'm someone who's apparently willing to destroy a good man's career rather than admit that she's not worth the effort. Stop it. His voice is quiet but firm. Stop trying to make me believe you're someone you're not. I'm not trying to make you believe anything. I'm telling you the truth for the first time since we met. I moved to the window, unable to look at him while I deliver the final blow. The truth is that I used you. I used your kindness, your attention, your willingness to help, because I was lonely and scared and desperate for someone to make me feel like I wasn't failing at everything. That's not true, isn't it? When's the last time we had a conversation that wasn't about Stacy or the custody case or my problems? When's the last time you talked about your hopes, your dreams, your life beyond being my support system? I turn back to face him, and I can see that my words are hitting their target. This relationship has been one-sided from the beginning. You give, I take. You sacrifice, I benefit. You risk everything, I risk nothing. That's not how I see it. Then you're not seeing clearly. Because what I see is a good man who's about to lose his career for a woman who's brought him nothing but trouble. I cross my arms, armor against the pain I can see in his eyes. A woman who's apparently selfish enough to let him. So what are you saying? I'm saying that this is over. Whatever this was, whatever we thought it was, it's done. The words feel like swallowing glass, but I forced them out anyway. I'm setting you free from the obligation to support someone who's clearly not worth the sacrifice. And if I don't want to be free, then you're even more naive than I thought. I move toward the door, needing him to leave before my resolve crumbles completely. Peter, I'm trying to do you a favor here. I'm trying to save you from making the biggest mistake of your life. Or you're making the biggest mistake of yours. Maybe. But it's my mistake to make. I open the door and wait for him to walk through it. Goodbye, Peter. Thank you for everything you tried to do for us. I'm sorry it wasn't enough. He stands there for a lingering second. I notice him trying to find the words that will change my mind, but I've made my decision, and I've burned the bridges that might tempt me to change it. This isn't you talking, he says finally. This is fear and desperation, and someone who's been hurt so many times that she can't recognize real love when it's standing in front of her. You're right. I can't recognize real love, which is exactly why you should walk away before I destroy that too. Janelle, please leave. Please just leave and forget about us and go back to your life before you met us. Go back to being the teacher you were meant to be instead of the casualty you've become. He looks at me for one more heartbeat, during which he becomes visible, memorizing my face like he's trying to preserve something that's about to be lost forever. Then he walks through the door, and I close it behind him with shaking hands. I lean against the door and slide down to the floor, and that's where Stacy finds me 20 minutes later when she comes out of her room to ask for help with homework. Mama J, why are you crying? Where's Peter? Peter had to go away, baby girl. He won't be coming around anymore. Why not? Did something happen? Is he okay? He's fine. We decided that it was better if we weren't friends anymore. But I thought you loved him. I thought he loved us. The simple observation breaks something fundamental in my chest, because she's right. I do love him, and he does love us. And I just threw it all away because I'm too much of a coward to let someone fight for me. Sometimes love isn't enough, Stacy. Sometimes adults have to make hard choices to protect the people they care about. But who's going to protect you? The question hangs in the air like an accusation, because the answer is what it's always been. No one. I protect myself. I protect her, and I push away anyone who might be willing to help because I've learned that depending on other people only leads to disappointment. That night, after Stacy's asleep, I sit in my empty apartment and try to convince myself that I did the right thing, that protecting Peter's career was worth destroying our relationship, that pushing him away was an act of love rather than an act of cowardice. But all I can think about is the look in his eyes when I told him he meant nothing to me. All I can remember is the way his voice cracked when he said goodbye. I've spent 8 years proving that I can handle anything life throws at me. But sitting alone in my kitchen, surrounded by the silence that Peter's absence has created, I'm not entirely sure of the best way to handle the aftermath of pushing away the first person who ever made me believe that I might not have to face the world alone. The custody battle is still raging. Tatiana is still trying to take Stacy away from me, and now I have to face all of it without the one person who made me feel like I was strong enough to win. I told Peter I was setting him free, but I think what I really did was sentence myself to a prison of my own making, a prison where love is too dangerous to accept and help is too risky to allow. The question is whether I'll be brave enough to break out of it before it's too late to save anything that matters.
Chapter 16. Peter. It's been 12 days since Janelle destroyed me with words that cut deeper than any physical wound, and I'm barely holding myself together. The transfer to 5th grade has become a daily reminder of everything I've lost. 10-year-olds who ask too many questions about why I look sad, colleagues who whisper about my situation, and the constant, aching absence of the family I thought I was building. But worse than the professional humiliation is the echo of Janelle's voice telling me I meant nothing to her, that our entire relationship was built on my savior complex and her desperation. The logical side of my mind knows she was lying, knows she was trying to push me away to protect my career. But in the dark hours between midnight and dawn, when sleep refuses to come, her words replay on an endless loop that makes me question everything I thought I knew about love. That's why I'm sitting in my car outside Dorothy's house at 8 o'clock on a Tuesday evening, waiting for the right moment to knock on the door of the one person who might be willing to serve as a bridge between my world and theirs. Grammy answers on the second knock, and the look she gives me is equal parts sympathy and disapproval. Peter Harrison, I wondered when you'd show up here. Mrs. Washington, I know this is awkward, but I need to know how they're doing. How Janelle's holding up, how Stacy's adjusting, whether the custody case... Come inside before the neighbors start talking. She steps back to let me into her living room, the same space where I met her just a few weeks ago when everything seemed possible. Sit down. You look like you haven't slept in days. She's not wrong. Sleep has become elusive, interrupted by dreams about Stacy crying for me and nightmares about Janelle facing Tatiana's lawyers alone. How are they? Struggling. Janelle's trying to be strong, but she's barely holding it together, working extra hours to pay for legal fees, staying up all night preparing for depositions, pretending everything's fine for Stacy's sake. Grammy settles into her chair with the kind of careful movement that suggests her arthritis is acting up. And that baby girl keeps asking when you're coming back. It felt like the words struck my gut. What does Janelle tell her? That you're helping by staying away, that sometimes adults have to make hard choices to protect the people they love. But Stacy's 8, not stupid. She knows something's wrong. Is she okay? Is she eating, sleeping, keeping up with schoolwork? She's coping the way that child always copes, by being perfect, by not causing any problems, by taking care of her mother's emotions instead of her own. Grammy's voice carries an edge of anger that I don't think is directed at me. Mrs. Rodriguez is a fine teacher, but she doesn't understand Stacy the way you did. The child's bored in class and worried at home. Each piece of information feels like another weight added to the guilt I'm already carrying. By stepping away to protect them, I might have caused more harm than good. And the custody case, moving forward whether we're ready or not. Depositions start next week, hearings scheduled for the end of the month. Grammy studies my face with shrewd eyes. Janelle's lawyer is worried about not having your testimony. Says it would have been powerful to have someone unrelated to the family speak about her parenting abilities. I offered to testify regardless of the professional consequences. I know you did, and I know why she wouldn't let you. Grammy leans forward slightly. But Peter, there might be another way you can help. Something that doesn't require you to testify or be publicly associated with the case. What kind of help? The kind that involves finding out what that woman is really after. Because I've been watching this situation unfold, and something about Tatiana's behavior doesn't sit right with me. The comment catches my attention because it aligns with instincts I've been having but haven't been able to articulate. What do you mean? I mean, I've known that girl since she was born. Watched her grow up alongside Janelle, saw her struggle with responsibility even as a child. She was always looking for the easy way out, always charming her way out of consequences. Grammy's voice carries years of disappointed observation. But this level of determination, this willingness to spend money she doesn't have on lawyers and manipulation, it's not like her. You think there's something else motivating her? I know there is. The Tatiana I remember would have given up the moment this got difficult and expensive. She would have found some other solution that didn't require this much effort. Grammy shakes her head, but she's fighting like someone who has something big to gain or lose. And I can't figure out what that might be. You want me to investigate her? I want you to help me understand why she's really here. Because until we know what's driving her, we're fighting blind. She stands up slowly, moving toward an old secretary desk in the corner of the room. I've been trying to research her myself, but I'm limited by what I can access and understand. She hands me a manila folder that's thicker than I expected. What's this? Everything I've been able to piece together about Tatiana, her employment history, the timeline of her disappearance, what little financial information I could find legally, newspaper articles, social media posts. Grammy's expression is frustrating, but there are gaps. Questions I can't answer on my own, and something tells me the answers might be the key to protecting Janelle and Stacy. I open the folder and scan the contents. There's a surprising amount of information, printouts of LinkedIn profiles, copies of business registrations, even what appears to be property records. How did you get all this? I may be old, but I'm not helpless. I know how to use a computer. I know how to ask the right questions. She returns to her chair. But I'm limited by what I can access and understand. You, on the other hand, have resources I don't have. What kind of resources? You're a teacher. You have access to educational databases, professional networks, background check systems that schools use for hiring. Grammy's voice becomes more intense. You also have time that Janelle doesn't have, and motivation that her lawyer doesn't have. She's right. While Janelle is drowning in legal preparations and work obligations, while her attorney is focused on building a defensive case, I could be investigating the offensive possibilities we haven't explored. What exactly are you asking me to do? I'm asking you to find out why Tatiana Williams really wants custody of Stacy. I spend the rest of the evening going through Grammy's research, and what I find is both impressive and disturbing. Tatiana's professional history shows a pattern of short-term positions at various companies, gaps in employment that don't align with her claims of career success, and financial records that suggest significant debts despite her polished appearance. Look at this, I say, pointing to a series of credit reports that Grammy somehow obtained. She's carrying substantial debt, credit cards, student loans, what looks like a business loan that went into default. I noticed that too. For someone who's supposedly successful enough to provide better opportunities for Stacy, she seems to be struggling financially. But she's paying for expensive lawyers, designer clothes, all the trappings of success. Where's that money coming from? That's what we need to find out. Over the next week, I throw myself into research with the same intensity I once brought to lesson planning. I use my access to educational databases to verify Tatiana's claims about her background. I reach out to former colleagues at schools where I taught, asking if anyone has connections to the companies where she claims to have worked. I spend hours online following digital breadcrumbs that lead to more questions than answers. What I find is a pattern of deception that goes far beyond the custody case. Tatiana Williams has been living under a carefully constructed identity for the past several years. The business she claims to run exists on paper, but has no actual clients or revenue. Her prestigious job title appears to be fictional, attached to a company that dissolved 3 years ago. Even her current address traces back to a subletting arrangement rather than actual home ownership. But the most disturbing discovery comes when I cross-reference her financial records with public documents related to inheritance and estate planning. "Grammy," I say during our second clandestine meeting, "I think I know why Tatiana's really here. Tell me. 3 months ago, your sister-in-law, Janelle, and Tatiana's great-aunt Millicent died in Florida. She was wealthy, never married, and had no children of her own. I remember Janelle mentioning it. Said it was sad because they'd lost touch with that side of the family years ago." "Right. Well, according to the probate records, Millicent left her entire estate to my great-nieces Janelle Smith and Tatiana Williams, with the provision that any inheritance be held in trust for their children until age 18. Grammy goes very still. "How much money are we talking about?" $2.7 million, split between Janelle and Tatiana, with the stipulation that the funds be used for the benefit of their children's education and welfare. And Tatiana doesn't have any other children? Not that I can find. Which means her portion of the inheritance, nearly $1.4 million, can only be accessed if she has legal custody of a minor child. The implications hit both of us at the same time. Tatiana isn't fighting for custody because she's suddenly become maternal, or because she thinks she can provide better opportunities for Stacy. She's fighting for custody because Stacy represents access to $1 million inheritance. That's why she disappeared for 8 years, and then suddenly reappeared when the lawyers started tracking down beneficiaries. I continue. She doesn't want to be Stacy's mother. She wants to be her legal guardian so she can access the trust fund. Can we prove this? I think so. I have copies of the will, the trust documents, correspondence between Tatiana and the estate lawyers. It's all circumstantial, but it paints a clear picture of financial motivation rather than maternal instinct. Grammy's expression is fierce with protective anger. So she's willing to traumatize a child, destroy Janelle's family, and manipulate the legal system for money. That's exactly what she's doing. What do we do with this information? We get it to Janelle immediately. This changes everything about the custody case. It provides alternative motivation for Tatiana's actions and suggests that her interest in Stacy is financial rather than emotional. But how do we do that without revealing your involvement? It's a good question, and one I've been wrestling with. My investigation has uncovered potentially case-changing information, but using it could expose the fact that I've been working behind the scenes despite our agreement to maintain distance. I'll find a way. Anonymous tip, maybe, or routing it through someone else. I close the folder of evidence, feeling lighter than I have in weeks. The important thing is that we finally understand what we're really fighting. "Peter," Grammy says as I'm preparing to leave, "you know this doesn't change the fact that you and Janelle are still separated, right? Finding this information doesn't automatically solve the professional complications or the pressure from the school district. I know, but it gives us a weapon to fight with, and it means that when this is over, when Tatiana's true motivations are exposed and her custody claim is dismissed, Janelle and I will have a chance to rebuild what we almost lost. You really believe that? That your relationship can survive this separation?" I have to believe it, because the alternative, that I sacrificed our happiness for nothing, is too painful to consider. That night, I drafted an anonymous letter to Janelle, carefully outlining the inheritance information and providing copies of the relevant documents. I don't identify myself as the source, but I include enough verifiable facts. As I seal the envelope, I allow myself to imagine Janelle's reaction when she learns that Tatiana's custody fight is motivated by greed rather than love. The relief she'll feel knowing that her sister isn't actually trying to steal Stacy out of genuine maternal desire, but out of simple financial manipulation. It won't solve everything immediately. The custody hearing will still happen, the legal battle will still be fought, and Janelle and I will still be apart until it's safe for us to be together publicly. Not until now this nightmare began. I feel like we have a real chance of winning. And, more importantly, I feel like I'm still fighting for them, even if I can't do it openly. Love doesn't always look like grand gestures or public declarations. Sometimes love looks like research conducted in secret, evidence gathered in shadows, and anonymous letters that arrive at exactly the right moment. Sometimes love looks like being willing to remain invisible so that the people you care about can step into the light. As I drive home from the post office, I catch myself smiling for the very first time in 2 weeks. Tatiana Williams thought she could manipulate the system, destroy our family, and claim her prize without anyone understanding her true motivations. She was wrong. And soon, everyone involved in this case will know exactly what kind of person they're really dealing with.
Chapter 17. Janelle. The family court building feels like a cathedral of judgment, all marble floors and high ceilings that make every whispered conversation echo with the weight of life-changing decisions. I'm sitting at a wooden table that's seen thousands of custody battles, trying to keep my hands steady while Tatiana's lawyer presents his client as the ideal mother I could never hope to be. Your Honor, Ms. Williams has demonstrated remarkable personal growth since her youth. She now runs a successful consulting business, owns her own home, and is financially capable of providing educational opportunities that Ms. Smith simply cannot afford. Judge Patricia Reeves listens with the careful attention of someone who's heard every possible variation of family dysfunction. She's a woman in her 60s with silver hair and wire-rimmed glasses that make her look like someone's stern but fair grandmother. The kind of person who doesn't tolerate nonsense, but understands that children's welfare is more important than adult pride. Ms. Williams, Judge Reeves says, "Can you tell me about your plans for Stacy's education?" Tatiana stands with perfect posture, wearing a navy suit that probably costs more than I make in a month. Your Honor, I've researched several excellent private schools that specialize in gifted education. Stacy would have access to advanced STEM programs, foreign language immersion, cultural enrichment opportunities that will prepare her for elite universities. And can you financially support these opportunities? Yes, Your Honor. I prepared a financial statement showing my ability to provide for Stacy's educational and cultural needs. Tatiana's lawyer slides a folder across to the judge. Private school tuition, tutoring, music lessons, travel opportunities. All well within my client's means. I watch Judge Reeves review the financial documents, and I catch sight of her expression shifting. The numbers Tatiana is presenting paint a picture of stability and opportunity that my bank account could never match. Single mother working at a community bank versus successful businesswoman with unlimited resources. It's not even close. Ms. Smith, Judge Reeves turns to me. What is your response to Ms. Williams' educational plans for Stacy? I stand on shaking legs, very aware that my off-the-rack suit and nervous energy make me look exactly like what I am. Someone who's been scrambling to keep up financially for 8 years. Your Honor, Stacy is thriving in her current school. She has teachers who understand her needs, friends who accept her uniqueness, and a stable environment where she feels safe and loved. But can you provide the specialized educational opportunities that Ms. Williams is offering? The question every single mother dreads. The one that reduces 8 years of love and devotion to a comparison of bank accounts and opportunities. I provide what matters most, Your Honor. Unconditional love, emotional security, and a home where Stacy knows she's valued for who she is, not what she can achieve. That's admirable, Ms. Smith, but the court must consider the child's long-term welfare. Academic potential like Stacy's requires specialized nurturing. Tatiana's lawyer seizes the opening. Your Honor, we're not questioning Ms. Smith's love for the child, but love alone cannot provide the resources necessary to develop Stacy's exceptional gifts. Ms. Williams offers not just financial stability, but professional success that provides a role model for achievement. I feel the case slipping away from me with each exchange. How do you argue against private schools and cultural opportunities when you're clipping coupons to afford music lessons? How do you prove that love matters more than money when the system values what you can provide over how much you care? I'd like to speak with Stacy, Judge Reeves says finally. In chambers, with only myself and the court reporter present. My heart stops. This is the moment I've been dreading. When my 8-year-old child has to articulate why she wants to stay with me instead of accepting the superior opportunities Tatiana can offer. 20 minutes later, Stacy emerges from the judge's chambers, looking smaller than usual, her face pale but determined. She catches my eye across the courtroom and gives me a tiny smile that's meant to be reassuring, but breaks my heart instead. Court is recessed until tomorrow morning, Judge Reeves announces. I need time to review all testimony and evidence before making my decision. Outside the courthouse, Grammy is waiting with Stacy while I finish with my lawyer. I can see them sitting on a bench under the old oak tree, Stacy's head leaning against Grammy's shoulder in a way that suggests the conversation with the judge was more difficult than her brave smile indicated. How do you think it went? I asked David Rodriguez, my lawyer, to make our way toward them. Honestly, Tatiana made a compelling case about resources and opportunities. The financial disparity is significant, and judges often prioritize what they perceive as better life chances for the child. But what about the 8 years I've raised her? The stability, the love, the fact that she's thriving? That matters too. But family court can be unpredictable, especially when one party presents such superior financial resources. He adjusts his briefcase strap. We'll know more tomorrow. I'm still processing this when I see Tatiana approaching Grammy and Stacy. She moves with her characteristic grace, but there's something different about her expression. Less calculated confidence, more genuine uncertainty. Stacy, Tatiana says softly, settling onto the bench beside my daughter. Can we talk for a minute? Stacy looks up at Grammy, who nods encouragingly. I guess. I want you to know that whatever happens tomorrow, I don't want you to be scared or sad. I know this is confusing and hard. Are you going to make me come live with you? The directness of the question seems to catch Tatiana off guard. I want what's best for you, sweetheart. I want you to have opportunities and experiences that will help you reach your full potential. But I don't want opportunities. I want to stay with Mama J. Stacy's voice is small but firm. She's my real mom. She's the one who takes care of me when I'm sick and helps me with homework and reads me stories every night. I could do those things too. And I could also give you so much more. Better schools, trips to other countries, chances to learn things you've never even dreamed about. I don't care about other countries. I care about my family. Tears start streaming down Stacy's face. Please don't take me away from Mama J. Please. I'll be good. I'll do whatever you want. Just please let me stay with her. The raw desperation in my daughter's voice cuts through me like a knife. This brilliant, mature 8-year-old is reduced to begging not to be torn away from the only family she's ever known, promising to be good, as if her behavior could influence this adult decision that's completely beyond her control. I watch Tatiana's expression change as she processes Stacy's plea. From then on, the nightmare began. I saw something genuine in her face, not calculation or manipulation, but what might actually be regret. "Oh, sweetheart," Tatiana says quietly, and her voice sounds different, smaller, more human. "You don't have to be good for me. You don't have to earn anything. This isn't about you not being perfect enough. Then why can't I just stay with Mama J?" Tatiana doesn't answer immediately, and I catch her in my sight struggling with something internal. The mask of polished confidence has slipped, revealing someone who looks younger and more uncertain than the successful businesswoman she's been presenting to the court. "I don't know," she says finally, and the honesty in her voice surprises everyone. "I thought I knew what was best, but maybe I was wrong about some things." Grammy reaches over and takes Tatiana's hand. "Child, it's not too late to make the right choice. What if I've already gone too far? What if I've hurt too many people? People can forgive a lot when someone shows genuine remorse and tries to make things right," Grammy says gently. "But you have to want to make things right more than you want to be right." I watch this exchange from a distance, not wanting to interrupt what feels like a crucial moment of reckoning for my sister. Since the moment when she reappeared in our lives, Tatiana looks like the uncertain young woman who left a baby with me 8 years ago, rather than the polished predator who's been trying to take her back. The drive home is quiet, all of us lost in our own thoughts about what tomorrow might bring. Stacy falls asleep in the back seat, exhausted by the emotional weight of having to defend her right to stay with the only family she's ever known. I'm carrying her inside when I notice the manila envelope tucked under my apartment door. No return address, no postmark, just my name written in block letters that give no clue about the sender. Inside, there's a single sheet of paper with a brief note. "You need to see this." The inheritance changes everything. Attached are copies of legal documents that make my hands shake as I read them. A will, a trust fund, and the reason why Tatiana suddenly reappeared in our lives after 8 years of silence. $2.7 million. Split between Tatiana and me, held in trust for our children's education and welfare. Money I never knew existed from a great aunt I barely remembered, with one crucial stipulation. The funds can only be accessed by legal guardians of minor children. I read the documents 3 times before the full implications sink in. Tatiana doesn't want to be Stacy's mother because she's suddenly developed maternal instincts. She wants to be her legal guardian so she can access nearly $1.4 million. All of it, the custody fight, the lawyers, the systematic destruction of my support system. It's been about money, about using my daughter as a key to unlock an inheritance that requires a child to access. I think about the moment outside the courthouse when Tatiana's mask slipped and she looked genuinely uncertain. Was that calculated too? Another manipulation designed to make me lower my guard? Or was it the first honest moment she's had since this nightmare began, the moment when she realized that what she's been fighting for isn't worth the cost? I fold the documents carefully and place them on my kitchen table. Tomorrow, I'll call my lawyer and change the entire trajectory of this case. Tonight, I just want to sit with my sleeping daughter and process the fact that I've been fighting someone who sees her as a financial asset rather than a human being. The question is, now that I know the truth, what am I going to do with it? And more importantly, was that moment of softness I saw in Tatiana's expression genuine, or just another weapon in her arsenal of manipulation? By tomorrow morning, I'll have to decide whether my sister is capable of redemption, or whether she's simply found a new way to destroy us.
Chapter 18. Peter. It's 11:47 p.m., and I'm sitting in my car outside Janelle's apartment building, holding a bag of Chinese takeout and questioning every decision that led me to this moment. I've been driving around for 2 hours, unable to sleep, unable to focus on anything except the image of Janelle facing tomorrow's custody hearing alone. Grammy called me after the court hearing, her voice heavy with concern and something that sounded like hope. She told me about Stacy's heartbreaking plea, about the moment when Tatiana's mask seemed to slip, about the inheritance documents that appeared like a gift from the universe just when Janelle needed them most. But what she didn't say, what I could hear in the spaces between her words, was that Janelle is struggling. That the weight of fighting this battle alone is taking a toll that goes beyond legal strategy and courtroom presentations. I know I shouldn't be here. She made it clear 2 weeks ago that she doesn't want me in her life, that our relationship was a mistake built on my savior complex and her desperation. The words still cut deep, even though I knew she was lying, even though I knew she was trying to protect me from the destruction that follows her everywhere. But sitting in my empty apartment while the woman I love prepares for the most important day of her life feels like a betrayal of everything that matters to me. The inheritance evidence I sent anonymously to her should change everything about tomorrow's hearing. Tatiana's financial motivations will be exposed, her carefully constructed maternal act will crumble, and Janelle will finally have the weapon she needs to protect Stacy. But knowing that doesn't ease the ache in my chest or the desperate need to be there for her. I'm about to start the car and drive home when the building's front door opens. Janelle emerges wearing sweatpants and an oversized hoodie, carrying 2 trash bags to the dumpster. Even from a distance, I can see the exhaustion in the way she moves, the weight of stress and sleepless nights evident in her posture. She looks so small, so alone, dragging those bags like they contain the weight of the world. Before I can talk myself out of it, I'm getting out of my car and walking toward her. Janelle. She spins around at the sound of my voice, nearly dropping the trash bags. In the pale glow of the parking lot lights, I can see the shock on her face, followed quickly by something that looks like guilt mixed with longing. Peter? What are you doing here? I brought dinner. Figured you probably haven't eaten since this morning. I hold up the bag of takeout, feeling foolish but unable to stop myself. I know you have the hearing tomorrow, and I thought... You thought what? Her voice is defensive, though faint, the sound of exhaustion underneath it. I thought you might need someone to talk to. Someone who understands what's at stake. She looks at me for a measured moment. I realize her internal struggle playing out across her face. The part of her that wants to accept comfort warring with the part that believes she doesn't deserve it. Peter, I told you. I know what you told me. I know you think I'm better off without you, that our relationship was some kind of mistake. I take a step closer, careful not to crowd her. But I also know you were scared and desperate, and trying to protect me from something you thought would destroy my career. It would have destroyed your career. It still could. Maybe. But that's my choice to make, not yours. She sets down the trash bags and wraps her arms around herself, a defensive gesture that makes my chest tight. You should go home, Peter. You should forget about us and move on with your life. I can't do that. Why not? Because I love you. Because I love Stacy. Because 2 weeks of staying away hasn't changed that. And 2 months won't change it either. I step closer again, close enough to see the tears she's trying to hold back. Because you're exhausting yourself trying to fight this battle alone when you don't have to. Yes, I do. I do have to fight it alone. Because everyone who gets close to me gets hurt. Her voice breaks slightly. Look what happened to you. Look what Tatiana did to your career, your reputation, your life. My life was empty before I met you. My career was just a job before I met Stacy. Whatever Tatiana took from me, it doesn't compare to what you and Stacy gave me. That's not how it felt when I was telling you all those horrible things 2 weeks ago. The admission hangs between us like a confession, and I can see the guilt she's been carrying in the set of her shoulders, the way she can't quite meet my eyes. You were trying to push me away to protect me. I understood that even when it was happening. Then why didn't you fight harder? Why didn't you refuse to leave? Because you needed me to believe you. You needed to know that I would respect your choices, even when I thought they were wrong. I set the takeout bag on the hood of a nearby car and moved closer to her. But I never stopped loving you, Janelle. I never stopped believing in us. She's crying now, tears streaming down her face in the dim parking lot light. I said such awful things to you. I made you think that our relationship meant nothing to me, that you were just some convenient savior complex. I knew you were lying. But what if some of it was true? What if I did use you? What if I was selfish and desperate and... Stop! I reach out and frame her face with my hands, needing her to see the truth in my eyes. You didn't use me. You let me love you, which is the greatest gift anyone has ever given me. I don't deserve your forgiveness. You don't need my forgiveness. You need my support, which you've always had, even when you were pushing me away. She leans into my touch, and I can feel some of the tension leave her body. I'm so scared about tomorrow. I'm so scared I'm going to say the wrong thing, make the wrong choice, lose her forever. You're not going to lose her. What makes you so certain? Because you're her mother. Because you've loved her unconditionally for 8 years. Because no court in the world can change that. I brush away her tears with my thumbs. And because you have evidence now that changes everything about this case. What do you mean? I hesitate, wondering if I should tell her about my role in discovering the inheritance information. But looking at her face, seeing the fear and exhaustion, I realize she deserves to know that someone has been fighting for her, even when she thought she was alone. The inheritance documents you received. The evidence about Tatiana's financial motivations. How do you know about that? Because I'm the one who found it. I'm the one who sent it to you. She goes very still, processing this information. You've been investigating Tatiana? I've been trying to help you win, even though you told me to stay away. I couldn't fight for you openly, so I fought for you in secret. Peter. Her voice is barely a whisper. Why would you do that? Because I love you. Because you and Stacy are my family, whether you want me or not. I pull her closer until there's no space between us. Because love doesn't stop just because circumstances get complicated. She kisses me then, desperate and grateful and full of apology for all the words she can't take back. When we break apart, she's crying again. But these tears feel different, like relief instead of despair. Come upstairs, she says quietly. Please. I don't want to be alone tonight. Are you sure? I'm sure. I need you here. I need to remember what we're fighting for. We collect the Chinese food and head up to her apartment, moving carefully to avoid waking Stacy. In her kitchen, we heat up containers of lo mein and sweet and sour pork, eating in comfortable silence while the weight of tomorrow's hearing hangs between us. I'm sorry, she says finally, setting down her chopsticks. I'm sorry for all the cruel things I said to you. I'm sorry for making you think that you didn't matter to me. You were protecting me. I was protecting myself. I was so scared of losing you that I convinced myself it was better to push you away first. She looks at me across the small table. But these 2 weeks without you have been the worst of my life. Worse than when Tatiana first showed up. Worse than any court hearing or legal threat. You don't have to apologize for being scared. Yes, I do. Because my fear almost cost us everything. She reaches across the table to take my hand. I love you, Peter. I love you more than I've ever loved anyone except Stacy. And I'm tired of pretending that's not worth fighting for. What does that mean? It means no more pushing you away to protect you. It means letting you choose your own risks. It means trusting that what we have is strong enough to survive whatever comes next. I bring her hand to my lips, pressing a soft kiss to her knuckles. What we have is strong enough to survive anything. Even if I lose the hearing tomorrow, even if Tatiana gets custody and we have to find new ways to fight, even then, especially then, I stand up and pull her into my arms, needing to feel her against me, solid and real and mine. We're stronger together, Janelle. We always have been. She melts into my embrace, and I can feel the last of her walls crumbling. This is what I've been missing. Not just the physical closeness, but the emotional intimacy of being her partner through difficult times. The city hums quietly outside her apartment window as the night deepens, lights flickering like distant stars. I hold Janelle close on her worn couch, her head resting softly against my chest. The faint scent of her jasmine shampoo fills my senses, grounding me, pulling me out of the chaos I've been drowning in for weeks. "Stay tonight," she whispers, voice trembling but steady, words slipping out like a prayer against my skin. "Please stay." My heart clenches. I want to hesitate, weigh the impossible, the hearing, Stacy's expectations, but the raw ache in her eyes melts my defenses. "Are you sure? What about Stacy? What about tomorrow's hearing?" Her fingers tighten around my shirt, desperate, needing. "Stacy knows you love us. And the hearing. Whatever happens tomorrow, I want to face it knowing that I have you beside me." I draw a shaky breath, pressing my lips to the top of her head, letting the steady thrum of her pulse beneath my palm soothe the storm inside me. "I'm not going anywhere. Not tonight. Not tomorrow. Not ever." She lifts her head slowly, eyes catching mine in a way that stops time. No pretenses. No walls. Just raw, aching need. "Then come here," she says softly, her voice a command wrapped in a plea. I don't hesitate. I sweep her up in my arms and carry her to the bedroom, the soft click of the door locking behind us, sealing this fragile sanctuary from the world outside. The muted light from the bedside lamp casts shadows that dance along her skin, illuminating the curve of her neck, the gentle swell of her collarbone. I trail my fingers along her jawline, memorizing every contour, every breath she takes. Her skin is warm, intoxicating, and I want to worship every inch. "You're so beautiful," I murmur, voice low, rough with emotion. She shivers under my touch, lips parting slightly, inviting. "Show me." The first kiss is slow, searching, like we're both learning how to touch again, how to be safe. Her mouth opens beneath mine, soft and urgent, tasting like home and the promise of something more. I cup her face, fingers threading into the silky waves of her hair, anchoring us. Looks like this scene is getting a little too naughty for YouTube's guidelines, so we're putting a pause on this pleasure. Don't forget you can grab the unabridged version of any of these audiobooks from BWWM.com. Claim your discount with YouTube exclusive code VIXA40. Should we get back to it? We stay wrapped in each other, two fractured souls slowly piecing together a fragile kind of peace. And in this moment, nothing else matters but the steady beat of our hearts and the undeniable truth that we are home, together. When I wake up at dawn, she's still curled against me, and for a moment I can pretend that the past 2 weeks were just a nightmare, that we never lost each other, that today is just another day in the life we were building together. But then I remember the custody hearing, the inheritance evidence, the battle that's about to determine Stacy's future. I realize that today isn't just another day. It's the day we find out whether love really is enough to overcome biology, money, and a legal system that doesn't always prioritize what's best for children. "Good morning," Janelle murmurs against my chest, and I can hear the nervousness in her voice. "Good morning. How did you sleep?" "Better than I have in weeks." She tilts her head to look at me. "Thank you for staying. Thank you for not giving up on us. Thank you for letting me back in. Thank you for fighting for us even when I told you not to." We have a few more hours before we need to leave for the courthouse, a few more hours of peace before the storm. And as I hold Janelle in the early morning light, I give myself permission to believe that whatever happens today, we'll face it together, the way it should have been from the beginning.
Chapter 19. Janelle. The courthouse parking lot stretches before me like a battlefield at dawn, empty except for a few scattered cars and the weight of everything that's about to change. A tremor runs through my hands as I check my phone. 7:45 a.m. 15 minutes before I'm supposed to meet my lawyer. 15 minutes before I walk into that building and fight for the right to keep loving the only child who's ever been mine. Peter's hand finds the small of my back, steady and warm, and I lean into the touch despite the churning in my stomach. Having him here feels like having armor, like maybe I won't shatter completely if today goes wrong. "You ready for this?" he asks, his voice careful in the way that means he's trying not to let his own anxiety bleed into mine. "No, but I don't have a choice." "You do have a choice. You can choose to believe that 8 years of love matters more than anything Tatiana can throw at us. U.S." The word settles something in my chest that's been fractured since the day he walked away from my apartment. Whatever happens in that courtroom, I won't face it alone. The sound of car doors slamming draws my attention across the lot. Tatiana emerges from a black sedan, followed by 2 men in expensive suits who move with the predatory confidence of lawyers who specialize in taking children away from their mothers. She's wearing navy blue, appropriate, professional, maternal, and her hair is pulled back in the kind of style that suggests competence rather than vanity. She looks like everything I'm not. Put together where I feel scattered, confident where I feel desperate, financially secure where I count every dollar. For a moment, looking at her across this parking lot, I can almost understand why a judge might think she's the better choice. Then her eyes meet mine, and I see something there that makes my blood freeze. Not the calculated confidence I expected, but something wild and desperate that suggests she knows about the inheritance evidence, that she knows her carefully constructed facade is about to crumble. She starts walking toward us, her lawyers flanking her like bodyguards, and before me lies the exact moment when her composure cracks. Her perfect posture shifts, her controlled expression wavers, and suddenly she looks less like a successful businesswoman and more like a desperate woman who's running out of options. Janelle. She stops about 10 feet away, close enough to talk, but far enough to maintain the illusion of civilized distance. I was hoping we could speak privately before we went inside. "I don't think that's a good idea," Peter says, his voice carrying quiet authority. "I wasn't talking to you." Tatiana's attention shifts to him with laser focus, and my eyes find her, calculating, measuring, trying to find some weakness she can exploit. "You're the teacher, right? The one who's been sleeping with my daughter's guardian while pretending to care about her education." The attack is designed to wound, to make Peter question his motivations, to plant seeds of doubt about his relationship with me. But he doesn't flinch, doesn't step back, doesn't give her the reaction she's looking for. "I'm the man who loves Janelle and Stacy," he says simply, "and I'm not going anywhere." How noble, how romantic. Tatiana's smile is sharp enough to cut glass. "Tell me, what happens when the novelty wears off? When you realize that playing house with someone else's family is more work than it's worth?" "Stacy isn't someone else's family. She's ours." "Ours?" Tatiana's laugh is brittle, artificial. "She's my daughter, my blood, my genetic legacy walking around in the world. You're just some man who happened to fall for her guardian's sob story." I can feel Peter tense beside me, can see his hands clench into fists at his sides, but he doesn't take the bait. Instead, he moves closer to me, a silent demonstration of where his loyalties lie. "What do you want, Tatiana?" I ask, needing to end this before it escalates into something that could affect the hearing. "I want to give you one last chance to do the right thing. One last opportunity to think about what's actually best for Stacy instead of what's best for your ego. The right thing? Drop the custody fight. Let me take her home, give her the life she deserves, the opportunities you could never provide. Tatiana takes a step closer, and I can see something frantic in her eyes. She's brilliant, Janelle. Exceptional. She deserves private schools and tutors and cultural experiences, not community college dreams and small-town limitations. She deserves to be loved for who she is, not what she can achieve. Love doesn't pay for Harvard. Love doesn't open doors or create opportunities or guarantee success. Love creates security. Love builds confidence. Love teaches a child that they're valuable, regardless of their accomplishments. How wonderfully idealistic. How completely naive. Tatiana's mask is slipping further, revealing something desperate underneath. Do you know what I could give her? What kind of life could she have with me? A life where she's valued for her potential instead of her personhood. A life where love is conditional on performance. A life where she's constantly trying to earn affection from someone who sees her as a means to an end. The words hit their target. Tatiana's composure fractures completely, and for a moment, I see the scared young woman who left a baby on my doorstep 8 years ago. You think you know me? You think you understand what I've been through? What I've sacrificed? I know you walked away from your daughter when she needed you most. I know you've spent 8 years building a life that doesn't include her. And I know you only came back when there was something in it for you. Something in it for me? Tatiana's voice rises, drawing attention from other people entering the courthouse. You think I want the responsibility of raising a gifted child? The pressure, the expectations, the constant vigilance required to nurture that kind of mind? The admission hangs in the air between us like a smoking gun. In her desperation to defend herself, she's revealed exactly what I've always suspected, that she sees Stacy as a burden rather than a blessing. Then why are you here? Why are you trying to take her away from the only family she's ever known? Because Tatiana stops, seems to realize she said too much, but the damage is done. Because she's my daughter, and I have rights. Rights you abandoned, rights you forfeited when you chose your own convenience over her welfare. I was young. I was scared. I wasn't ready. And now you are? Now, suddenly, after 8 years of silence, you're ready to be a mother? Tatiana doesn't answer, can't answer because we both know the truth. She's not here because she's ready to be a mother. She's here because she needs to be a legal guardian to access money that doesn't belong to her. Stacy doesn't even know you, I continued, pressing the advantage. You're a stranger to her. A beautiful, charming stranger who shows up with gifts and promises, but a stranger nonetheless. I could change that. I could become the mother she deserves. She already has the mother she deserves. She has someone who's loved her unconditionally from the day you left her behind. And what happens when your love isn't enough? When she needs resources you can't provide, opportunities you can't create? Tatiana's voice becomes pleading, desperate. What happens when she realizes that staying with you limits her potential? Then she'll make her own choices about her future. But she'll make them from a foundation of security and self-worth that no amount of money can buy. One of Tatiana's lawyers approaches, checks his watch, murmurs something about time. The courtroom is waiting. Judges don't like to be kept waiting. The real battle is about to begin. But Tatiana doesn't move. She stands there giving me a glance that seems grief or regret, or simply the realization that she's about to lose everything she came here to claim. She won't remember me, she says quietly, her voice sounding genuinely sad. Years from now, when she's grown and successful and living the life I could have given her, she won't remember that I tried to come back for her. She'll remember that Janelle never left. Peter says, his voice gentle but firm. She'll remember that when everyone else failed her, Janelle stayed. Tatiana looks at him bearing the chance of hatred or envy or simple exhaustion. And you? What will you remember about playing hero for someone else's family? I'll remember that I was lucky enough to love them. I'll remember that some things are worth fighting for, even when the fight costs everything. How romantic. How utterly foolish. Maybe. But I'd rather be foolish and loved than smart and alone. The words hit Tatiana like a physical blow, and I see her flinch, see something crack in her perfect composure. Because that's what this is really about, isn't it? Not motherhood or child welfare or even money. It's about a woman who spent 8 years building a life that looks successful from the outside, but feels empty on the inside. Miss Williams, one of her lawyers is back, more insistent this time. We really need to go inside. She nods, straightens her jacket, rebuilds her mask with the practiced ease of someone who's been pretending to be fine for years. This isn't over, she says, but her voice lacks conviction. Yes, it is. I'm surprised by the strength in my own voice, by the certainty that settles in my chest like armor. This is over because I'm done being afraid of you. I'm done letting you make me question my worth as a mother. I'm done pretending that biology matters more than 8 years of unconditional love. We'll see what the judge thinks. Yes, we will. She turns and walks toward the courthouse, her lawyers trailing behind her, her perfect posture restored, but somehow less convincing than before. I watch her go and feel something settle in my chest that's been unsettled for months. This is the woman who left her baby with a note and disappeared for 8 years. This is the woman who's trying to use my daughter to access money that isn't hers. This is the woman who sees Stacy as a resource to be exploited, rather than a child to be cherished. And in 3 hours, a judge is going to decide which one of us deserves to be called mother. You okay? Peter asks, his hand finding mine. Yeah. From that moment onward, I think I really am. Good. Because we've got a battle to win. As we walk toward the courthouse, I think about Stacy, probably eating breakfast with Grammy right now, blissfully unaware that her entire future is being decided by adults in a sterile room. I think about the 8 years of bedtime stories and scraped knees and homework help that led to this moment. I think about the inheritance evidence that will expose Tatiana's true motivations. But mostly, I think about the woman who just revealed herself in this parking lot, desperate, lonely, willing to traumatize a child for financial gain. That's who I'm fighting against. That's who wants to take my daughter away. I'm not afraid of her anymore. The courthouse looms ahead of us, all marble and authority and the weight of legal decisions that change lives forever. But I'm not walking into it alone. I'm walking into it with Peter beside me, with 8 years of evidence behind me, and with the absolute certainty that some battles are worth everything you have to give. Today, I'm going to prove that love matters more than money, that choice matters more than biology, and that sometimes the people who fight hardest for you are the ones who chose to love you, not the ones who happened to give birth to you. I'm going to win my daughter back, not because the law says I should, but because love says I already have. The courtroom smells like old wood, and the kind of institutional disinfectant that can't quite mask the desperation that seeps into these walls every day. I'm sitting at a table that feels too small for everything writing on it, my hands folded to hide their trembling, while Tatiana's lawyer delivers opening statements designed to make me look like a criminal. Your Honor, this case is about a woman who perpetrated an 8-year fraud upon a child, denying her knowledge of her true parentage and biological family. Ms. Smith may claim to love this child, but love built on deception is not in any child's best interest. David Rodriguez rises with the kind of calm confidence that comes from holding a royal flush. Your Honor, this case is actually about something much simpler and much more sinister. It's about financial exploitation disguised as maternal concern. He places a manila folder on the judge's bench like he's laying down a winning hand. 3 months ago, the sister's great-aunt Millicent passed away, leaving a $2.7 million inheritance to be held in trust for their children's education and welfare. Ms. Williams's portion, nearly $1.4 million, can only be accessed if she has legal custody of a minor child. The courtroom goes dead silent. I watch Tatiana's face drain of color, watch her lawyer's confident posture crumble as the foundation of their entire case shifts beneath them. Ms. Williams doesn't want custody because she's suddenly become maternal, Your Honor. She wants custody because Stacy represents access to a fortune she cannot obtain any other way. Judge Reeves studies the documents with the gentle mindfulness of someone who's seen every variation of human greed. When she looks up, her gaze settles on Tatiana, bearing the chance of disgust. Ms. Williams, were you aware of this inheritance when you filed your custody petition? Tatiana's lawyer starts to object, but she cuts him off. I knew about Aunt Millicent's passing, yes. But my decision to seek custody of my daughter has nothing to do with... Your daughter? Judge Reeves's voice carries the sharp edge of someone who doesn't tolerate lies in her courtroom. Where has this maternal concern been for the past 8 years? I was young. I made mistakes. I wasn't ready. But you're ready now? Conveniently. Just months after discovering you could access $1.4 million through gaining custody of the child you abandoned? I watch Tatiana struggle to find words that don't sound like confession, watch her carefully constructed facade crumble under judicial scrutiny. This is the moment I've been waiting for, when her polished exterior cracks and reveals the calculating opportunist underneath. Your Honor, if I may, David interjects. We have documentation showing that Ms. Williams contacted the estate attorneys immediately upon learning of the inheritance. She inquired specifically about the custody requirements for accessing the trust funds. This was before she ever contacted Ms. Smith about seeing Stacy. The evidence lands like a physical blow. I see Tatiana's shoulders slump, see her lawyers exchange glances that suggest they're already planning damage control. But there's no controlling this damage. The truth is spreading through the courtroom like wildfire, and everyone can see exactly what kind of person we're dealing with. I'd like to call our first witness, David continues. Dorothy Washington, Stacy's grandmother. Grammy makes her way to the witness stand with the dignity of someone who's survived 8 decades and seen every kind of human failing. She's wearing her best dress and the pearls Granddaddy gave her for their 50th wedding anniversary, armor of respectability that makes her testimony unassailable. Mrs. Washington, how would you describe Janelle's relationship with Stacy? That child is Janelle's heart walking around outside her body. I've watched her sacrifice everything, career opportunities, relationships, her own dreams, to give that baby the best life possible. Grammy's voice carries the weight of witness truth. Janelle didn't just take in her sister's baby. She became a mother the moment she held that child. And in your observation, how has Stacy thrived under Janelle's care? She's brilliant, confident, kind, and secure. She knows she's loved unconditionally, not for what she achieves, but for who she is. That's the kind of foundation that builds strong human beings. Tatiana's lawyer cross-examines Grammy with the desperation of someone trying to poke holes in granite. But Grammy has watched me raise Stacy for 8 years. She has stories, examples, moments of everyday motherhood that paint a picture no amount of financial resources can compete with. Mrs. Washington, isn't it true that Ms. Smith has struggled financially to provide for Stacy? Money doesn't make someone a good parent. Love does. Consistency does. Being there every single day does. Grammy looks directly at Tatiana. Some people think children are accessories to enhance their lives. Real mothers know that children become your life. The courtroom is packed. I can see Mrs. Peterson from school, Mrs. Miller from Stacy's old kindergarten class, neighbors who've watched me walk to school every morning for 8 years. These are the people who know what kind of mother I am, not from legal briefs but from lived experience. David calls Peter to the stand, and I watch him walk to the witness box with the quiet confidence of someone who's chosen love over safety. His career could still be ruined by this testimony, his professional reputation destroyed by publicly supporting me. But he's here anyway. Mr. Harrison, in your professional capacity as an educator, how would you describe Stacy's emotional and academic development? Stacy is one of the most well-adjusted, gifted children I've ever taught. She's intellectually curious, but emotionally secure, advanced academically, but socially appropriate for her age. Those traits don't develop in children who lack stable, loving home environments. And Ms. Smith's parenting? She's the kind of parent every teacher hopes to work with. Supportive but not helicopter, challenging but not pressuring, protective but not overprotective. She sees Stacy as a whole person, not just a collection of achievements. Tatiana's lawyer tries to discredit Peter's testimony by bringing up our relationship, suggesting his observations are biased by romantic involvement. But Peter handles each attack with calm professionalism. My feelings for Ms. Smith developed because of what I observed about her character as a mother. I was swept away by someone who could love a child that completely, that selflessly. Even though she lied to that child about her parentage for 8 years, she protected that child from painful truths until she was old enough to understand them. That's what good parents do. They shield their children from adult complexities until those children are equipped to handle them. The testimony continues through the morning. Teachers, neighbors, Grammy's friends from church, person after person, describing 8 years of devoted motherhood, of a woman who built her entire life around a child's welfare. When Tatiana takes the stand, she looks like a prisoner walking to execution. Her perfect composure is gone, replaced by something desperate and cornered. Ms. Williams, you stated in your petition that you're seeking custody because you can now provide stable, superior resources for Stacy's development. Can you explain what changed in your life to make this possible? I've worked hard to build a successful career. I'm financially stable now in ways I wasn't 8 years ago. And this financial stability does not concern the inheritance you stand to gain. The inheritance would benefit Stacy. It would provide educational opportunities. Educational opportunities that you would control as her legal guardian, funds that you would have access to manage on her behalf. David presents evidence of Tatiana's real financial situation. The debts, the fake business, the phantom job titles. Each document is another nail in the coffin of her credibility. Ms. Williams, according to these credit reports, you're carrying substantial debt. Your business exists only on paper. Your claimed employment is with a company that dissolved 3 years ago. How do you reconcile these facts with your claims of financial stability? Tatiana tries to explain, tries to minimize, tries to redirect. But the evidence is overwhelming. And with each failed deflection, she looks more desperate, more willing to say anything to salvage her case. The inheritance would solve those problems. It would give me the resources to provide for Stacy properly. The admission hangs in the courtroom like a smoking gun. She's just confirmed that her custody claim is financially motivated, that Stacy is a means to an end rather than a child to be cherished. So you're seeking custody of a child you haven't seen in 8 years in order to access money that would solve your financial problems. That's not, I want what's best for Stacy. What's best for Stacy, or what's best for your bank account. Judge Reeves calls for a recess, and I watch Tatiana stumble from the witness stand like someone who's just been stripped naked in public. Her lawyers huddle around her, their voices urgent and concerned. But it's too late for damage control. The truth is out, and everyone in this courtroom knows exactly what kind of person she is. After lunch, Judge Reeves announces that she wants to speak with Stacy privately in chambers. My heart stops completely, because this is the moment when my 8-year-old daughter has to carry the weight of an adult decision. 30 minutes later, Stacy emerges from the judge's office, looking older than when she went in. She finds me in the hallway and wraps her arms around my waist with the desperate intensity of someone who's just faced their worst fears. "What did you tell the judge, baby girl?" "The truth. I told her that you're my real mom, that I don't want to live with someone I don't know, that families aren't about money." Stacy's voice is muffled against my shirt. "I told her that you've been taking care of me my whole life, and that means more than someone who just happened to give birth to me." When we return to the courtroom, Judge Reeves looks like someone who's spent the recess wrestling with competing principles of law and justice. "I've rarely encountered a case where the motivations were so clear-cut," she begins. "Ms. Williams, your sudden interest in custody, coinciding precisely with your discovery of a substantial inheritance, combined with your misrepresentation of your financial status and complete absence from this child's life, creates a pattern that suggests exploitation rather than genuine parental concern." Tatiana starts to object, but Judge Reeves continues with the authority of someone who's heard enough. "Ms. Smith, while the informal nature of your guardianship creates some legal complexities, the evidence of your devotion to this child's welfare is overwhelming. You have provided stable, loving care for 8 years. You have fostered her development, protected her emotional well-being, and created the kind of home environment that allows gifted children to thrive." I can barely breathe. This is it. This is the moment when everything is decided. Most importantly, I've spoken with Stacy herself. She is articulate, confident, and clear about her wishes. She understands what family means, and she knows who has provided that for her. Judge Reeves looks directly at Tatiana. "Ms. Williams, your petition for custody is denied. Ms. Smith will retain full legal and physical custody of Stacy, with the court's recommendation that formal adoption proceedings be initiated to clarify the legal relationship." The words wash over me like a wave of pure relief. I've won. We've won. Stacy gets to stay with me, and Tatiana's scheme has been exposed for exactly what it was. But when I look across the courtroom at my sister, I don't see anger or calculation anymore. I see someone who's lost everything. The money, the facade, the carefully constructed identity she's been living behind. She looks like she's drowning, like someone who's just realized that in trying to gain everything, she's lost the last connection to the family she had left. For a moment, despite everything she's put us through, I almost feel sorry for her. Almost. Because when I look down at Stacy, at my daughter who's mine, not because of biology, but because of choice, I remember what really matters. I remember that some battles are worth fighting with everything you have. And today, love won. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40. That's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click. Endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 20. Peter. The drive home from the courthouse passes in a strange, suspended quiet. Stacy is buckled into the back seat, staring out the window with the kind of thoughtful expression that suggests she's processing something too big for 8-year-old words. Janelle's hands shake slightly as she grips the steering wheel. And I spot her from across checking the rear-view mirror every few seconds like she's making sure we're not being followed. We won. The judge ruled in our favor. Tatiana's scheme was exposed, and Stacy gets to stay with the only mother she's ever known. But sitting in this car, watching the woman I love struggle to believe that the nightmare is actually over, I realize that victory doesn't always feel like celebration. Sometimes it feels like survival. Mama J? Stacy's voice cuts through the silence. Are we safe now? Is Aunt Tatiana going to try to take me away again? Janelle's knuckles go white against the steering wheel. No, baby girl. You're safe. The judge said you get to stay with me, and that's final. But what if she appeals? What if she finds some other way? The questions are too sophisticated for a child, but then again, Stacy has been forced to be sophisticated about adult problems for months now. I turn in my seat to look at her, and what I see breaks my heart. An 8-year-old who's learned to question the permanence of love, who's been taught that safety is conditional and family bonds can be legally severed. Stacy, look at me. I wait until her dark eyes meet mine. Your mom and I are never going to let anyone take you away from your family. Never. That's a promise. But grown-ups break promises sometimes. They leave even when they say they won't. The impact of those words knocked the wind out of me, because I can hear my own departure echoing in her voice. When I left to protect them, when I stayed away for weeks while she asked Grammy when I was coming back, I taught her that adults abandon children when things get difficult. You're right. Sometimes grown-ups do break promises. I broke a promise when I stayed away from you and your mom. I reach back and take her small hand in mine. But I'm here now, and I'm not leaving again. Not for school districts or legal battles or anything else. You're stuck with me. Even if I ask too many questions about science stuff. Especially then. Even if I accidentally call you Dad sometimes. I'm startled by the question, and I can see Janelle's eyes find mine in the rearview mirror. There's something vulnerable in her expression, like she's afraid I might not be ready for that level of commitment. Stacy, if you want to call me Dad, I would be honored, because that's what I want to be, your dad in every way that matters. What about all the legal stuff? What about adoption papers and making it official? We'll figure that out. But the papers don't make someone a dad, just like they don't make someone a mom. Love makes you family, and I love you and your mom more than anything in the world. By the time we reach their apartment, some of the tension has eased from Janelle's shoulders. We go through the motions of a normal evening routine, homework, dinner, bath time, but everything feels different now. Lighter, like we're finally allowed to exist without looking over our shoulders. Stacy falls asleep during her bedtime story, exhausted by months of uncertainty and the emotional weight of today's resolution. I tuck her elephant under her arm and smooth her curls back from her face. It's been so long since she looks completely peaceful. She's going to be okay, I say quietly, as Janelle and I stand in her doorway. Is she? How do we help her process all of this? How do we make sure she doesn't carry scars from something that should never have happened to her? We love her. We stay consistent. We prove every day that family is about choice and commitment, not biology or legal documents. I put my arm around Janelle's shoulders. And we get her therapy if she needs it to work through the trauma. Trauma. Janelle repeats the word like she's testing its weight. My daughter, who is 8 years old, has trauma because my sister tried to use her for money. She'll be okay, Janelle. She's resilient, and she's got us. We move to the living room. I can see Janelle actually relax. She curls up on the couch with her legs tucked under her, and the careful vigilance that's been her constant companion finally begins to fade. I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop, she says quietly. I keep thinking someone's going to call and tell me there was a mistake, that the judge changed her mind, that Tatiana found some loophole we didn't consider. The case is over. You won. Stacy is yours legally and permanently. I know that logically, but emotionally. She trails off, staring at her hands. I've spent weeks being afraid, being prepared to lose everything that I don't know how to stop. I sit beside her and pull her against my chest, feeling the way she melts into my arms like she's finally allowing herself to trust that I'm really here, really staying. It's going to take time, I say into her hair. You've been in survival mode for years. Your body and your mind need time to accept that the threat is gone. I almost lost her, Peter. I almost lost the most important thing in my world because my sister decided a child was an acceptable price to pay for financial security. But you didn't lose her. You fought for her, and you won. We won. We fought for her, and we won. She pulls back to look at me. I couldn't have done this alone. Not the legal battle, not the emotional strength, not any of it. You could have. You're stronger than you know. Maybe. But I didn't have to find out because I had you. The words settle something in my chest that's been unsettled since the day she pushed me away. Not just relief that we're together again, but the deep satisfaction of knowing that our relationship survived the kind of pressure that destroys most couples. Janelle, I say quietly, I need to tell you something. What? These past few weeks when I was staying away to protect you, when I thought I was doing the noble thing by removing myself from your complications, it was the worst mistake I've ever made. You were trying to help. I was trying to be a hero instead of being a partner. Real partners don't abandon each other when things get difficult. They figure out how to face the difficulties together. You came back. I should never have left in the first place. I frame her face with my hands, needing her to read the honesty in my gaze. I promise you, Janelle, I will never walk away from this family again. Not for career consequences, not for professional pressure, not for anything. Even if loving us costs you everything, loving you is everything. Everything else is just details. She kisses me then, and it tastes like relief and gratitude and the kind of deep, bone-deep happiness that comes from surviving something that almost destroyed you. When we break apart, I can see tears on her cheeks, but they're not tears of sadness. I love you, she whispers. I love you for staying, for fighting, for being willing to be Stacy's dad even though it's complicated and messy, and nothing like what you probably imagined your life would look like. This is exactly what I imagined my life would look like. I just didn't know it until I found you. We sit in comfortable silence for a while, holding each other in the quiet apartment where Stacy sleeps peacefully down the hall. Outside, the world continues its chaotic pace, but inside this small space, everything feels settled and right. Peter, Janelle says eventually, can I ask you something? Anything. When you were away from us, when you thought we were better off without you, did you ever doubt that this was real? Did you ever think maybe what we had was just circumstantial, born out of crisis rather than genuine connection? The question surprises me with its vulnerability, but I understand what she's asking. She needs to know that our love can survive peace as well as chaos, that what we built together wasn't just trauma bonding disguised as romance. Never, I say firmly. What I felt for you had nothing to do with the custody battle or the drama with Tatiana. I found myself drawn to the way you make pancakes shaped like dinosaurs for a child who's obsessed with science. I became enchanted with how you listen to her theories about time travel, like she's presenting at a physics conference. I fell in love with your strength, your dedication, your ability to create a home that feels safe and warm and full of possibility. Even the messy parts, the fear and the baggage and the complicated family dynamics, especially the messy parts. Because the messy parts are real, and real is what I've been looking for my whole life without knowing it. She's crying again, but she's also smiling, and the combination is beautiful in a way that makes my chest tight with emotion. Janelle looks at me, her eyes soft but steady. "Show me," she says quietly, voice low enough that I have to lean in just to catch it. My pulse quickens without thinking. "Show you what?" I ask, already knowing the answer. "That this is real," she says, her fingers tracing lazy patterns on the blanket between us. "Show me that we can have this, peace and quiet and normal family life, without some crisis holding us together. There's no challenge there, no demand, just an ache, a need for assurance that goes deeper than skin." I understand. She's asking for more than physical proof. She wants to know that desire, love, this closeness can exist without the rush of adrenaline, without the fear that everything will slip through our fingers, that we can choose this. For us. I brush a thumb over her cheek, tasting the faint salt of tears she didn't know she was holding back. "Okay," I say softly. "I'll show you." I kiss her slowly, savoring the taste of her. Sweet, slightly tangy, real. Her lips part against mine, warm and welcoming, and she leans into the touch like she's been waiting for this moment to breathe. When I pull back, she looks up at me with a mix of wonder and desire that breaks something open inside me. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on our website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. We fall asleep holding each other. It's been ages. I don't dream about losing them. Instead, I dream about ordinary moments, family dinners and homework help and bedtime stories, the quiet dailiness of love that sustains itself not through drama but through choice. When I wake up the next morning, Stacy is standing in the bedroom doorway, wearing her pajamas and clutching her stuffed elephant. "Are you my dad now?" she asks with the kind of directness that only children possess. I look at Janelle, who's awake and smiling despite the early hour. "Would you like me to be?" "Yes, but I have some rules." "What kind of rules?" "You have to help with homework, even when it's boring. You have to read bedtime stories with different voices for all the characters. And you have to promise not to leave us again, even if grown-up stuff gets complicated." "I can do all of that." "Good. Can we have pancakes for breakfast? The dinosaur kind?" "Absolutely." As I get dressed and head to the kitchen to start breakfast, I'm struck by the profound ordinariness of this moment. No legal threats, no custody battles, no professional crises. Just a man making pancakes for his family on a Saturday morning. This is what we fought for. Not just the legal right to be together, but the simple, precious right to be normal. To wake up in the same house, to share meals and conversations and the small routines that make a life. I flip pancakes into dinosaur shapes while Stacy explains her latest theory about parallel universes and Janelle makes coffee in her pajamas. I can envision a future that's not defined by crisis or drama, but by the quiet, sustaining love of a family that chose each other. We're not perfect. We're not traditional. We're not even entirely sure how all the legal and professional details will work themselves out. But we're real, we're together, and we're home.
Chapter 21. Janelle. 3 weeks after the custody hearing, I'm folding laundry in the living room while Stacy works on a science project about plant growth at the kitchen table. Peter's at the store, getting ingredients for dinner. Our Saturday afternoon feels blissfully ordinary. No legal appointments, no court dates, no phone calls from lawyers. Just the quiet domesticity of a family going about their weekend routine. The knock at the door disrupts the peace so suddenly that I drop the shirt I'm folding. My first instinct is panic. Reporters, process servers, some new crisis that's going to shatter our hard-won stability. But when I look through the peephole, my heart stops for an entirely different reason. Tatiana stands in the hallway, but she looks nothing like the polished predator who tried to steal my daughter. Her hair is pulled back in a simple ponytail. She's wearing jeans and a plain sweater, and she's carrying a small wrapped box. Most telling of all, she looks nervous in a way I've never seen before, like someone who's genuinely uncertain about their reception rather than confident in their ability to manipulate any situation. "Mama J?" Stacy calls from the kitchen. "Who's at the door?" I hesitate, my hand on the deadbolt. Every protective instinct I have screams at me not to open this door, not to let the woman who tried to destroy our family anywhere near my daughter. But there's something in Tatiana's posture, something vulnerable and genuinely remorseful, that makes me pause. It's your Aunt Tatiana," I call back, then open the door but keep the chain latched. "What do you want?" "I want to apologize," she says quietly, and her voice lacks all the calculated charm I've come to associate with her. "To both of you, but especially to Stacy. I know I have no right to ask, but could I please come in for just a few minutes?" "Tatiana, I'm not here to cause trouble or to ask for anything. I need to tell her I'm sorry for what I put her through, for making her choose, for scaring her, for turning her life upside down." Her eyes fill with tears that look genuine. She's 8 years old, Janelle. She should never have been put in that position, and it's my fault that she was. From the kitchen, I hear the scrape of Stacy's chair. Is she coming in? Can I see her? The curiosity in my daughter's voice decides it for me. Stacy has been asking questions about Tatiana for weeks. Not because she misses her, but because she's trying to understand why someone would want to take her away from her family. Maybe hearing an apology will help her process the trauma in a way that my explanations haven't been able to. I unlatch the chain and step back. 10 minutes. And if you say anything that upsets her, you leave immediately. I understand. Tatiana enters our small apartment and looks around with something that might be wistfulness. Her gaze lingers on the photos covering our refrigerator, the art projects taped to the walls, the general chaos of a home where a brilliant child is encouraged to explore and create. "Aunt Tatiana?" Stacy bounces into the living room with the enthusiasm she brings to everything interesting. "I didn't know you were coming to visit." "Hi, sweetheart." Tatiana's voice is soft, careful. "I brought you something, but first, I need to talk to you about some important things. Is that okay?" "Sure." "Do you want to see my plant experiment? I'm testing whether music affects growth rates, and so far the classical music group is winning." "That sounds fascinating, but right now I want to focus on you." Tatiana sits on the edge of the couch, positioning herself at Stacy's eye level. "Stacy, I need to apologize to you for some things I did that weren't very nice." Stacy tilts her head, processing this with her characteristic seriousness. "What kind of things?" "I tried to make you choose between me and your mom. I made you scared that you might have to leave your family. I caused a lot of confusion and worry in your life, and I'm very sorry about that." "Why did you do those things?" The simple, direct question catches Tatiana off guard, and I spot her struggling to find an age-appropriate way to explain greed and desperation to a child. "I made some very selfish choices. I thought about what I wanted instead of what was best for you, and that was wrong." Tatiana's voice wavers slightly. "I hurt you and your mom and Peter, and I'm sorry." "But you're my biological mom, right?" "That's what Mama J told me." "Yes, I am the one who carried and delivered you. But your mom." Tatiana glances at me, and she's right there, choosing her words carefully. Your mom is the person who has loved you and taken care of you every day of your life. She's your real mom. I know that. But I was confused about why you wanted me to come live with you if you didn't really want to be my mom. The observation is delivered with 8-year-old bluntness, and I watch Tatiana flinch like she's been slapped. Because that's exactly what happened. She wanted custody without wanting to be a mother, and somehow my brilliant daughter understood that, even when the adults were still sorting through the legal complications. You're right to be confused. What I did didn't make sense because I wasn't thinking clearly. Tatiana reaches into her purse and pulls out the wrapped box. I brought you something, but it's not because I'm trying to convince you of anything. It's because I want you to remember that even when adults make mistakes, it doesn't mean children did anything wrong. Stacy accepts the gift with polite curiosity and unwraps it carefully. Inside is a small telescope, clearly high quality, but not ostentatiously expensive. It's the kind of gift that shows genuine thought about the recipient's interests, rather than an attempt to buy affection. Wow, this is really cool. Stacy's face lights up as she examines the telescope. Now I can look at the moon craters like Neil Armstrong did. I remembered that you like space and science. I thought maybe you could use it to explore the night sky. Thank you. Mama J, can we set this up tonight and look at the stars? We'll see, baby girl. I'm watching Tatiana carefully, looking for signs of manipulation or hidden agenda, but all I see is a woman who looks genuinely sad about the pain she's caused. Aunt Tatiana, Stacy says, are you going to try to make me leave Mama J again? No, sweetheart. Never. What happened in court taught me that you belong with your mom, and that's where you should stay. Good. Because I don't want to live anywhere else, but I was worried you might try again. I promise I won't. You're safe with your family, and no one is going to change that. Stacy nods with the satisfaction of someone who's received the reassurance they needed. Do you want to see my plant experiment now? The results are really interesting. I'd love to, but I should probably go soon. I don't want to interrupt your family time. You could stay for dinner if you want. Peter's making spaghetti, and he always makes too much. The innocent invitation hangs in the air, and I can see Tatiana struggling with whether to accept or decline. Part of me wants to immediately shut down the suggestion, to protect our newly peaceful family dynamic from any potential disruption. But looking at Stacy's face, seeing her natural generosity and desire to include even the person who caused her so much stress, I'm reminded that children often understand forgiveness better than adults do. That's very kind of you to offer, Tatiana says carefully. But I think it's better if I let you enjoy dinner with your family. Maybe another time, if your mom thinks that would be okay. Would it be okay, Mama J? I look at my daughter, at the woman who tried to take her away from me, and at the complicated reality of family relationships that don't fit into neat categories. Tatiana hurt us, terrified us, nearly destroyed our lives. But she's also Stacy's biological mother, and she's here apologizing with what seems like genuine remorse. We'll see, Stacy. These are complicated grown-up things that need time to figure out. I understand, Tatiana says, standing up. Janelle, could I talk to you privately for just a minute? Stacy's already absorbed in examining her new telescope, so I follow Tatiana to the hallway outside our apartment. Thanks for giving me the chance to apologize to her, she says quietly. I know you didn't have to do that. She needed to hear it. She's been having nightmares about people taking her away from me. God, I'm so sorry. I never thought about how this would affect her emotionally. I was so focused on what I thought I needed that I didn't consider what it would do to her. What do you need, Tatiana? Really? Because I can't have you coming back into our lives if you're going to disappear again when things get difficult. I don't need anything from you or Stacy. The inheritance money is gone anyway. tied up in legal fees and debts that accumulated while I was pretending to be more successful than I actually was. She leans against the wall, looking exhausted. I wanted to try to make amends for what I put you through, for what I put her through. And then what? You apologize and disappear for another 8 years? I don't know. I was hoping maybe, eventually, I could be part of her life in some small way. Not as a mother. You're her mother, and I finally understand that. But maybe as an aunt who sends birthday cards and Christmas presents and occasionally takes her to science museums. The request is so modest, so different from her original custody demands, that it catches me off guard. You want to be an actual aunt? I want to be whatever is healthy for Stacy and manageable for you. I don't expect forgiveness and I don't expect trust. But if there's a way for me to have some connection to her that doesn't threaten your family, I'd like to try. I study her face, looking for signs of manipulation or calculation, but all I see is someone who looks genuinely changed by the experience of nearly losing everything she thought she wanted. It would have to be very limited contact, supervised visits, no overnight stays, no attempts to undermine my parenting decisions. I understand. And the first time you do anything that seems like you're trying to claim parental authority or confuse her about who her mother is, you're out of our lives permanently. That's fair. I'm not saying yes. I'm saying I'll think about it. Stacy's well-being comes first, and if I decide that having you in her life would be harmful, then the answer is no. I wouldn't expect anything different. We stand in the hallway for a moment, two sisters who've been through something that nearly destroyed both of us. The woman in front of me looks smaller somehow, less polished and predatory, more like the uncertain young woman who left a baby on my doorstep 8 years ago. Tatiana, I say quietly, what happened to you? What made you think that using Stacy for money was acceptable? Desperation, debt, the realization that I'd built my entire adult life on lies and that everything was about to come crashing down. She sighs. I convinced myself that I could provide better opportunities for her, that taking her away from you was actually a kindness. But really, I was just trying to solve my financial problems using a child as collateral. Do you understand how messed up that is? Yes, completely. And I understand why you'll probably never trust me around her without supervision. You're right. I probably won't. That's okay. I'll earn whatever trust I can, and I'll accept whatever boundaries you set. The front door opens, and Peter appears. He stops when he sees us in the hallway, his expression immediately shifting to protective alertness. Is everything okay out here? Tatiana came to apologize to Stacy, I explained. She's just leaving. Peter nods, but doesn't relax his vigilant posture. And how did that go? It went well, Tatiana says, addressing him directly. I'll also owe you an apology, Peter. I tried to use your relationship with Janelle against both of you, and I'm sorry for that. I appreciate that. I'm glad Stacy has you in her life. She deserves to have a father figure who chose to love her, not someone who's just biologically connected. It's a gracious thing to say, and I can see Peter's posture softening slightly in response. She's an easy kid to love, he says simply. Yes, she is. I hope someday I'll be worthy of whatever small place you're willing to let me have in her life. After Tatiana leaves, Peter and I sit at the kitchen table while Stacy sets up her telescope by the window. The conversation we need to have hangs between us, complicated and loaded with competing considerations. What do you think? I ask quietly. I think she seemed genuinely remorseful, but I also think people can be genuinely remorseful and still be incapable of sustained change. So what do? We protect Stacy first, and we make any decisions based on what's best for her emotional well-being. Peter reaches across the table to take my hand. But we also model forgiveness and grace because those are values we want her to learn. Very limited contact? Very limited. And at the first sign that she's reverting to old patterns, we shut it down completely. "Mama J," Stacy calls from the living room. "I can see a bird in the tree across the street. This telescope is amazing." I watch my daughter explore her new gift with the enthusiasm she brings to everything scientific, and I realize that her capacity for forgiveness might be healthier than my instinct for protection. She accepted Tatiana's apology because children understand that people make mistakes and that saying sorry can be the beginning of making things better. Maybe there's wisdom in that simplicity. Maybe sometimes forgiveness isn't about trusting someone to never hurt you again, but about choosing grace over grudges and leaving room for people to become better than they were. "We'll try," I tell Peter. Carefully, with boundaries, with Stacy's well-being as the priority, but we'll try. That's all anyone can ask for. That evening, after dinner and homework and telescope observations, I tuck Stacy into bed with her stuffed elephant and her new understanding that families can be complicated, but love doesn't have to be. "Mama J," she says as I'm turning off her light, "I'm glad Aunt Tatiana said she was sorry." "Why is that, baby girl?" "Because now I don't have to worry about her trying to take me away anymore. And because everyone deserves a chance to say sorry when they make mistakes." "You're very wise, you know that? I get it from you." As I kiss her goodnight and close her door, I'm struck by the profound truth of what she just said. Everyone deserves a chance to say sorry when they make mistakes. That doesn't mean we have to forget what happened or pretend that sorry erases harm. But it means we can choose to leave room for people to grow, to change, to become better than they were. Tatiana will probably never be the aunt that Stacy deserves, but she might become an aunt that Stacy can accept. And maybe that's enough. Maybe sometimes enough is exactly what we need to move forward. In the living room, Peter's setting up Stacy's telescope for more serious stargazing tomorrow night. Our home feels peaceful again, settled in a way that it hasn't since this nightmare began. We survived. All of us. And now we get to figure out what comes next, not as victims of someone else's choices, but as a family strong enough to extend grace even to those who hurt us. That feels like victory in the truest sense of the word. Chapter 22. Janelle. 1 year later, I'm curled up on our couch grading loan applications while Peter corrects third-grade math tests and Stacy works on a diorama about the solar system. This is what contentment looks like. The three of us in our living room on a Tuesday evening, each absorbed in our own tasks, but together in the way that matters most. The past year has been a study in how love can heal trauma and build something stronger from the broken pieces. We decided to live under one roof and bought this house 6 months ago, choosing it because it has a big backyard for Stacy's science experiments and a front porch where Peter and I can drink coffee and watch the sunrise. It's nothing fancy, but it's ours in a way our old apartment never quite was. "Hey, Stace," Peter says, setting down his stack of papers. "Can you come here for a minute? I need to ask you and your mom something important." My heart does a little flutter at the word important, but Stacy just looks up from carefully positioning Mars in her model solar system with the casual interest of someone who's grown secure in important conversations with adults. Is it about whether Pluto should still be considered a planet? Because I have strong opinions about that. It's not about Pluto, but I'd love to hear your opinions later. Peter pats the couch beside him. "Come sit." I set aside my loan applications, curiosity prickling at the edges of my consciousness. Peter's been acting slightly nervous for the past few weeks, not anxious in a bad way, but like someone who's keeping a pleasant secret. Stacy settles beside Peter with the trust of someone who's never had reason to fear important conversations with the adults who love her. At 9 years old, She's grown even more brilliant and confident, secure in the knowledge that our family is solid and unshakable. So, Peter begins, and I can hear something careful in his voice. I've been thinking about our family and how much I love being part of it. We love having you as part of it too, Stacy says matter-of-factly. You make the best dinosaur pancakes, and you never get impatient when I ask science questions during movies. Those are very important qualifications for family membership. Peter agrees, and now I can see the hint of nervousness in his smile. But I was wondering if you two might be interested in making our family official. He pulls a small velvet box from his pocket, and my breath catches in my throat. The world narrows to just that little box, and the hope in Peter's eyes as he opens it to reveal a simple, perfect solitaire diamond. Janelle Smith, will you marry me? Will you let me be your husband and Stacy's dad, officially and permanently? Time stops. Actually stops. The loan applications scattered on the coffee table, Stacy's solar system diorama, the sound of the dishwasher running in the kitchen. Everything fades except for Peter's face and the question hanging between us. He's asking me to marry him. This man who fought for us when I was too scared to fight for myself, who chose our complicated, unconventional family over career safety and social expectations, who proved that love doesn't require perfection, just commitment, is asking me to be his wife. Oh my God, I whisper, my hands flying to my mouth. Is that a yes or a no? Stacy asks practically. Because I think you should definitely say yes. Peter's really good at being a dad, and he already loves us. So marriage just makes it official. Out of the mouths of babes, Peter says. But his eyes never leave my face, watching hope and joy, and something that might be disbelief, chase each other across my features. Peter, I begin, but my voice catches on his name because this moment feels too big, too perfect, too much like something I never dared to dream about. Before you answer, he says gently, I need you to know what you're agreeing to. You're agreeing to a man who will probably always be more excited about Stacy's science projects than most people consider normal. You're agreeing to someone who wants to coach Little League, even though I've never played baseball, and who's going to insist on reading bedtime stories with silly voices until our kids are too old to find it charming. Our kids? The phrase slips out before I can stop it. I detect the sound of wonder in my own voice. If you want them, if you want to expand this family we've built. His smile is soft, hopeful, devastating. I want everything with you, Janelle. Marriage, more children, growing old together while Stacy changes the world with her scientific discoveries. Can we have a baby? Stacy asks with the directness that only children possess. I've been thinking that our family could use a baby. I could teach them about astronomy and help with diaper changes. That's definitely something we can discuss, Peter says, but his eyes never leave my face. What do you say, Janelle? Will you marry me? I look at this man who saw past my walls and baggage to something worth fighting for, who proved that love doesn't require perfection, just presence, who showed Stacy what it means to have a father who chooses to be present every single day, who became part of our family not through obligation or accident, but through the deliberate choice to love us exactly as we are. A year ago, I thought I was going to lose everything that mattered to me. I was terrified, isolated, convinced that I wasn't worthy of the kind of love that stays. Now I'm sitting in our living room, wearing comfortable clothes and no makeup, surrounded by the everyday chaos of homework and household tasks, and the man I love is asking me to marry him like this is exactly how he wants to spend the rest of his life. Yes, I say, and the word feels like coming home. Yes, I'll marry you. Stacy whoops with excitement as Peter slides the ring onto my finger, and it fits perfectly, like everything else about this man who somehow found his way into our carefully guarded hearts. The diamond catches the lamplight, But more than that, it catches hope. It catches the promise of forever. "Does this mean I can call you Dad now?" Stacy asks Peter. "Like, officially?" "You can call me whatever feels right to you," he says, pulling her into our embrace so that we're all tangled together on the couch in a mess of arms and laughter and tears. I didn't realize I was crying. "But I'd be honored to be your dad." "Good." Because I've been practicing writing Stacy Harrison in my notebooks, and it looks really nice. I'm laughing and crying at the same time, overwhelmed by the simple perfection of this moment. Not because it's elaborate or carefully planned, but because it's real. Because it's happening in our living room on a Tuesday night, while homework waits to be finished and dishes sit in the sink. Because this is our life, messy and ordinary and absolutely beautiful. Later, that evening, after Stacy's been tucked into bed with promises that we'll start planning a wedding that includes her input on everything from flowers to menu choices, I think sunflowers would be scientifically appropriate because they demonstrate heliotropism. Peter and I finally have a moment alone to take in what just transpired. "We're engaged," I say wonderingly, turning the ring on my finger like I'm testing its reality. The diamond catches the light from our table lamp, sending tiny rainbows across the wall. "We're engaged," he confirms, pulling me into his arms with the gentle confidence of someone who knows he's welcome there. "How does it feel?" "Scary. Amazing. Perfect." I look up at him, this man who's about to become my husband, and feel my chest swell with so much love it's almost painful. A year ago, I thought I was going to lose everything that mattered to me. Now I'm gaining even more than I knew I wanted. What we have was always real, Janelle. The ring just makes it official. The ring makes it permanent, I correct, running my thumb over the smooth band. It makes it a promise that we're choosing each other not just for now, but forever. Forever sounds perfect to me. He kisses me then, and it tastes like promise and possibility and the kind of deep contentment that comes from knowing you're exactly where you belong. This kiss is different from all our others. Not desperate or healing or reconnecting, but celebrating. Pure joy made physical. When we break apart, I'm looking at him laced with a hint of hunger mixed with wonder. This is my fiancé. This beautiful, patient, devoted man is going to be my husband. "Show me," I say quietly, echoing words I've spoken before, but with entirely different meanings now. "Show you what?" "Show me what forever feels like." I led him to our bedroom, the one we bought together, the sanctuary that holds every quiet morning, every laugh, every fight turned into growth. The lavender candle I lit flickers softly on the nightstand, mingling with the lingering musk of Peter's cologne. Our clothes lie scattered on the chair, reminders of the morning rush getting Stacy off to school. Mundane and beautiful in their own right. But tonight isn't ordinary. Tonight isn't about patching cracks or chasing solace in each other's arms. Tonight is different. It's a joy. Pure, unfiltered joy made flesh. Love, fully unguarded, spoken in the language of breath and touch and the slow, deliberate ache of two bodies that know and choose each other again and again. Peter's hands find the hem of my shirt, sliding under the fabric with reverence, as if each inch of skin he reveals is a sacred secret. He peels my clothes away slowly, no hurry, no urgency, just a tender unfolding. His fingers tremble slightly, tracing the familiar curves of my waist, the arch of my ribs, the swell of my bosom, like he's memorizing me all over again, savoring the woman who said yes to him, not out of need, but because she wants to. "My fiancé," he whispers, breath warm against the hollow of my throat. "My future wife." I shiver, a tremor that is separate from the slight chill in the air. "Your future wife," I echo, tasting the phrase on my tongue like the sweetest promise. Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to VixaVaughnRomance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. 6 months later. Mr. and Mrs. Harrison, thank you for coming in today to discuss Stacy's progress. Mrs. Peterson smiles at us across her desk, and I still feel a thrill hearing our married names linked together. The wedding was small and perfect, just family and close friends, with Stacy as maid of honor, wearing a dress she picked out herself and carrying a bouquet of sunflowers that matched her bright personality. Grammy cried during the ceremony, and even Tatiana sent a thoughtful card wishing us happiness. How's she doing? I ask, though we already know the answer. Stacy continues to excel academically while maintaining the emotional security that lets her just be a kid when she wants to be. Exceptionally well. Her science projects are college level, but she's also developing strong social skills and leadership qualities. Mrs. Peterson pulls out a folder of Stacy's work. I've been teaching for 20 years, and I've never had a student who combines intellectual giftedness with such emotional maturity. She's had good examples, Peter says, squeezing my hand, and I feel that familiar flutter of gratitude for this man who sees the best in me even when I can't see it myself. Speaking of examples, I understand congratulations are in order for more than just marriage. Peter and I exchange glances, and I nod permission for him to share our news. It's still early, 12 weeks, but we've told Stacy and Grammy, and keeping secrets from people who love us has never been our strong suit. We're expecting, I say, unable to keep the grin off my face. Due in the spring. How wonderful. And how does Stacy feel about becoming a big sister? She's already planning the baby's education, I say with a laugh. She's made a list of age-appropriate science experiments and started researching the best methods for teaching infant brain development. That sounds exactly like Stacy. As we drive home from the parent-teacher conference, my hand rests unconsciously on my still flat stomach. At 12 weeks pregnant, this baby is still more potential than reality, but already I can feel how different this pregnancy is from those early, terrifying months with Stacy. This time, I'm not scared or alone or uncertain about the future. This time, I have a partner who's as excited about midnight feedings and diaper changes as he is about bedtime stories and science fair projects. This time, I'm bringing a baby into a family that's secure and stable and overflowing with love. What are you thinking about? Peter asks, noticing my contemplative mood. Just how different everything is from 2 years ago. How much our family has grown and changed. And it's going to keep growing and changing. In all the best ways. When we get home, Stacy greets us at the door with a hand-drawn diagram of the solar system that includes accurate orbital paths and a detailed explanation of gravitational forces. How was the parent-teacher conference? She asks. Did Mrs. Peterson tell you about my proposal for the advanced mathematics track? She did, I say, kissing the top of her head and savoring the subtle aroma that clung to her strawberry shampoo. We're very proud of you. Good. Because I've been thinking about the baby's education, and I think we should start with basic pattern recognition and color differentiation as soon as they're born. I've read several studies about early cognitive development and... Stacy, Peter interrupts gently. The baby needs to be born first before we start worrying about their education. I know, but preparation is key to success. Besides, I want to be the best big sister possible. You're already going to be an amazing big sister, I tell her, and I mean it completely, just by being yourself. That evening, after homework and dinner and the comfortable rituals of family life, Peter and I sat on our back porch, watching Stacy use her telescope to search for constellations. The late autumn air hums with the promise of winter, but inside our house, Warmth and laughter and the sounds of a family that chose each other create their own season. No regrets? Peter asks quietly, his arm around my shoulders. About what? Any of it. The marriage, the baby, the whole complicated, beautiful mess of our life. I lean into his warmth and think about the question seriously. 2 years ago, I was a single mother fighting for custody of my daughter, terrified of losing everything that mattered to me. I was convinced that I wasn't worthy of the kind of love that stays, that chooses you, not despite your complications, but because of your whole, messy, beautiful reality. Now I'm a wife and mother, soon to be mother of 2, with a husband who loves my brilliant, complicated daughter like she's his own blood, and a life that feels both ordinary and miraculous. No regrets, I say firmly. Just gratitude. Good. Because I plan to keep you both for the next 60 or 70 years. Only 60 or 70 years? Well, after that, we'll have to see how we're feeling. I laugh and settle deeper into his embrace, watching our daughter discover new galaxies through the telescope that started as an apology gift from a woman who's learning to be an aunt instead of trying to be a mother. Tatiana sends birthday cards now and occasionally joins us for carefully supervised visits where she brings age-appropriate gifts and asks thoughtful questions about Stacy's interests. It's not perfect, but it's healing. This is what happiness looks like. Not perfection, but presence. Not the absence of challenges, but the certainty that whatever comes, we'll face it together. This defines what it means to be chosen every single day by the people who matter most. This is what it means to be home. From inside the house, I can hear the phone ringing, probably Grammy calling to check on how the parent-teacher conference went and to get updates on the baby. Our life is full of people who love us, who celebrate our victories and support us through difficulties. It's taken me 35 years to understand that this kind of security isn't something you earn through perfection. It's something you build through showing up, day after day, and choosing love even when it's complicated. Come on, I say to Peter, standing and brushing autumn leaves off my jeans. Let's go answer Grammy's call and tell her about our perfect daughter and our perfect life. Perfect? Peter raises an eyebrow, heading in the direction of the house. Perfectly imperfect. Perfectly ours. Perfectly worth every single thing we had to go through to get here. He kisses my temple as we reach the door, and through the window, I can see Stacy carefully putting away her telescope and organizing her homework for tomorrow. She looks happy, secure, and loved. She looks like a child who knows she belongs. That's all I ever wanted for her. That's all I ever wanted for any of us. And somehow, against all odds and despite every mistake and fear along the way, we found it. We found home.